Chapter 61, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 1. Riastai's Kingdom. The capital, Riastais. There was only one sentence to describe the city that was home to 9 million souls. It was an ancient city. That was the most accurate way of describing it. The sentence not only described the city's long history but also hinted that the daily lives of its citizen was utterly simple, or the ancient city was unlively at all, forever unchanging. If one wandered through the streets on foot, they would understanding the meaning behind those words. Lining the sides of the road were many ancient households. Those houses lacked in both glamour and freshness. However, it depended on how one looked at things. There were those that appreciate the long history behind those houses. The royal capital was such a city, with many unpaved roads. Once it rained, the road will be muddied. It could not be said that the kingdom was a backwater country. But compared to the empire and the theocracy, there were many aspects that the kingdom was lacking in. The streets could not be considered wide. Still, there were no people that walked in the middle of the street, directly in the path of horse-drawn carriages. Yet the pedestrian traffic was rather haphazard as people went about their business. On such major roads, the people living in the capital had been long used to such chaotic road conditions. It was pedestrian to meet others front to front. But they instinctively avoided colliding with each other. Sebas was walking in a corner of the city. The road he was walking on was one of those rare paved roads within the capital. Furthermore, the road was rather wide. On his left and right were rows of large and elegant mansions. This area was an important part of the capital. Hence, there were plenty of people here and the area seemed lively. Within the crowd, there were several people who turned their heads and took another look. But Sebas paid them no heed. With a ramrod straight posture, he continued along the road, one step at a time. He had already determined his destination. He moved forward unhesitantly. Since his arrival at the capital, Sebas visited this place several times. Soon his destination was within sight. There was a long wall in front of him with an approximate height of 6 meters. It was estimated that the wall stretched up to 150 meters to his left and right. Just behind those walls, one might be able to see the pointed roof of a tower. The tower was not considered tall as it reached up to 5 stories. Yet, the building gave off a feel that it was rather tall, as there were no other building within its vicinity that had a similar height. There were several buildings that surrounded the tower. The buildings belonged to an organization where a majority of the magicians within the kingdom were a member of, an organization that specialized in developing new magic, an institute that specialized in educating potential magic casters. The headquarters of the Kingdom Magician Guild. Sebas walked along the wall. Soon, he stood in front of the main gate. As the steel gates opened, he noticed the existence of sentries that stood to the left and right sides of the gate. Sebas was not halted by the warriors but was glanced upon as he walked inside the compound. A set of white slanting stairs lay before an ancient chalk white building. The structure was approximately 3 stories tall with a set of large doors. Of course, the doors were opened, welcoming its daily visitors. Sebas walked through the door. The entrance hall spread out from there. A breeze seemed to come from above the 3-story high ceiling, where several magical chandeliers were hanging down. To his right were several sofas, where the visitors could use it for their discussion. To his left was a bulletin board. Several magicians and adventurers were carefully examining the contents of the papers placed there. Deeper inside was a counter, where several young men and women were seated. Every single one of them were wearing the same uniform, a set of long robes with the insignia of the building sewed on the breast. On either side of the counter stood a pair of skinny wooden dolls, of the kind used for sketching. They were the size of actual humans and they had no facial features, wood golems, in other words. Apparently, they were being used as sentries. The fact that they had not posted any human sentries inside must have been pride on the part of the Magicians Guild. Sebas paid no mind to them as his shoes pounded out a steady beat as he approached the counter. The young man at the counter noticed Sebas and greeted him with a look. Sebas nodded in return. He was a frequent customer here, so both of them were familiar with each other. Smiling gently at Sebas, the man made his usual greetings. "Welcome to the Magician's Guild, Sebas-sama." After a few breaths, he continued. "How may I help you today?" "Yes, I'd like to buy a spell scroll." "Do you have one in mind?" "No, may I consult the usual list?" "Certainly." Ending the slightly long greetings, the young man placed a large book on the counter. The pages of the book were made of high-quality paper that was thin and white as snow, while its cover was made of leather. The overall article was of exquisite construction. The letters upon the cover were imprinted in gold, and the cost of this book alone probably beggared belief. Sebas brought the book over to himself and paged through it. Regretfully, Sebas did not understand the words written upon it. Or rather, it might be better to say that beings from Yggdrasil were unable to comprehend them. Despite the bizarre principle which translated spoken language in this world, written text was not translated. However, Ainz had given him a magic item that could solve this problem. Sebas produced a spectacle case from his breast pocket and opened it. A pair of eyeglasses sat within. Its bridge was made of a platinum-like metal, and at a closer look, it seemed to have been inscribed with tiny characters, or some kind of textured pattern. The lenses themselves had been ground out of a crystal that resembled blue ice. He brought them to his eyes. And in his blue-tinted field of vision, the previously illegible text was translated. He turned the page quickly, but yet with grace. Sebas' hands made one believe that they would continue forever, but they suddenly stopped. He then moved his gaze slightly. "Is something the matter?" Sebas looked at the girl by the counter and asked in a gentle manner. "Ah, it's nothing." The girl blushed and lowered her face. "I just thought. You looked very handsome." "Is that so?" Sebas smiled, and the girl's face flushed even redder. Sebas, the white-haired gentleman, was a person who could mesmerize others on sight. He was good-looking, but the way he carried himself was even more striking. When he walked on the streets, 9 out of 10 women, regardless of age, would turn to take a second look at him. It was no wonder that the counter girls found themselves entranced by him, and it was also a common occurrence. Sebas found that understandable, and then turned his eyes back to the tome. After some time, Sebas raised his head. "Could you tell me about this spell?" "Floating board, I believe it is called." "Certainly." The young man began his spiel. Floating board is a first-tier spell which creates a translucent floating platform. The size and carrying capacity of the platform varies with the caster's magical power. However, when cast from a scroll, it is limited to a surface of 1 square meter and can carry a maximum of 50 kilograms. The created board moves behind the caster, and can be a maximum of 5 meters away from him. Since the floating board can only follow behind the caster, it cannot be made to move in front of the caster. Should the caster turn around, the board will slowly move to his back. It is primarily a transportation spell and can commonly be seen during earthworks. "I see," Sebas nodded. "Then I'll take a scroll of this spell." "Of course." The young man was not surprised by the fact that Sebas had selected a low-demand spell like this. After all, just about all the scrolls Sebas had purchased were for unpopular spells like this. Besides, being able to empty surplus stocks was a godsend for the Magician's Guild. "Will 1 scroll be enough?" "Yes, please." "Thank you." The youth gestured to a man sitting nearby. The man, who had been listening on their conversation, immediately rose to his feet and opened a door leading into a room behind the counter, which he entered. Scrolls were expensive items, and even with guards posted, it would not do to pile them up on the sales area. "We shall prepare it immediately, and we would request for your patience." TL, I know that this is not noble sounding, but I could not think of anything else. Sebas made a nod of understanding, left the counter and stood aside. This was as the number of people working at the counter was fixed, and he did not want to impose on them. The man returned after 5 minutes. In his hands was a roll of scroll. Sebas Summer. Sebas took out a small bag from his pocket and returned to the counter. Here it is. Sebas looked at the parchment on the counter. The rolled parchment was sturdy, and its appearance was different from paper that was easily acquired. The name of the magic was written in black ink, and Sebas checked that it was the one he wanted. Then he removed his glasses. This is the one. I'll be taking it then. Thank you very much. The man politely lowered his head. This scroll is a first-tier magic scroll and it will cost 10 gold coins. Compared to potions it was cheap, but this was as scrolls could only be used by someone who could use the same type of magic. Basically the price of potions would be higher as anyone could use them. Of course, it was extremely expensive itself. However, to Sebas, no, to his master, it was not a large sum. Sebas took out a pouch from his breast pocket. Loosening the mouth, he took out a single coin. A platinum coin. A value of 10 gold coins was placed on the man's hands. I have received the payment. The young man did not test the money's authenticity in front of Sebas. Their transactions thus far had earned Sebas that much trust. That old man's really handsome. Debate broke out among the counter staff once Sebas had left the Magicians' Guild. They were no longer wise women, but love-struck girls who had just met their Prince Charming. One of the men seated at the counter frowned and his face turned sour, but he kept quiet. On the contrary, one of the other men agreed with the woman's statement. He must have had experience serving some great noble. Every little thing he does is elegant, from the way he stands to the way he moves. Everyone seated at the counter could not help but nod. Sebas' posture, face, clothes and his bearing were full of regality. It was at the level where they would agree if someone said that he was a great noble. If he asked me out for tea, I'd definitely accept. Me too. Me too. I'd definitely go too. He looks really learned. Don't you think he's a magic caster too? Beats me, but he might be. The spells Sebas bought had all been recently developed. That implied a broad familiarity with magic. If he had been ordered to buy a scroll, he could have simply asked the counter staff directly, with no need to browse through the catalogue. The fact that Sebas had paged through the tome was a sign that he was making the decisions on what spells to buy. This was not something any ordinary old man could do. In other words, they could surmise that he had received a specialist education in magic, that he was a magic caster. And then there's his spectacles. They look expensive. Are they a magic item? I doubt it, they should just be masterwork glasses, right? Made by the dwarves, I think. That's amazing, owning a pair of glasses like that. I'd like to see the beautiful girl he came with once. A voice of objection was raised to the man who muttered his thoughts. That person was too annoying. Yes, Sebas-san was quite pitiful. Well, she is a peerless beauty, but for her to be that brash. All right, enough chit-chat. The young man's words cut through their chatter as an adventurer approached the counter. Leaving the Magicians' Guild, Sebas looked up at the sky and pondered about his next destination. The first order he received from his master was to collect information about a country's defenses. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain such information. To someone who was not an information-type person like Sebas, it was too difficult to gather information about national secrets. Thus he collected information that probably existed. Examples of such included the equipment of soldiers and information of adventurers gained from bar owners. It was to investigate the war potential of the country as a whole. The next was to discover to what level had science and magic been developed to. What was possible and impossible, and especially to what level information-gathering type magic was developed. In a world with the existence of magic, science was not well developed. Of course, there was definitely research about something that everyone could use, rather than a small group of magic users, but it was currently at the point where no information could be found outside a small circle. and so even he could easily understand Ainz's order of gaining magical technology as well. What Sebas was doing was preparation for that. He first had to make acquaintances. The last was to check for the presence of the strong, but this was something that was fine even if left alone. This was as he could not certainly confirm strong existences. In short, he saw the strongest adventurers in the kingdom from afar, but he did not think much of them. No, she alone was different. Sebas recalled one person, who could be called strong. Compared to Sebas she was far weaker, but compared to a maid under him, she could possibly defeat one. A person of interest. Sebas recalled her face, know her figure, and shook his head. His master had ordered him to investigate her. This was as she could be problematic in future. And thus, Sebas had nothing necessary to do. Now, what to do? Sebas sighed, stroked his beard and began walking. He did not have any fixed destination. Strolling and viewing the city was Sebas' current hobby. He thought of doing such. The sight of him spinning the scroll in his hand and walking was akin to a child in a good mood. His legs moved him further away from the center of the capital, where the public safety was good. As he turned more corners, the roads became dirtier and stank of something. It was the smell of living trash and dirty mischief. Sebas walked through the thick atmosphere that seemed like it would dirty his clothes. Then he suddenly stopped, and looked around. He had entered a small and thin road that seemed to be an alleyway. He had mindlessly walked here, but even in an alley without any landmarks, he had a rough sensing of where he was, and so he immediately understood he had walked for a while. To someone of Sebas' physique it was not a large distance, but if he walked normally it would take quite some time. It would be rude to the person waiting at home to come back late. Should I go back? In all honesty, he wanted to continue walking, but wasting time on an activity which was half leisure would not be permitted. Sebas turned on his heels, and walked through the alleyway. As Sebas forged silently ahead in the darkness, he saw a heavy steel door in front of him, about 20 meters away, suddenly creak to life as it opened, and light leaked out from within. Sebas stopped and watched silently. The heavy door was opened, and a large bag was left outside. The thing inside was soft and it changed shape upon impact. The door opened on Sebas' side, and he could not see the person hidden by the shadow of the door. However, the person who threw it out and opened the door returned inside immediately and nothing else happened. Sebas raised his eyebrows for an instant, and wondered if he should continue walking or continue in a different direction. After a short hesitation, he continued into the once again silent alleyway. The distance between himself and the bag closed. The mouth was open, but Sebas kept his gaze away from it. And he paid no mind to the bad smell coming from it. He did the same thing for the slightly ajar door. Curiosity killed the cat. It bade him no good to hold interest in the bag or the door that reeked of danger. Sebas decided as such. Sebas stuck to the wall on the opposite side, as if avoiding the bag. And his correctly pounding footsteps stopped. Sebas felt that his pants had caught on something. Sebas wondered if he should look down, faced forward and stopped moving. Sebas wavered and was confused. This was an extremely rare sight. If anyone from Nazarick was here, they would have an expression of extreme surprise. That was the situation Sebas was in. Sebas prepared himself and looked down. He saw what he expected. A small hand grasped Sebas' pants. It came from the half-naked woman sticking out from the bag. The mouth of the bag was fully open, and the top half of the woman was left in the open. The originally healthy blue eyes were dirty and muddled. Her strewn and not long hair was extremely messy, possibly due to a nutrition-poor diet. Her face could not have been said to be beautiful or ugly. It was natural. It was hit and swollen to the point of a ball. In addition, her extremely thin body did not have a drop of life left in it. So he could not determine her age. She could have been an old hag or a young girl. Her skin was like dried wood, and pale red welts were dotted across her skin. She was like a corpse. No, she was not dead. The fact that she was grasping Sebas' pants was enough proof of that. However, that was if you considered one to be alive if it was breathing. Such was her existence. Could you please release your hand? There was no reply to Sebas' words. It was obvious that she was not ignoring him. This was as her swollen eyes were opened to a crack, and nothing was reflected in her dirty gaze. Could you please release your hand? Sebas repeated himself. If Sebas moved his leg, the fingers that were thinner than branches would fall. This was as those fingers had no more power to them, and it was only due to luck that they were still holding on. Yes, fortune would never visit twice. Do you have something you want to say to me? When Sebas tried to move. Oi! A threatening low-pitched voice could be heard. The figure of a man appeared from the door. His thick arms were akimbo. The man had a face full of scars, and he had the atmosphere of someone who worked in violence. Oi, old man. Where the fuck did you come from? The man narrowed his eyes and glared at Sebas. He then made an obvious click with his tongue, and pointed with his chin. Get lost, old man. You can leave safely if you go now. Seeing that Sebas did not move, the man took a step forward. The sound of the door closing could be heard from behind the man. Oi! You deaf, old man? He worked his shoulders and cracked his neck. Then he slowly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. He was clearly not afraid to use violence. Sebas smiled. Coming from an aged gentleman like Sebas, that dignified smile clearly displayed a matchless calm and compassion. Yet, for some reason, the man stepped back as though a ferocious carnivore had appeared before him. What are you? Shaken by Sebas' smile, the man could not finish the words he was trying to form. He staggered back, without realizing how heavily he was panting. Sebas tucked the scroll, marked with the sigil of the Magician's Guild, that he had been holding into his belt. Then he took a single step forward, closing the gap to the man, and extended a hand. The man could not even react to that movement. With a silent whisper, the hand holding onto Sebas' pants fell to the floor of the alley. That seemed to be the signal for Sebas to seize the man by the lapels, and then he easily lifted his body off the ground. Anybody seeing this would surely wonder if this was some kind of joke. Just going by appearances, there was no chance Sebas could take this man in a fight. Be it in terms of age, musculature, his thick arms, height, mass and the aura of violence around him, the younger man had the advantage. And yet, this distinguished old gentleman was lifting up this heavyweight with one hand. It was a scene that one would believe only if it was the opposite. No, that was not the case. Perhaps an eyewitness would be able to sense the difference between the two of them. While humans had poor instincts, they could still sense a sufficiently great difference between two parties. The difference between Sebas and this man was. It was the difference between an absolute superior and an utter inferior. The other man, who had been lifted completely off the ground, flailed his legs and twisted his body. Then, when he thought to take Sebas' hand in both of his own, his eyes filled with fear as he realized something. He finally realized that the man before him was nothing like what his appearance suggested. He also realized that pointless resistance would only serve to anger the monster before him. What is she? As the man began stiffening in fear, that cold voice bored its way into his ears. That voice was as clear and quiet as a softly flowing brook. The sheer contrast with the hand that was easily lifting him up only heightened the man's fear. She's a worker in our place. Sebas' grip was loosened, allowing the man to speak. The man raised his voice in fear and panic. At his response, Sebas immediately replied. I asked you what she was. And your answer is that she is a worker? The man wondered if he had said the wrong thing. However, it was the most correct answer he could have given under the present circumstances. The man's eyes were wide in fear, trembling like those of a frightened little animal. It's nothing. It's just that some of my colleagues view humans as objects,
So I believed that you two viewed people as objects.
If you held that point of view, then you would not consider yourself to have done something wrong. However, you answered that she was a worker. In other words, you considered her a human being. Am I correct? Then, allow me another question. What were you going to do with her? The man thought for a moment. However, one could almost hear the squeezing. Sebas' grip intensified, and the man was briefly breathless.
Ugh. Sebas tightened his grip on the man, making it harder for him to breathe, and the man gave off a queer wail. Sebas was sending a message: I won't give you time to think, answer now.
She was sick, so I was taking her to a temple. I do not like being lied to.
Sebas' grip grew even stronger, and the man's face flushed red as a cry leaked out of his throat. However generous he might have been by discounting the fact that he had put someone into a sack for transport, the man's actions of dumping said sack into an alley did not feel like he was taking a sick person to the temple for treatment.
It was just like disposing of rubbish.
Please.
Stop. The man was having trouble breathing.
He thrashed wildly as he realized the mortal danger he was in. Sebas casually blocked the fist headed at his face with one hand. The flailing legs hit Sebas' body and dirtied his clothes, but Sebas was as stoic as the mountains.
But of course.
There was no way that a human's legs could move a mass of steel of several hundred kilos.
Even when hit with large legs, Sebas continued calmly, and as if he felt no pain. I advise you to tell the truth.
Gar. The man was unable to breathe, and Sebas narrowed his eyes at the man's crimson face.
He let go of the man just before he had passed out. With a great thump, the man fell to the alley floor.
Gar. The man expelled the last dregs of air within himself as a gasped cry, and then greedily drank in the fresh air in big gulps.
Sebas continued looking down on him in silence. Then he reached out for his throat again. Wait. Please, wait.
While bearing with the fear of understanding what Sebas' outstretched hands meant, the man fell away from them.
That's right. I was taking her to the temple. He was surprisingly strong-willed. Or was he fearful of something else? Sebas thought as such and changed his method of attack. This was the enemy base.
The reason why he did not seek help from behind the door was as reinforcements would arrive, or it would be bad if Sebas was delayed.
If you're taking her to the temple, then allow me to do so. I will guarantee her safety. The man gulped and his eyes quivered. Then he frantically tried to cobble an excuse together.
There's no guarantee you'll really take her there.
Then you can come with me. I'm busy now, so I can't go. I'll take her later. The man seemed to have sensed something from Sebas' expression, and he hurriedly continued.
She belongs to us by law.
If you step in, you'll be breaking the country's laws.
And if you dare take her away, that'll be kidnapping.
Sebas froze, and frowned for the first time. The man had played on his greatest weakness.
While his master had said that he could take overt action when the situation called for it, that was only when he was playing the role of a butler caring for his mistress. He should not make a ruckus, and quietly gain information.
That was his master's wish. If he broke the law, his undercover investigations could possibly be blown. Basically, it was a question of whether this would lead to a large commotion.
That said, was it right to just abandon this woman? The man gave off no impression that he had studied the law.
However, his words were full of confidence. This meant that he had gained the knowledge from someone who did.
Then this was not something he was making up, and the probability that he was prepared for this was high.
It would be easy for Sebas to push this through with his strength.
However, such acts would tighten a noose around his neck.
Of course, he could go tell the law to go eat shit.
However, that was the last resort, and only if it infringed on his master's orders.
He could not do it for the sake of an unknown woman.
The man laughed evilly, and poked fun at the hesitating Sebas. Is it okay to drag your master into something terrible in secret? Sebas raised his eyebrow for the first time. This was as the man felt that he had grasped Sebas' weakness. "I don't know which noble you serve, but won't you cause trouble for your master if things get blown up? Do you really think my master could not resolve a matter of this magnitude? Rules exist to be broken by the strong, no?"
That seemed to have gotten through to the man, and fear flashed across his face for a moment.
However, he recovered his confidence almost immediately.
"Why don't you give it a try, then?" Humph. The man made no sign of giving in the Sebas bluff.
So this man, and the shield protecting him had strong connections, or that he had confidence the judiciary would not move. Judging that this approach was not effective, Sebas decided to change tack. However, when she herself seeks for help, no matter their business, do you not believe that we should respect her wishes?
No. This. The man muttered to himself as he racked his brains. His mask had fallen. Sebas felt relieved at the lack of the man's acting skills, and his slow head.
Should the man make any attempts to make more lies about the law, Sebas, who had little knowledge of the law, would feel lost. In the end, he had no actual knowledge of the law but tried to act smart, so he ended up like this. This was fortunate for Sebas.
Sebas looked away from the man and carried the woman's head.
"Do you want me to rescue you?"
Sebas asked her.
He then brought his ears to the woman's cracked lips.
What he heard was a soft breathing sound. No, it was a sound that could have been the echoes of the wind. She did not reply. Sebas gently shook his head, and asked again.
"Do you want me to rescue you?"
Fortune does not visit twice.
Of course.
Fortune was good luck.
Something that happens occasionally.
It would be weird for it to occur repeatedly.
A broken woman without most of her will grab Sebas' pants.
She would not get any more of such luck. Sebas' question went unanswered.
The man believed so, and continued to smile evilly.
The environment the woman was in, and the hell-like situation. If one knew, then this was natural. If it was not, she would not be rotting away and instead try to leave.
Yes, her grabbing Sebas' pants was nothing more than luck. In her case, her sole piece of good fortune was the fact that Sebas had stepped into this alley, and it was now over. Everything else all rested on how much she wanted to survive.
That was not luck. Faintly.
Yes.
The woman's lips moved only slightly. But its movements were not natural like breathing. It made one believe that there was intent behind it. Sebas' only response to hearing those words was a big nod.
I have no intention of helping those who wish for help, like a plant wishing for rain to fall from the sky.
However, if you wish to flounder to live.
Sebas's hands slowly moved to cover the woman's eyes.
Forget your fear, and good night. You shall enter under my wings. With such a warm sensation, the woman closed her dirty eyes. The man could not believe it. That was why he tried to speak. It can't be.
"I didn't hear anything," the man wanted to say, but he was frozen in place.
"Are you calling me
a liar?" He did not know when Sebas had stood up, but now his razor-sharp gaze transfixed the man. Those were fearsome eyes. Those vicious eyes stopped the man's breathing, as though they possessed the ability to physically crush his heart within his chest.
Are you saying I would tell a lie for the likes of you?
No.
The man's throat croaked, and then he gulped.
His eyes moved, fixating on Sebas' arms.
He must have remembered the consequences of getting carried away. "Then, I'll be taking her with me." Wait.
Sebas faced the man who raised his voice.
"What is it now? Trying to buy more time?"
No.
I just need proof, to believe you."
"Believe me?"
"Proof?"
Money."
I can't believe that you will bring her to the temple. You might just abduct her."
"I cannot think of any reason to take and disappear with her, though."
"Does she have such a worth?" Not that. But why are you attached to that woman? You can choose any woman you want."
Sebas slightly narrowed his eyes.
Where was the desire to save this woman born from? He could not understand it. If it was another person from Nazarick, they would avoid trouble and ignore it. They would clap their hands and continue walking.
Sebas himself could not explain the workings of his heart, but he decided that now was not the time, and replied to the man,
Well, it does not matter. How about you follow me to the temple? Doing so would lay any worries to rest. I'm a bit busy now. Silence descended. Sebas had no intention of wasting any more time.
So basically I should give you money as insurance?
Understood. How much? 100 gold coins. Sebas understood that this was the man's last hand.
If it was a large amount like 100 gold coins, most people would pull out.
Sebas could not understand if it was to buy time or if it was something else. However, if he was asking for money, there was definitely a reason for it.
100 gold coins was a kilogram.
And would be quite large. No one would walk around carrying that much.
So the man suggested so as he thought Sebas did not have it and was an impossible request.
So Sebas responded immediately. Understood. Sebas took out a bag. The man grew suspicious. It was natural.
There was no way 100 gold coins could fit inside such a small bag.
I can believe it if they are gems.
The gaze of the man then fell on the coins that scattered on the floor.
The sparkle of something silver. It was platinum. 10 of something that had 10 times the worth of a gold coin, fell on the floor. Yes, although I believe 10 platinum coins are a bit too much for this situation.
However, about both of us forget about this now?
And should there be a next time, please ask for money for her treatment.
Of course, this is when you come to pick her up. I intend for her to undergo a complete treatment, and I promise it will be expensive.
And since it is a deposit, I expect it back when you pick her up.
Sebas just said that, raised the body of the woman to his chest, and started walking since there was nothing else to do. Chapter 62, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 2.
The house Sebas was living in was a large mansion rented from the construction guild.
The surrounding mansions were mostly quite expensive, and it was located in a section of the capital with good public safety. While the mansion Sebas and Solution lived in was far too large for them, since they were undercover as the family of a great merchant, they could not live in a dilapidated house. Arriving at the mansion, Sebas opened the door, and there was someone that welcomed him. There was only one other person in the mansion apart from Sebas, so the person welcoming him would of course only be one person, Solution Epsilon, who was a battle maid directly under Sebas.
Welcome B. Solution cut her words off mid-speech, and she had even frozen mid-bow.
She glared at the object Sebas was carrying with eyes that were colder than usual. Sebas Summer, what is that?
I picked her up. Solution did not reply to that terse answer. However, the air seemed to get heavier around them. I see.
I do not believe it is a present for me, so may I ask how you intend to dispose of that?
Well now.
Could you start by healing her wounds? Healing.
Solution looked at the girl Sebas was holding.
Once she understood, she shook her head and stared at Sebas. If that were the case, would it not suffice to bring her to the temple?
Sebas began to widen his eyes. Indeed. Silly me, I completely forgot about that.
Seeing that Sebas was completely unmoved, Solution fixed her cold gaze on him.
Their eyes met for a second, and in the end it was Solution who blinked first.
Shall I throw it away, then?
No. I've brought her back. We should think about how best to handle her. I understand.
Solution was the type who lacked expressions of their own, but her face now could have been used as a mask.
Even Sebas could not read the emotions dwelling within her eyes. All he could tell was that Solution was thoroughly displeased with the present circumstances. Could you please perform a health examination on her? I understand. Then, I shall immediately. Isn't that too?
The girl meant nothing to Solution, but even so, giving her a checkup at the front door was hardly a good thing. There ought to be a spare room inside. Could you perform the examination there?
Understood. Neither of them spoke as they brought the girl to the guest room. Granted, Sebas and Solution had never been the type for conversation, but that did not explain the awkwardness between them.
Solution opened the door for Sebas, who was holding the girl in both hands. The heavy curtains were closed and so the room was dark, but it did not feel stuffy in the least. The door had been opened many times before, so the air inside was fresh, and the interior was spotlessly clean. The room itself was lit by thin ribbons of moonlight streaming in between the gap in the curtains. After entering, Sebas gingerly laid the girl down upon the clean sheets of the bed within.
Then,
Solution carelessly stripped the girl of the cloth which covered her, revealing a bruised and battered body. That ghastly sight should have made for difficult viewing, but Solution's expression was unchanged, and she had a dull, disinterested look in her eyes.
Solution, I'll leave the rest to you. With that, Sebas left the room.
Solution did not look like she wanted to call him back as she began her diagnosis. Now that he was in the corridor, he should not have heard Solution as she quietly spoke.
How foolish.
Her mumblings vanished into the corridor, and naturally nobody replied to them.
Sebas stroked his beard without thinking about it. Why had he saved that girl? Even he could not explain why. If he had to explain it, then it would be that a hunter would not kill a cornered bird that flew into his pocket. No, that was not it. Why had he saved her? That was because she was weak.
Sebas was the land steward of Nazarick, and offered his loyalty to the 41 supreme beings. The name of Ainz Ulgaun now lay in its guildmaster.
He was an existence that Sebas offered his everything to. His loyalty was genuine. He could confidently say that he would gladly throw his life away in service to the Supreme One. However,
if, hypothetically speaking, he had to choose only one of the 41 supreme beings to obey, Sebas would pick one without hesitation.
Touch me.
He was the mightiest being in Ainz Ulgaun, and the one who had made Sebas.
He was one of the 9 world champions and an incomparable figure of fame. The guild had primarily flourished by Ping.
Who would dare believe that Touch Me, of the original 9, had founded the group which predated the guild in order to protect the weak?
Yet, that was the truth. When Momonga had been repeatedly to nearly quit the game in anger, it was Touch Me who had saved him. When Bukabuku Shagama could not find anyone to adventure with her due to her looks, it was Touch Me who had reached out to her. Yes. Sebas shared some similarities with his creator. Could this be considered a curse? Those words were terribly rude.
If any of the other beings who served Ainz Ulgaun, who had been created by the 41 supreme beings, were present and heard these words, they might have well attacked him on the spot for his lack of respect.
However,
it is wrong to show pity and offer aid to those who do not belong to Ainz Ulgaun.
Sebas muttered grimly. That was only to be expected.
There were exceptions, excluding people like Pestonia. Existences created by the 41 supreme beings would act for the benefit of Ainz Ulgaun. For example, one of the village girls was close to the maid, Lupus Regina. But, depending on the situation, Lupus Regina would immediately throw her to the side.
This was not cruelty.
If there was someone who said that such an action was cruel, they would simply reply in a puzzled manner, why?
Loyalty towards their creators, the 41 supreme beings.
It was different from those simple humans who make decisions based off of their emotions. Just as Sebas was about to bite through his lip, Solution stepped out of the room.
How did it go?
She is suffering from syphilis and 2 other sexually transmitted diseases.
Several of her ribs and fingers are broken.
The tendons on her right arm and left leg have been severed.
Her upper and lower incisors have been pulled out.
Her organ function is diminished and she has a fissured anus.
There are signs of drug addiction. In addition, there are countless traces of contusions and lacerations. This concludes the basic summary of her condition.
Do you require a more detailed explanation?
No, I think not. The important thing is, can she be healed?
Easily. Sebas had also expected that unhesitating reply.
However, he confirmed to ease himself. Including the amputation of her leg?
Of course.
Then please.
Solution's eyes narrowed slightly, but immediately bowed downwards.
I understand.
I am to restore that female to a pristine condition. In other words, I will revert her body to the state it was before she engaged in those activities.
Am I correct?
After receiving Sebas' approval, Solution bowed again.
I shall do so at once.
Then, could I trouble you to boil some water and wipe her down after the treatment?
I shall purchase something to eat. Sebas-sama. Healing the body is a simple task, but I do not possess the ability to heal mental traumas.
Solution paused here and then looked straight at Sebas before continuing. If there is a need to heal such traumas, I feel it would be better to ask Ainsama to lend his aid.
Will you not ask him to do so? There is no need to trouble Ainsama. We will leave the mental symptoms for later. Solution bowed deeply again. Then she opened the door and entered the room.
As Sebas watched her leave, he slowly leaned against a nearby wall.
Leave her to the temple. Solution had said so. In response, Sebas said that he had forgotten, but that was a lie.
Of course, Sebas had naturally noticed it.
No, in fact Sebas did bring her to the temple. That was where he had gotten the cloth that covered her. When Sebas had entered the temple, he was met with the priest's shocked and disdainful eyes. He believed that Sebas had done that to the woman.
He managed to fix the misunderstanding, and asked for her to be healed, but a problem arose.
He had her checked, and while they could heal her sexually transmitted diseases, and the bruises, however, they could do nothing for her amputated leg and her pulled-out teeth.
This was as there was no high-ranked magic caster that could use such healing magic.
Sebas hesitated. The protection he promised her.
Just how far did it go, he did not know.
Her stamina would recover after her wounds were healed, and when she was in a good environment.
However, if she could not move her right hand and left leg, and that she could not eat solid food, how far did Sebas' promised protection extend to?
While it was true that for a normal human this was enough, for Sebas it was not. He wanted to help her to a much better state.
Since Solution has the special class of an assassin, she could use more powerful healing magic than a priest.
That was why he brought her. And as a result, she mostly recovered.
Even the worst wounds could be healed with various types of healing magic in a short period of time.
The problem was afterwards. What should he do with her?
Sebas heaved a big sigh. If he could release all the emotions trapped inside, he would feel much better.
However, nothing changed. His heart was confused, and noise jammed his thoughts. How foolish I was.
To think that I, Sebas, would do all that for a woman.
Sebas said his fake conclusion. He had no answer. Then he should push it back. Sebas' best answer was a procrastination.
Sebas' footsteps rang through the corridor.
Solution changed the shape of her finger.
The slender digit lengthened, becoming a syringe-like structure that was several millimeters thick. As a slime, Solution had always been able to make great alterations to her shape, so altering the thickness of her fingers was child's play. She glanced at the door, and once she sensed he was no longer outside, she quietly approached the woman on the bed. Since Sebas-sama has approved it, I might as well take care of this unpleasant business quickly.
You would probably hope for something like that. Besides, it is not as though you will feel it.
Solution reached inside her body with her untransformed hand and withdrew a scroll stored within herself.
Solution did not only have this scroll hidden away.
Beginning from disposable magic items like scrolls, she even had weapons and armor.
She had a few humans as well, but there was nothing strange about that.
Should I eat her before Sebas-sama returns?
Solution broke the seal and unfurled the scroll. The spell contained within was called Heal.
It was a high-end healing magic of the 6th tier, and it could restore a great deal of health in addition to healing various diseases and other abnormal status conditions. Under normal circumstances, using the magic of the scroll would require levels in the appropriate job class. In other words, one would need cleric-type class levels to use clerical spells, which were divine magic. However, certain thief-type classes had the ability to emulate a class and use magical devices by deceiving them, such as with a scroll.
As an assassin, Solution had levels in several thief-type classes.
Thus, she was able to use this scroll of heal, which he would not be able to use otherwise.
Just in case, I should probably put her to sleep.
After that, Solution used a skill to synthesize a sleeping poison cum muscle relaxant, which she injected into the girl. Sebas returned from buying food just as Solution stepped out of the room. She had a steaming bucket in each hand, each of which had several washcloths inside. The cloths were filthy and the hot water was black, indicating the unsanitary conditions that girl had been in.
Thank you for your efforts.
I trust there were no problems with the healing process. Yes. It has all been taken care of, and there were no hiccups. However, there were no clothes for her to wear, so I selected an outfit for her at random.
Do you approve?
Of course.
That will do. I see.
The sleeping agent should have worn off by now.
But if you have no further directives, I will be taking my leave. Nothing in particular? Thank you very much, Solution.
Solution nodded by way of response, and slipped past Sebas. Sebas knocked, and silently opened the door.
I'm entering.
Opening the thick curtains, sunlight filtered into the room.
The girl sleeping on the bed had just regained consciousness. She sat up, still drowsy. She was completely different from how she had been before. Her filthy blonde hair now glowed with a beautiful luster.
Her emaciated features had regained their fullness.
Her cracked lips were now a healthy pink.
On the whole, she was beautiful, although her looks might be better described as a soft-spoken prettiness rather than being drop-dead sexy.
Her age was now plain to see.
She looked like she was in her late teens, between 15 to 19, although the shadow on her face from her years in her man-made hell made her seem older than she actually was. Solution had given her a white negligee to wear, but it was plain and unadorned, lacking frills or lace or other such attractive decorations.
How is your body? I believe that it healed, but do you feel uncomfortable in any way? There was no answer.
Her hollow eyes did not seem strong enough to look at Sebas.
However, he did not mind, but continued speaking. No, the truth was, he had not expected her to answer him.
That was because he could tell that her blank expression belonged to someone who was distracted and crestfallen. Are you hungry?
I have brought something to eat.
Since Sebas and Solution could not cook, he bought something that could be consumed immediately. Since it was unknown if her stomach was healed, he bought a porridge made of 14 different ingredients. The porridge in the wooden bowl was made with colored soup stock.
It had some sesame oil in it to taste, and on the whole it radiated a mouth-watering aroma. The girl's face twitched in response to the fragrance. Come, help yourself.
Seeing that the girl had not yet completely withdrawn into her own world, Sebas placed the wooden bowl and its spoon before the girl.
She did not move, but Sebas did not urge her to eat. The two did not move, and time began to tick away.
A third party would probably have started to get frustrated at this point. After a long time had passed, the girl's hands moved slowly.
They were the movements of one afraid of being brutally beaten. The wounds on the outside had been completely healed, but the pain which had been branded into her memory still remained. She picked up the wooden spoon and dipped it into the porridge. She then brought it to her mouth and wolfed it down. Normal porridge could be very rich and thick.
Sebas had asked the storekeeper to finely slice the 14 different ingredients and then cook them over a slow fire to make something that could be swallowed without chewing. Her throat worked, and the porridge slid into her belly.
The girl's eyes trembled slightly. It was a small movement, but it was sufficient to convert her from an intricately made doll into a real human being.
Her other hand trembled as it moved to take the bowl from Sebas. Sebas supported the bowl, shifting it to a place which was easier for her to reach. The girl grabbed the bowl to herself, then took scoop after forceful scoop of the porridge as she devoured it. If the porridge had not been cooled until it was just right, her frantic feeding frenzy would probably have scalded her tongue. The porridge that dripped from her mouth dirtied her negligee.
She was eating much faster than what seemed possible for her earlier. She was more drinking than eating it. The bowl was emptied. The girl held onto the bowl and exhaled deeply.
With her humanity restored, her eyelids closed slowly and ponderously.
The combination of a full belly, fresh clothes and a clean body combined to soothe her spirit, and she began to feel fatigue kicking in.
However, just as her eyes narrowed into a line, they snapped open and she curled up into a frightened ball. Was she afraid to close her eyes, or was she afraid that what she was experiencing would vanish like a popped bubble?
Or was it something else? Sebas was watching her from the side, but he did not know. Perhaps even she did not know.
In order to comfort her, Sebas gently spoke.
Your body must need sleep. Don't push yourself and have a good rest. You will not come to any harm as long as you stay here.
I guarantee this, when you wake up, you will still be in that bed. The girl's eyes moved for the first time and looked directly at Sebas.
Her blue pupils were dull and lacked vitality.
However, those were not the eyes of a corpse, but a living person.
Her small mouth opened and closed. Then it opened and closed again. This repeated itself several times. Sebas watched her tenderly.
He did not urge her to do anything, he simply watched in silence.
Ah! At last, her mouth opened, and several nearly inaudible noises emerged. Then, she quickly added, Thank you. The first words she spoke were not to ask about her present circumstances, but to thank him.
Having grasped part of her character from that, Sebas gave her a genuine smile, not the usual fake one he typically wore.
It's fine. Since I have rescued you, I will do my best to guarantee your safety. Excluding the 41 supreme beings, I will not lose to anyone who comes. The girl's eyes widened a bit more, and her mouth began to tremble.
Her blue eyes moistened, and then overflowed. The girl opened her mouth and then wept piteously.
Those were the words to describe her crying. Soon, he could hear the sound of cursing through the crying. She cursed her fate. She resented the fact that it had ever existed. She was filled with hatred that nobody had helped her until now.
Her wrath was directed at Sebas as well.
If only you had saved me earlier. That sort of thing.
After receiving Sebas' kindness, after being humanely treated, it was as though part of her had broken down under the strain of everything she had endured until now.
No, perhaps it might be better to say that after having her humanity restored, she could no longer bear her painful memories. She tore at her hair, and the strands snapped quietly as she pulled.
Countless golden fibers were tangled around her slender fingers.
Sebas watched silently as she went mad. The porridge bowl and the spoon rolled to the bed. He watched her without attempting to take it.
Sebas understood that her spiteful words were not true, and was only an impulse. Some people would be angered by her words, and lash out.
However, there was no anger on his face. His wrinkles were filled with kindness. Sebas leaned forward and hugged her. He was not embracing her, instead it was like a father embracing his child. There was no malice there, only an unending kindness. Her body stiffened for a moment.
Then, as she realized how different this embrace was from the men who sought only to violate her flesh, her body slowly relaxed.
It's fine.
Sebas repeated those words like a mantra, gently patting her on the back, like he was comforting a crying child. The girl moaned, and then, as she slowly came to understand what Sebas was saying, she buried her face into Sebas' chest and cried all the louder. However, the context of her tears was slightly different from just now. She finally managed to stop crying after some time had passed and the front of Sebas' clothes had been soaked by her tears. She slowly extricated herself from Sebas' arms and lowered her head to hide her blushing face. I'm sorry.
Please, do not worry about it.
Being able to offer one's chest to a lady for support is a mark of pride for a man.
Sebas extracted a clean handkerchief from his breast pocket and handed it to her.
However, the cleanly and beautifully sewed handkerchief caused her to hesitate.
It was as if she wondered if it was fine to use such an expensive thing. Please use this. But lending me this clean.
Sebas reached out to cup her chin, then gently raised her face. She had no idea what had happened, but just as she was freezing up with fear, the handkerchief gently grazed over her eyes, and the trails of her tears.
Ah.
Come, please use this, Sebas said as he stuffed the somewhat damp handkerchief into her hands.
It is quite sad when a handkerchief goes unused. Especially when it cannot even dry tears.
Sebas smiled, and then stepped away from her. All right.
Have a good rest. We will discuss the future and other things when you wake up. There was nothing that magic could not do.
Her body had been restored through Solution's magical healing, and her mental fatigue had been wiped away. Thus, she could function normally right away.
However, she had still been in hell up until a few hours ago.
Her emotional wounds might well burst open again after a long conversation. The truth was that her mind was not completely stable, hence her agonized weeping just now. Magic could briefly salve that spiritual suffering, but it could only treat the symptoms and not its cause.
Unlike the physical body, the invisible wounds of the spirit could not be so easily healed.
As far as Sebas knew, the only people who could completely remove her mental damage were his master or possibly Pestonia S. Wanko.
Sebas wanted to let the girl rest, but she hurriedly replied.
The future?
Sebas wondered if he should continue, but decided that her spirit had recovered. It will not be safe for you to continue staying in the royal capital. Have you no friends or relatives to turn to? The girl looked downwards. Her reaction allowed Sebas to know the answer. Is that so?
That was troublesome, Sebas thought.
However, there was no need to be hasty. There would be nothing wrong with putting this off till tomorrow.
All right,
then. Can you tell me your name? I swear.
Swear, is it?
I have not told you my name yet.
I am Sebastian, but Sebas will do.
I am the servant of Solution Summer, the young mistress of this house.
So, Tion-san.
Yes, Solution Epsilon Summer.
Although, I doubt you will have much of a chance to meet her.
Question mark. The young mistress can be hard to deal with at times.
Sebas closed his mouth, as if to indicate that was all he would say on the matter. After a brief silence, he spoke once more. All right.
Have a good rest today. We'll discuss the future tomorrow.
All right. After verifying that Swear was back on the bed, Sebas took the bowl of porridge and left the room.
When he left the room, he found Solution, who had hidden her presence.
Sebas had expected that since as an assassin, Solution could hide herself to the point that even Sebas would find it difficult to notice her, and was not surprised. What's the matter?
Solution was eavesdropping, but Sebas had no intention of scolding her.
And Solution showed no sign of being expected to be scolded. That was why she blatantly stood there.
Sebas Summer.
May I ask how you intend to dispose of her?
Sebas's attention went to the door behind him. It was thick enough, but not completely soundproofed. If they spoke here, she would probably be able to pick up on a bit of their conversation.
Sebas moved from the front of the door, and Solution silently followed behind him. Once they had reached a place where he was sure they would not be overheard, he stopped.
You're referring to Swear, I take it. I intend to wait until tomorrow before deciding what to do.
Perhaps I have overstepped myself, but I feel that thing has a high chance of impeding our activities.
We ought to deal with it as soon as possible.
Now what exactly could the words deal with mean? After listening to Solution's cold words, Sebas thought, as I expected. This was the opinion which a right-thinking, loyal servant of Nazarick, of the 41 supreme beings, would have about a non-Nazarick entity. It was Sebas' attitude towards Swear which was abnormal.
You're right.
If she interferes with the orders Ein Summer has given us, then I shall deal with her without delay.
Solution looked surprised, as if to say, if you knew that, then why did you do it? She might have her uses. And since we've picked her up, it would be a shame to just discard her. We need to think of a way to properly utilize her.
Sebas Summer. I do not know where or why you picked it up, but the injuries it has taken indicate that it comes from a certain background. And do you not think the person who inflicted those injuries on that human would be unhappy to know that it was still alive?
There should be no problems on that front.
Solution made a suspicious face when Sebas cut her off.
It seemed as if he was hiding something.
So you mean to say you have already disposed of those people, then? Solution would not have been surprised if Sebas had killed them, but Sebas made a wry smile.
It was the opposite. No. That's not it. If any problems arise, I will take action.
Therefore, I hope you will be able to watch quietly until then. Do you understand, Solution?
I understand.
Now that her immediate superior, Sebas, had said all that to her, she could not say anything even if she was deeply dissatisfied with his handling of the situation. In addition, she really could just sit there and watch if nothing cropped up. Chapter 63, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 3. Around 6 days later, Sebas opened the main door. He had just returned from the Magician's Guild after purchasing another scroll and recorded all the requests at the Adventurers Guild, a day of information collection.
He passed through the door and entered the house. Several days ago, Solution would have come to greet him. However, welcome back,
Sebas, Ma. This task was now handed to the soft-spoken girl in the maid outfit whose long skirt covered her legs. The day after he had picked up Tsue, there had been a discussion, and it had been decided that she would work in this house.
They could have treated her as a guest, but Tsue refused.
She said that she felt uneasy about being treated as a guest on top of being rescued by Sebas.
While it did not properly qualify as repaying his kindness, she hoped that she could do something to help around the house.
After seeing what her true intentions were, he began to feel uneasy as well. In other words, she understood that her position here was precarious, that she was a source of trouble for this home, and so she wanted to work as hard as she could to avoid being discarded. Of course, Sebas had told Tsue that he would not abandon her. If he was the sort who could discard someone with nobody else to turn to, he would never have rescued her in the first place. However, he lacked the persuasive power to heal the wounds in Tsue's heart. "I'm back, Tsue."
Did work go well?
Tsue nodded. Her hair was neatly trimmed and she wore a little white headdress which shook with her nod.
It went well. Is that so? That's good to hear.
She seemed as gloomy as always and her expression hardly changed, but being able to live as a human being had gradually eased the fear which gripped her, and she could speak much more clearly now. Sebas walked, and Tsue walked with him. Technically speaking, it would be a violation of maidservant etiquette for her to walk beside Sebas, her superior.
However, Tsue had never been trained as a maid, and did not understand those formalities, and Sebas did not wish to educate her in such matters. What are we having today?
Potato.
Stew. I see. I look forward to that, then. Your food is delicious, Tsue.
She blushed and lowered her face as Sebas praised her with a smile.
Her hands nervously grasped at her maid uniform's apron. You are too
kind.
No, I meant that. I know nothing about cooking, so you've done me a great favor. That is not TR.
Tsue felt embarrassed and mumbled her words. However, Sebas indeed felt grateful to Tsue. Since they had a certain magic item, Sebas nor Solution had a need to eat, and only did so for appearances. However, Sebas nor Solution could cook, and they had to purchase food from outside. Not having to bring back such prepared food erased one troublesome thing from the list and was a good thing. Do you have enough ingredients?
Tell me if there's anything you'd like me to buy. Yes. I will ask you. When I do.
Tsue could move around normally within the house and in front of Sebas, but she still had an aversion to the outside world. Since she could not work outdoors, Sebas had taken on the task of shopping for ingredients and so on. Swear's cooking was hardly a gourmet spread. She made simple, everyday dishes. Since these dishes did not require expensive ingredients, they were easily obtained at the markets. Sebas had also learned about said ingredients in the market and the food and beverage of this world, which he considered to be killing two birds with one stone. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Sebas.
We'll go shopping together afterwards.
A look of shock appeared on Swear's face.
She shook her head timidly. I think I'll pass. Sebas thought, as I expected, but he did not voice it. In the past few days, she seemed to have recovered her spirit. However, it was far too fast.
The worry of being abandoned by Sebas caused him to predict that she would overwork herself, but he had to adjust his predictions when faced with reality. Swear had refused to do anything which might involve going outside ever since she had started working. She had taken this house to be an absolute defense of sorts, in order to suppress the fear within her. In other words, she had drawn a line to tell herself that this place was different from the outside world, which had hurt her. That was the only way she could function normally.
However, if that kept up, Swear would never be able to leave the house.
Sebas understood that it was very cruel to expect Swear to walk amongst the masses given her mental condition. He should have spent more time to help her get used to being around others again, but that naturally required time. Sebas did not intend to hide here or spend the rest of his life in this place. He was an outsider who had only infiltrated this city in order to gather information.
If Ainz issued the order to withdraw, it was not clear what would happen to Swear at that time, but he should do his best to give her several options.
Sebas stopped moving and looked directly at Swear. She blushed and lowered her head shyly, but Sebas took his cheeks in both his hands and raised her face. Swear, I understand your fears.
However, I hope you will relax.
I, Sebas, will protect you.
I will crush any and all dangers which draw near and ensure you will not be harmed.
Swear, please step outside with me.
If you're afraid, you can close your eyes. As Swear hesitated, Sebas held her hands tightly. What he said next was terribly unfair to her.
Are you willing to trust me, Swear? Silence filled the corridor, and time slowly passed them by. In the end, Swear's eyes grew moist, and her tender, pink lips parted to reveal her pearly white teeth.
Sebas Summer. You are too cunning. When you put it like that, how could I refuse? She then threw herself into his bosom.
Sebas gently hugged her quivering shoulders.
Please be at ease. In all the world there are only 41 people stronger than me.
Is
that a lot?
The figure he had chosen made Swear think that Sebas was merely cracking a joke to reassure her, and so she smiled. Sebas saw this, and smiled back without saying anything.
Sebas released his hand that was hugging her and began walking.
Swear made a lonely face and rubbed the shoulder Sebas was touching, but he acted as if he did not see it.
Sebas knew Swear had some faint semblance of attraction to him.
However, Sebas felt that it was more like gratitude to him for saving her from her torment. It was similar to brainwashing, or the trust she placed in someone who was reliable. In addition, Sebas was an old man, and perhaps Swear had confused her sense of familial kinship with romantic love. Even if Swear did feel genuine love for Sebas, he did not feel that he could adequately return it.
After all, he had been hiding so many things from her. Then I shall come to get you after discussing a few things with the young mistress.
Solu-san. Swear's mood turned gloomy. Sebas knew why, but he kept quiet about it.
Solution had hardly met with Swear before. At the very most she had glanced at her in passing and left without saying a word.
Anyone would feel uneasy about being ignored like that, and in Swear's case she would probably be terrified.
It's fine. The young mistress is like that to everyone. It isn't as though she has it out for you. But Oju Summer has quite the bad personality, but I did not tell you this.
Sebas smiled, and after finishing his half-joking words, the unease on Sue's face lightened somewhat. She often throws tantrums when she sees cute girls.
How could I? I'm nothing like the mistress. Sue frantically waved her hands.
Compared to Solution, who had a beauty that would enrapture those of even the same gender, she thought that she could not even be compared. Sue indeed had a pretty face, but it was not much when faced with Solution's.
However, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. In terms of looks, I would prefer you compared to the young mistress. What? How could? Sue's face was burning red as she lowered it.
Sebas looked kindly upon her, and then he saw her expression change and her brows furrow.
And
I'm
filthy.
Sue's attitude made a complete turn, and her face turned dark.
Sebas sighed.
He looked straight ahead and spoke. As the volume of the footsteps had been lowered, the words of Sebas reached Sue very clearly.
Indeed, that is the case with gems. Unmarked ones are worth more, and they are considered purer.
Sue's face fell even further as she heard those words.
However, people are not gemstones.
Sue's face lifted and looked at Sebas' face.
His serious face.
Sue, you seem to consider yourself dirty.
But who can judge the purity of a human being? There are clearly defined standards for precious stones.
But who will set the standards for a human being's virtue? Is there some common value to surpass?
Some public opinion that must be adhered to?
Does that mean everyone else's thoughts and opinions can be discarded? Sebas paused here, and then he continued.
Every person has a different definition of beauty.
If beauty cannot be determined by one's appearance, then in my opinion, we cannot determine beauty by what people have experienced, but by how they are inside. I do not know what you have been through, and I have only spent a few days with you, but what I know is that the person inside you is the furthest thing from being filthy that I can imagine. Sebas closed his mouth, and the footsteps echoing along the corridor filled the world. Sue seemed to have made up her mind, and she spoke.
If you feel I am pure, then imber.
Sebas' footsteps stopped.
In front of him was the most beautiful and extravagant door in the entire mansion.
Sue cut off her words, and recalled who was inside. Sue.
I will see you later. Leaving Sue, who bowed with a lonely face, Sebas knocked on the door. He opened the door without waiting for an answer.
As he slowly closed the door, Sebas thought about Sue's last words.
If he was right, her next words would be, embrace, or something along that line.
TL note, she used the word daku, which can mean hug or to have sex.
How troubling.
What is?
This house was rented, so it did not have much furniture despite its many rooms.
However, this room was filled with stylish furniture, enough to impress any guest who came. However, anyone who knew anything would realize that none of the furniture here was a venerable antique, and that the entire room was all style and no substance.
Forgive my soliloquy.
O Jew summer, I have returned. Thank you, Sebas. Solution, the false mistress of the manor, had a airheaded expression on her face as she lounged on the sofa in the center of the room.
However, that was merely an act.
That was because Sue the outsider was also in the house, so she had to put on the mask of a haughty heiress. Solution's eyes left Sebas and went to the door.
She has left, I take it? So it would seem.
The two of them looked at each other's faces, and Solution spoke in a normal tone.
When are you going to get rid of her?
Solution always asked the same question whenever they met, and Sebas always gave her the same answer.
When the time comes. Under normal circumstances, that would be the end of it. Solution would sigh deliberately, and then drop the matter. However, Solution did not seem inclined to let it go today, and she continued asking. Could you give me a clear indication on when the time will be? For all we know, hiding that human might bring trouble upon us.
Does that not violate Iron Summer's orders?
There have been no problems until now.
Fearing a human and the problems they might make is hardly the attitude which a servant of Iron Summer ought to have.
Silence fell between Sebas and Solution. Sebas quietly exhaled. The situation was very bad. Solution had no expression on her face, but Sebas could tell she was boiling mad at him. And it was slowly getting stronger.
Solution had not made any move to harm Swear until now due to being forcibly restrained by Sebas.
However, if things remained as they were, it might not endure for long. Sebas was keenly aware that time was running out. Sebas gritted his teeth. Sebas Summer.
Once that human violates the orders Ein Summer has set forth,
she will be dealt with.
Sebas ended the sentence himself without giving Solution a chance to continue speaking. She turned an emotionless look on him, and then nodded to indicate that she understood.
Then I will say no more.
Sebas Summer, please do not forget the words you have just said.
Of course not, Solution. Still.
Solution's hushed tone hid emotions so powerful that they made Sebas stop in his tracks.
Still, Sebas Summer.
Should we not report Swear, that, to Ein Summer?
Sebas fell silent.
After a few seconds, he answered.
I think it will be fine.
I am uneasy about wasting Ein Summer's time on an insignificant human.
Entema and the others regularly contact you with message spells every day. Why not bring it up while you are in contact with them? Is there something you wish to hide? How could that be? I harbor no such thoughts.
I would never dream of.
Then,
Solution realized her words would elicit the same response, and chose different ones that would blow him away.
So due to a selfish decision, you are not reporting to Ein Summer? The air between them grew tense.
Sebas knew that Solution was deliberately picking at this topic, and he was keenly aware that he was in danger himself. All the existences in Nazarick gave their absolute loyalty to Eins Ulgaun, the 41 supreme beings. At the forefront would be Shiltir and Demiurge, who could be said to think of nothing else.
Naturally, Sebas was one of them.
That said, he still felt that it was wrong to abandon a pitiful being just because he was afraid of danger. However, he also understood that most of those in Nazarick would not approve of that course of action.
No, he only thought he understood.
Solution's attitude from a few seconds ago had clearly informed him of the full extent of his naivete. Depending on the situation, she would not even hesitate to erase the problem caused by Sebas, who was the highest-ranking official involved in Nazarick's internal affairs, a position given to him by the 41 supreme beings.
Sebas smiled.
As she saw that smile, Solution's eyes filled with surprise. Of course.
It was not for personal gain that I did not report this to Ein Summer.
Is there anything to support that?
It is not all, but I highly praise her ability to cook. You mean to say?
Her cooking?
It was as though there was a question mark atop Solution's head.
Yes.
In addition, would it not be suspicious if only 2 people lived in such a large home? Perhaps. Solution had no choice but to agree with that point.
Anyone would find it strange that such a large house was hardly occupied, for all the money spent on it.
I feel that we need a few people around. Besides, would it not be bad if we could not serve a single dish if guests arrived?
That is to say, you were using that human as camouflage?
Indeed. But why did you have to use that particular human? Swear is grateful to me. Even if there are strange occurrences, she would not leak the. If we hire a loose-lipped person, would they not speak of the strangeness of this mansion's occupants? Solution thought briefly on the matter and then nodded. Indeed.
Just so. This is merely a deception, so there is no need to specially seek Ein Summer's permission to do so.
For all we know, he might chastise us and say, figure these small things out yourself. Can you accept that? I understand. There were lots of things she could not accept, but Solution adopted the stance that it would be fine and nodded.
Now, is this all?
Sebas confirmed Solution had nodded before continuing.
After eating I am thinking of bringing Swear out.
I leave the house sitting to you. Understood, Sebas Summer. Sebas left the room. He did not look back at the sharp gaze Solution sent at him, and left as if escaping from it all.
Chapter 64, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 4.
The next day, someone had knocked on the door, and Sebas walked towards it. He lifted the cover of the door's peephole.
He could see a plump man outside, and Royal Army soldiers waiting for orders behind him on either side.
The plump man was neatly attired, and he wore well-tailored clothing. He had a weighty badge on his chest which reflected a coppery light. His sweaty red face was also packed with fat, and had an oily sheen to it, probably from too many rich meals. At the back of the procession was a strange-looking man.
His pale, sallow skin looked like it had never seen the sun before. His eyes were keen and his scrawny face looked like some predator, a corpse-feeding scavenger, in fact. His dark clothes hung loosely about him, and he must certainly have weapons about his person. He radiated a scent of blood and malice, which prickled on Sebas' sixth sense. An assassin? Sebas believed so, but he could not make a decision with just this.
So he asked the natural question.
May I know who is calling?
I am a government official, Bloom Havish, Urumu. The fat man at the head of the group spoke in a whiny high-pitched voice, and introduced himself as Bloom. Why an official? Is he not an assassin?
While Sebas was confused, Bloom continued,
I trust you know that the kingdom's laws prohibit the trafficking of slaves.
That law was proposed by Princess Rena herself and put into effect after being reviewed by Parliament. The report I received indicates that the inhabitants of this domicile have violated that law.
Thus, I wish to investigate the matter. Could you let me in? Bloom ended the conversation with those words.
Sebas was confused, but at the same time he was strongly aware that something dangerous was about to happen. Several excuses such as his master was not home floated around in his head, but it had a high chance of being found out. There was no guarantee that Bloom was actually who he said he was either. The kingdom's public servants all had to wear badges like Bloom did, but there was no telling if he was a legitimate state employee.
For all he knew, it might be counterfeit, though the penalty for doing so was very severe. There would be no problem should several people enter the mansion.
Sebas could easily take care of them. There was no telling what Bloom thought of Sebas' pensive silence, but he opened his mouth to speak.
If I may, could I have an audience with the master of the house? While it cannot be helped if the master is not in, we are here to conduct an investigation. Things will go poorly if we return empty-handed. Bloom smiled. There was no sign of humility in that smile.
It concealed undertones of intimidation through the abuse of power.
Who is that man behind you? His name is Succulent. He represents the establishment which reported this incident to me. I'm Succulent. Pleased to meet you. Succulent thinly laughed like an assassin.
After seeing that cold smile, Sebas felt a sense of defeat creeping up on him. His cold smile was like that of a cruel hunter mocking his prey as it stepped into his trap. He must surely have made all the proper arrangements with all the appropriate parties before strutting up to him, bold as brass.
That being the case, Bloom was most likely a proper official. This was as they would avoid bringing over a fake official which could expedite the problem. They would surely be prepared for any refusals on his part. That being the case, he ought to see what they had in store for him.
Sebas decided as such.
I understand. I shall inform the young mistress forthwith. I hope you will be so kind as to wait here for a moment. Very well, we'll wait. However, please be swift about it. We do not have all day. Succulent sneered at him, while Bloom shrugged. Understood. Then, please excuse me.
Sebas lowered the cover of the peephole and turned towards Solution's room. Before that, however, he had to tell where to hide inside the house. The two that were guided in showed faces of extreme surprise when they saw Solution.
Since the soldiers were waiting outside, only the two of them had entered the room. Their faces said that they had not expected to see such a beautiful woman.
Bloom's expression slowly turned lewd, his eyes roving between her face and her ample bosom.
There was a dark look of lust in his eyes, and he swallowed multiple times.
In contrast, Succulent's face gradually tightened up, unwilling to relax.
It was clear which of them was more worthy of caution.
Sebas bade them take a seat on the sofa opposite Solution.
Solution, who was already seated, exchanged names with Bloom and Succulent, who were just settling in.
Then, what is the matter?
Bloom coughed annoyingly. A certain establishment reported that someone had taken away one of their workers.
At the same time, I heard that the person responsible had paid a great deal of dirty money to another worker. Our country prohibits the trafficking of slaves.
Doesn't that sound like breaking the law to you?
Oh, really?
Her tone nearly made the two of them surprised. They were clearly trying to intimidate her, but they had not expected a response like that from her.
Sebas will handle all the troublesome bits.
Sebas, I'll leave the rest to you. Is that all right? If things go poorly, you might become a criminal.
Oh, I'm so scared. Inform me when I'm about to become a criminal, Sebas.
Solution showed a full-faced smile as if greeting them, and stood up. Nobody could stop her as she left.
In that instant, they realized exactly how powerful a beautiful woman's smile could be. Before the door's latch could slide home, they could hear gasps of surprise as the soldiers outside were startled by Solution's good looks.
Then I shall hear you two gentlemen out on the young mistress' behalf.
Sebas took a seat before them with a smile. Bloom shrank back as he saw his smile, but Succulent decided to speak up on his behalf to help retain control of the situation.
Just as well. I'll tell you then, Sebas-san.
As Havish-san told you at the door, one of the people at our
establishment has gone missing. We questioned a man, and he said that he had handed her over for money.
I thought, was this not slave trafficking, which is forbidden in the kingdom? I was unwilling to believe that one of our employees could actually do such a thing, but I had no choice but to report it.
Just so. The crime of human trafficking is not forgivable, just as Rena-sama says.
And so, I am unable to say anything but that Succulent Kun who reported someone who worked for him is extremely commendable.
Thank you, Havish-sama. What kind of farce is this, Sebas thought. Meanwhile, his mind worked. The two of them were clearly in cahoots.
That being the case, it was almost certain that they had taken ample precautions before launching their campaign.
That being the case, his defeat was certain. What was Sebas' victory conditions? Sebas had to suppress his brows from twitching.
As the land steward of Nazarick, Sebas' win condition was eliminating the problem and not letting things pile up.
Protecting Swear was definitely not part of that. However, I believe the man who claims to have taken the money may have borne false witness. Where is he now? He was arrested on suspicion of slave trading and is in custody now.
After questioning him, we managed to learn
the identity of the person who bought our employee, who would be you, Sebas-san.
Sebas pondered whether he should act dumb, lie, or deliver a stern and upright rebuttal.
What if he said she was not in the house? What if he said she were dead?
Numerous lines popped into his head, but none of them sounded like they would work, and the opposition would probably not give up easily.
Still, what led the two of you to me? What proof do you have?
That was what baffled Sebas.
He had not left any trace of his name or identity. They should not have been able to find any evidence pointing to him. However, the two of them were here. How had they found him? He was always very careful during his excursions and wary of being followed. He did not think anyone in this city could follow him without being spotted. It was the scroll. Hearing Succulent's answer, Sebas' immediate response in his head was a question, but he then understood. The scroll he had bought in the Magician's Guild.
The workmanship of that scroll was exquisite, and it was certainly no ordinary scrap of parchment. Anyone who could recognize a scroll like that would be able to tell that it was purchased from the Magician's Guild.
From there it was a simple matter to investigate what sort of man he was.
Especially for someone who stood out like Sebas, who wore a butler's outfit. Still, that alone would not prove that Swear was here.
He could also insist that there was someone else who happened to look like him. However, he would be in trouble if they said they were going to search the house.
Indeed, they would discover that only 3 people lived in this home, including Tsue.
That being the case, all he could do was come clean.
Sebas decided as such.
I did take her away. That is a fact.
However, she was heavily wounded at that time, and I was forced to do so because I feared her life would be in danger.
In other words, you admit to buying her. May I speak to that man you mentioned? Unfortunately, we cannot allow that. Things would be bad if you were allowed to match up your stories. You could always listen in while we were talking.
Sebas wanted to say that, but he shut his mouth.
In the end, they had planned the whole thing out. Even if he did find that man, it was not likely that the situation could be made to favor him. Continuing with this approach was only a waste of time. Before we go into that, do you not but think that allowing her to sustain such severe injuries while working is more problematic in the eyes of the nation? Are there not laws against that too? Conditions in our establishment are harsher than most. Injury is unavoidable.
Consider that working in mines and the like also includes the risk of occupational hazards.
It's the same thing. I doubt they are the same thing.
Ha ha ha.
We're in the service industry.
You meet all sorts of clients there.
We do pay attention, you know.
All right, I get your point. We'll be more careful next time. Yes, a little more careful. Just a little?
Yes. Worrying too much about details costs money, you know.
Causes problems too.
Succulent sneered at Sebas' question. In turn, Sebas smiled.
All right, that's enough. Bloom interrupted Sebas' rebuttal with a sigh.
It was like he was handling a fool.
He then explained his thoughts to Sebas.
My duty is to verify that slave trafficking was going on. Employee welfare is another matter entirely. All I can say is that it has no bearing on the case.
Then, can you tell me who are the people who specialize in problems like these?
I'd like to tell you, but there are some difficulties in doing so. Regretfully, sticking one's nose into others' business will only earn you resentment.
Then, please wait until I find the relevant people first. Bloom grinned evilly, as though to say, I was waiting for you to say that.
Succulent had the same sort of look as him. I would like to wait for that, but the business has already filed a case, so I must arrest you, and begin investigations. It's out of my hands. In other words, he was out of time.
Given the situation and the circumstantial evidence, you're clearly guilty, but the plaintiff has said that they're willing to go easy on you. Compensation will be needed to smooth things over, of course, and destroying the documentation related to the slave trading offense will also require a bit of money. What exactly do you mean by smoothing things over?
Well now. We'd like you to return our employee. Sebas expected the answer and nodded in his heart. And as if that was not all, he shook his head.
In addition, please make up for the loss of income incurred while you were holding on to her.
I see. And how much is that? In gold coins, yes. Succulent looked around at the room, 300 of them.
That is an extremely high price, but how did you determine it?
How much does she earn a day? Hang on a bit, Bloom interrupted. That's not all, Succulent-kun. I almost forgot.
Since I've already made a report, you'll need to pay to destroy that as well, even if you settle the matter with us under the table.
That's right. How could you have forgotten, Succulent-kun? Bloom smiled wickedly once more.
Yet?
No, it's nothing. Sebas quietly said as he smiled. Forgive me, Havish-sama. Succulent bowed to Bloom.
Destroying the documents costs a third of the compensation fees, so that'll be 100 gold coins. That's a total of 400 gold coins, I believe. Does the money I paid when bringing her here count against that?
How could that be? Listen, mister. When you reach an accord with the other side, that means you didn't buy a slave.
In other words, the expenses of buying that slave are written off.
Just imagine that you lost the money somewhere.
To think they would actually expect Sebas to assume he had lost 100 gold coins.
In all likelihood, most of it had already found its way into their pockets.
Sebas thought so, and in actuality it was true, but he did not know this.
However, her body has not fully healed.
If you take her back, her wounds might act up again.
And the treatment in future might not be enough and still kill her.
Can I pay for her in coin? Succulent's eyes gleamed in a bizarre way. When he noticed this, Sebas realized the depths of his mistake. He had allowed them to realize how much Tsue meant to him.
It would be difficult to handle it with money. This is as we would like to take her back after all. Hearing that, Bloom made a strange face at Succulent. This was as they had wanted money, but this was a sudden change. I see. You do have a point. Her death notwithstanding, we'll need you to pay for the money which would have been spent on her. While she's recovering, how about letting us have some fun with the lady of the house?
Oh.
That makes a lot of sense. If you make a hole, you have to fill it. The smile faded off Sebas' face, and it turned impassive.
Succulent was probably not serious, but he would probably press the attack if he showed any weakness.
Thanks to his exposing his attachment to Tsue, the possibility still existed that the situation might deteriorate further.
Aren't you afraid of your desires getting you in trouble?
How dare you talk to me like that?
Bloom's face was bright red as he shouted. Sounds like slaughtering a pig, Sebas thought.
He stared at Bloom without a single word.
What do you mean by my desires?
All this is to uphold the law passed by the glorious will of Princess Rena. How dare you call it base desire? Show some respect.
Yes, don't get worked up, Havish-sama.
Once Succulent cut in, Bloom calmed down immediately.
His anger had faded too soon, a sign that this was merely a scare tactic and not genuine anger.
What terrible acting, Sebas mused. But I say, Succulent-kun. Havish-sama, we've said everything we came here to say. I was thinking about coming back the day after to see what he thinks.
Is that all right with you, Sebas-san?
Very well.
With that, Sebas brought the four of them to the main door. As he sent them off, Succulent, who had stayed until the end, smiled at Sebas, and left him with these words.
Still, I have to thank that slut.
To think a piece of trash could actually turn out to be a goose that lays golden eggs.
With that, the door closed with a thud. Sebas quietly stared at the door. There was no particular expression on Sebas' face. He looked as calm as always. However, there was a distinct emotion in his eyes. That emotion was anger. No, the word anger was far too mild to describe how he felt.
Furious and wrathful, those words would be more suitable. Solution, you can come out now, no?
Solution oozed out of the shadows in response to Sebas' voice.
She had melded into the shadows with abilities from the assassin-type classes she had taken.
Did you hear all that?
Sebas had only asked as a formality.
Naturally, Solution nodded to say, of course. What do you plan to do now, Sebas-sama? Sebas could not answer that question immediately. As she saw that, Solution glared coldly at him. What about handing that human over to them? If I expose a weakness, they will seek to capitalize on it until they suck us dry. That's the kind of people they are. I do not think handing Tsue to them will solve the problem. Then, what do you intend to do? I do not know. I wish to take a walk outside and think. Sebas pushed open the front door. He then disappeared into the middle of the bright sunlight.
Solution stared at the receding back of Sebas.
She then raised her left hand and opened it. Something protruded from it, like it was floating on water. It was a scroll which she had stored inside her body. It had originally been given to her for communication in an emergency, although, thanks to Demiurge's hard work, there was now a way to manufacture low-level spell scrolls. Still, Solution did not know of this before she set out, and so she believed that this scroll was only to be used in a dire situation,
and Solution believed that this qualified.
She opened the scroll and activated the spell bound within. Once used, the scroll crumbled and fell to the ground as dust, and then even the dust vanished. As the spell took effect, Solution was connected to the other party. She asked,
"Is that you, Summer?" Solution,
"What happened?"
"Since you're contacting me, does that mean there's been an emergency?" "Yes."
Solution paused at this point.
She had stopped because of her loyalty to Sebas and because she had considered the possibility that she might have been wrong. However, her loyalty to Ainz overrode all that. In addition, they should have considered the greatest benefits for the 41 Supreme Beings in every move they made.
However, everything Sebas had done until now could have been said to have violated that precept. Therefore, she decided to commend the decision into her master's hands.
Sebas Summer may have betrayed us.
No, how could that be?
MHM.
Do not joke with me, Solution. I forbid you to accuse others without evidence. Do you have proof?
Yes, although, it might not quite count as proof. Sebas walked.
He had no destination. His legs just moved. On one of the roads was a huge crowd.
The sound coming from them was either vicious cursing or mocking laughter, accompanied by the sound of something striking something else. Cries along the lines of "someone's going to die and better get the guards" rose up from them. The crowd blocked his line of sight, but he was certain that some kind of violence was in progress. Sebas thought that perhaps he should change his path and take another path. He hesitated for a moment, and then he continued straight onwards.
His path took him into the center of the crowd. "Excuse me."
Sebas wove through the onlookers with those words and reached the center of the crowd. The sight of an old man moving with a bizarre, fluid grace shocked and unnerved the onlookers, and the people who saw Sebas passing before them were stunned with surprise. There seemed to be someone else trying to get to the heart of the crowd other than Sebas. Said person went, "Excuse me," but he could not advance through the throng of humanity and was stuck, unable to advance or retreat. Sebas stepped into the center of the congregation with no difficulty. And there he saw what was going on with his own eyes. Several unkempt-looking men were kicking and stomping on something. Sebas moved on without a single sound, stopping only when he was within arm's reach of the men. "Fuck you doing, old man?" One of the 5 men had noticed Sebas approaching and snarled at him. "This place seemed a little noisy, so I came to take a look."
"You want a piece of this?"
The men ran over to surround Sebas. As they left their original positions, they revealed the object they had been kicking around all this time.
It looked like a boy. He was curled up on the ground and bleeding from his face. It was unclear if the blood came from his mouth or his nose.
Apparently the boy had passed out after being brutalized for so long, but he still looked like he was breathing.
Sebas looked at the men.
The smell of alcohol hung about their mouths and bodies.
Their faces were flushed red, but not from the exertion of physical activity. Had they lost control of their violent impulses because they were drunk? Sebas had a blank expression on his face as he asked,
"I don't know why you're doing this, but don't you think it's time to stop?" "Huh? This punk got his food all over my shirt."
"How could I let that slide?" One of the men pointed to a spot on his shirt. It did look like a stain. However, the men's clothes were filthy to begin with. That being the case, the stain was hardly obvious.
Sebas looked at the one who seemed to be the boss of the 5 young men. The difference might have been too subtle for an ordinary human being to detect, but Sebas was able to pick him out.
Still, public safety in this city is quite bad. "Ah?"
Sebas spoke as though he had just confirmed something he had observed from afar. The men thought he had trivialized them and made noises of displeasure.
"Begone." "Ah?" "I'll say it again, begone." "Damn geezer."
The boss-like man flushed red and clenched his fist, and then he collapsed limply to the ground.
Sounds of shock came from all around them, including the 4 remaining men. What Sebas had done was simple enough. He had simply formed his hand into a fist and struck a blow at the man's chin. That had given the man a high-speed brain concussion. He could also have sent the man flying with imperceptible speed, but that would not have served to frighten the others.
Thus, he had held back in his strike.
"Do you still wish to fight?" Sebas quietly said. His calm and strength cut through the men's intoxication. One of their friends, the strongest, was easily defeated. There was fear as well. And there were many people around and they did not have any room to maneuver. We were. Sorry.
They backed several steps off and chorused an apology. Sebas thought, "You're apologizing to the wrong person," but he did not actually say it.
The men grabbed their unconscious colleague and fled.
Sebas did not bother watching them and instead went over to the fallen boy.
However, he stopped in his tracks halfway. What was he doing? A calm part of head spoke. What he had to do was handle Tsue's situation. He could not handle other dangerous things. In fact, he was in this trouble because he had stuck his nose in where it did not belong.
Sebas shook his head, looked away from the boy, and began walking.
He pointed to someone who happened to meet his eyes. "Please take this boy to the temple.
His ribs might be broken, so please take care when loading him onto a board for transport, and don't shake him too much."
With just that, Sebas walked away. There was no need to make his way through the crowd.
This was as they separated where Sebas was. Sebas began walking again, and he noticed.
There was someone tailing him.
Of course, it may just be someone walking in the same direction as him. However, after turning several corners, Sebas was wondering what to think of that person.
Now, Sebas was lost. Just what was the person tailing him? It was neither Tsue nor Solution. The footsteps and the stride lengths belonged to an adult man. There was one person. Sebas tried to recall, but he could not place the man anywhere.
It might be one of the unhappy men from earlier, or it might be someone related to Bloom or Succulent.
Should I capture him?
Sebas turned a corner into a dimly lit region.
His followers remained on his trail.
Still, are they really hiding themselves? They had not concealed the sounds of their footsteps. Did they lack the ability to do so, or was there some other reason? He decided not to think over much on the matter. Just when the presence of people was thinning out, and just when Sebas was about to begin, a hoarse, but young voice could be heard from behind him.
"Excuse me."
Chapter 65, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 5.
The rain fell. It was not a gentle rain.
It was a noisy squall that buzzed in one's ear. The rain fell to the ground and created puddles. The streets of the royal capital had not been designed with drainage in mind, particularly the small alleys.
In the end, the entire alley became a miniature lake.
Splashes of water flew up as raindrops fell upon the water's surface.
A world painted gray by the rain.
The water sprays kicked up by the wind filled the air with the scent of water. It was as if the entire capital had been submerged underwater.
Inside that gray world, lived a person. He lived in a rundown hovel. No, using the word hovel would be giving the location underserved praise.
That building was supported by narrow beams as wide around as a man's forearm. A tatty piece of cloth substituted for a roof, and the edges which draped down served as walls. The occupant of the miserable shack was a then young boy.
He was about 6 years of age. Such a child lived in a shelter that could not be called a shelter. His limbs were thin, a look could tell you he did not have enough nutrients.
The boy lay on a sheet that was thrown away as trash. If one thought about it, the wooden planks that made the supporting pillar, and the shelter made from rags seemed like something a child would make.
However, the shelter was made by a child.
Since the ideas of repelling water and insulation were not considered, its environment was the same as the outside. The temperature dropped due to the rain, and it was a matter of fact that one would shiver in the cold. The boy had been soaked by the frigid rain and was rapidly losing body heat. The boy's breath proved his existence for an instant, but it immediately disappeared in the cold air.
The boy, body was shivering, but he had no way to prevent it. The rags he called cloths could not block out the cold. And his shelter made of rags and was full of holes could not do it either. Water dripped in from the ceiling, and water puddled up on the floor.
Surrounded by the two, there was no meaning for clothes. However, the cold air seeping into his body felt refreshing to the boy's bruised body.
If one looked for the silver lining, that would be it.
In an alley no one traversed, the boy lay down and stared.
Everyone else was naturally in their homes. The only things he could hear were the sound of the rain and his own breathing. There was nothing else in the absence of those sounds, which made him think he was the only person left in the world. The boy was young, but he understood that he was going to die.
He was not afraid of it because he was young, and did not fully understand the concept of death.
In addition, he did not feel that there was any particular reason to continue living. Those who were rich or had authority strongly feared death. It was natural.
There were chances for them to enjoy them.
No one would enjoy losing them. Thus they tried to avoid death as much as possible. They used magic and medicine, searched for the knowledge of dragons and made deals with the devil. However, he had none of those things. His way of life was something similar to avoiding pain.
If he could die, right then and there, without feeling any pain, only the chill of the wind, then death was hardly a bad thing. He slowly lost the feeling in his rain-soaked body, and his mind began to fade into a blur. He should have found a place to hide from the rain before it fell, but he had run afoul of several thugs and received a vicious beating.
It was good enough that he had managed to return here.
What was misfortune? It was quite common for him to go 2 days without eating, so that was hardly misfortune. He had neither parents nor anyone to take care of him, and that was how it had always been, so that did not qualify as misery. His tattered clothes and their repulsive stench were a fact of life for him, so that was not a hardship for him. Eating rotten food and drinking dirty water to fill his belly was the only way of life he knew, so it did not count as suffering. But then, his hovel was sometimes taken by others, or destroyed by those who took pleasure in wrecking it, and he was also beaten up by drunken men so his entire body ached. Was that suffering, then?
But it was the end. The misfortune ended here. Death came without distinction to the fortunate and the unfortunate alike. Yes, death was absolute. He closed his eyes.
His body had long since stopped feeling the cold, and now he lacked even the strength to open his eyes.
At that time, there was a strange sound. The sound of the rain being blocked.
In his flickering consciousness, his interest was pulled, and he put energy in her eyelids.
It entered the narrow field of his vision.
The boy's rapidly closing eyes widened.
It was beautiful. For a moment, he had no idea what it was. The best description for it would be gem-like, or glittering like gold.
However, those were the words of those who had seen or had knowledge of such things. Of course, someone like him who ate discarded, half-rotten food to survive the days could not think of such things. Yes.
There was only one thing in his mind. Like the sun. That was the most distant, unattainable thing he could imagine. That word appeared in his mind. The rain had dyed the world grey.
The sky was filled with thick, black clouds.
Perhaps the sun felt that nobody would notice, and so it had taken a walk and appeared before him. A thought like that ran through his mind. It reached out a hand to stroke his face. And so, the boy was originally not a human being. Nobody had treated the boy as a human being. But on this day, he became a human being. The capital of the Reistais kingdom.
In its center was the Rolanti castle, which was surrounded by 20 giant 800 meters in circumference, protective towers.
This room was located within one of those 20 towers.
The lanterns were out in this none too spacious room, and there was a bed in there. A young man, somewhere between boyhood and adolescence, lay on the bed.
His blonde hair was cropped very short, and his skin was tanned and appeared healthy. Climb.
He possessed only a name, but no surname, and he was a soldier who had been permitted to defend the lady with the title of Golden. Climb always woke up early.
He woke up before the sun rose.
When he realized his consciousness had emerged from a faraway world of darkness, his mind cleared up immediately, and his body was almost fully operational.
Climb was proud of his ability to sleep and rise quickly.
His eyes opened wide, and an iron will burned within them.
In the pitch-black world without light, Climb squirmed his way out of bed. Reacting to his movements, the wood beneath him squeaked.
After yawning, Climb spoke in a hoarse voice.
Lights on.
The lamp on the ceiling shed white illumination in response to Climb's command word, lighting up the room's interior.
This was a magic item enchanted with a continual light spell. This was Climb's room, but it was not special.
One might think that it is natural that light would be created from torches or lamps, but in this place made of stone and with poor ventilation, it was not good to use light that needed combustion. So the initial cost was high, but all the rooms had magical lighting in them.
The room was awash with sunlight, and since the floor and walls were stone, the thin carpet placed upon the stone was almost pitiful.
In addition, there was a crudely made wooden bed, and a slightly larger clothes cabinet that seemed big enough to store his war gear.
There was a desk with drawers, and then a wooden chair with a thin cushion on its seat. In a corner of the room was a white full-plate mail. That was the level of furniture in his room.
An outsider might consider this austere, but it was more than he deserved, in his opinion.
Regular soldiers would not be allocated individual rooms. They would share double bunks and live in groups.
The only other furniture they were assigned besides their beds was a locked wooden chest for storing personal items.
One could understand how much Climb was favored.
The thick blanket on his body, his surroundings were stone, and so the temperature of the room was quite low, was pulled off, and Climb rose out of bed.
He opened the dressing cabinet, and took clothes from within. He looked at the figure in the mirror and adjusted his clothes. Wearing clothes with the smell of metal, he lastly wore a chain shirt. Normally, he would have donned his armor on top of that, but there was no need to be so formal right now.
In its place, he wore a many-pocketed vest and a pair of pants, and then he was dressed.
He held a bucket with a cloth in it.
After that, he studied the mirror once more, inspecting himself for anything out of place or any oddities in his personal bearing. Any mistakes Climb made would be fodder for attacks launched against the Golden Princess whom he served.
He could not let others see any embarrassing things.
He looked at himself for a bit, nodded in satisfaction. Climb left the room.
His destination was a large hall. His destination was a hall which occupied an entire floor of the tower. Usually, this place would be abuzz with heat and activity from the soldiers here. However, it was early, so there was nobody here. The empty room was silent. The magical lamps lit the training hall brightly.
Within the hall, there were pieces of armor tied to wooden pillars and dummies made of straw, to serve as archery targets.
All manner of blunted weapons hung on the wall. The use of this hall was obvious, it was the training hall for the soldiers. The Valentia Palace lay within Rolanti Keep.
So the training area was not outside, and was instead inside. Since there was training that could only be done outside, in such cases, it would be performed in a corner or done outside the palace. Climb quietly entered the hall, as though wading through the cold air, and began warming up in a corner. After about half an hour of stretching, Climb's face was an uncommon shade of red. Sweat beaded on his forehead and he exhaled puffs of smoke from his exertions. Climb wiped his sweat away and then approached the arms racks.
He picked up a heavy, blunted practice sword with a freshly blistered and calloused hand.
After that, he loaded his pockets with metal slabs. After being weighed down by several metal slabs, his clothes now weighed as much as a suit of full-plate armor. Unenchanted full plate was sturdy, but very heavy, and the joints also restricted one's range of movement.
Therefore, Climb should have worn a set of full plate to practice, for realism's sake.
However, Climb did not want to wear a suit of full plate armor just for regular practice.
In addition, he knew that the white armor he had been awarded was not suitable for training.
He tightly gripped his sword, which was larger than a greatsword, and adopted a high stance.
Then Climb began to swing down, expelling his breath as he did.
In the moment before the practice weapon struck the ground, he held it still, keeping it from actually striking the ground, and then brought it back up again as he inhaled. He slowly increased the speed of his swings, his eyes fixed on the air in front of him, his mind focused on his practice.
He repeated these movements more than 200 times.
Climb's face looked as though it could not possibly get any redder, and droplets of sweat flowed down his cheeks.
His exhaled breath was hot, as though to vent the accumulated heat inside him. Climb had been through harsh training as a soldier, but the weight of a greatsword was still quite heavy to him.
Controlling the sword's speed to keep it from striking the ground after swinging it down required considerable arm strength.
His breathing got rough, but Climb showed no signs of stopping his swings.
After the 500th repetition, Climb's arms began to cramp up and they felt like they were crying out in pain.
The sweat flooded down his face in a deluge. Even so, he did not stop. Climb realized that he was at his limit. Even so, he did not intend to stop here. And then, "Don't you think it's time to take a break?" A third party called out to him.
Climb hurriedly turned around to see a male figure enter his field of vision.
There was no better word to describe him than mighty.
Indeed, he was a man who looked like a slab of forged steel. His stony face wrinkled, and the lines thus produced made him look older than his actual age.
His hair was cut short, and rather than refreshing, it gave off more of a dangerous feel. There was no soldier in the kingdom who could not recognize him. Gazif Summer.
He was the kingdom's warrior captain, Gazif Stranov. He was hailed as the mightiest man in the kingdom, and a warrior which nobody in the nearby nations could rival. He wore clothes that seemed easy to move in and looked at Climb.
"You'll be overtraining if you keep it up. There's no point forcing yourself."
Climb lowered his sword, and looked at his arms as they trembled uncontrollably.
"You're right. I might have been overdoing it." Gazif rounded his shoulders at Climb's expressionless thanks.
"If you really understand, then don't make me keep nagging you about the same old thing."
Climb did not reply. Gazif shrugged again as Climb bowed in apology. This back and forth had repeated itself between them countless times. While Climb underwent extremely intensive training, Gazif would disapprove.
Under normal circumstances, the two of them would leave things at that and focus on their own training.
However, today was different. "How about it, Climb? Shall we go a round or two?"
Climb's typically blank expression was thrown into disarray.
It was an expression of surprise that asked why. They had met here in the past, but they had never crossed blades. That was an unspoken rule between them.
It was impossible for Gazif to lose, but if it was a tough fight, nobles would turn it into material to attack Gazif.
Gazif was a commoner, and had only rose up due to his sword skills, and this upset the nobles.
And if Climb lost, various nobles would push for their relatives to get closer to Rena. Rena was an absolute beauty, and was a princess without a fiancé, but highly prized Climb, who was not a noble and left her security to him.
Many nobles were unhappy with this. Due to the above-mentioned circumstances, they had never sparred with each other.
That being the case, why had Gazif decided to break this unspoken rule? Climb had no idea if it was because of a good or a bad reason.
He was confused and shocked, but he did not express it on his face. However, the person before Climb was the mightiest warrior in the kingdom.
Though Climb's momentary consternation might have gone unnoticed by an average person, the person before him picked up on it, and replied. "Recently, I met a really strong warrior, know a knight?
I fought him. It was quite a difficult battle and I wanted to train."
"A really strong warrior?"
"A person who made the strongest of the kingdom," Gazif admitted strong. Climb wondered what sort of person that would be.
"The 4 knights of the empire, heavy explosion, unmoving, lightning, and fierce gale."
He thought of them, but if Gazif fought with them it would be a war, so he rejected it.
Next was a certain person who was like stone, but if it was her then Gazif would say her name.
Gazif understood Climb's confusion. Gazif made a wry smile, and asked Climb. Well, don't mind it. I feel like I can't explain it, more importantly, how about it?
Climb glanced at the weapons rack, checked to make sure no one was there, and nodded. He felt nothing about his question being evaded, and it was extremely difficult to ignore a chance to train with the strongest in the kingdom.
Then, I pray you will exchange a few blows with me. Ah.
The two of them went for the weapons cabinet and picked out weapons suited for themselves.
Gazif selected a bastard sword, while Climb selected a small shield and a broadsword.
After that, Climb removed the metal slabs from his pockets.
It would be terribly disrespectful to wear them while fighting someone stronger than himself. Even if he cannot win, he still should try his best.
After Climb was ready, Gazif asked, "Are your arms all right?"
Are they still stiff?
Yes, they're fine.
Climb waved his arms. Gazif saw his movements and nodded, knowing that he was not lying. Personally, I would like you to use a tower shield, but...
A tower shield?
That is a bit, I am sorry.
He deducted that the knight Gazif mentioned earlier most likely used a tower shield.
However, Climb did not have the confidence to use such a large shield. No, don't mind me. More importantly, if you are done, shall we begin? Please treat me well.
Climb slowly brought his sword down to a low stance, obliquing his body so his left side faced Gazif from behind his shield. The look in Climb's eyes was razor keen, indicating that he no longer treated this as a training bout. Similarly, Gazif's stance spoke of battle readiness.
Even if the blade was removed, it was a metal rod. If the location where it hit was bad, one might lose their lives. Training with that could be called a real battle. The two of them locked eyes, but Climb could not bring himself to make the first move.
It was much easier to move now that he had removed the metal slabs, but still, he did not think he could beat Gazif. The other man was far superior to him in terms of physical ability and experience. If he simply stepped in, he would eat a hit.
Then what should he do? He could only fight with something Gazif did not have.
Climb was his inferior in physical parameters, experience and spirit, all the qualities a warrior required.
If there was any way to address this disparity, it would be through their respective armament. Gazif used a bastard sword. In comparison, Climb was using a broadsword and a small shield.
Perhaps if his equipment was enchanted, he might be able to compensate, but these were practice arms, so their weapons were fundamentally the same. However, Gazif only had one weapon, while Climb had two.
While it split his power, there was the merit of the number of attack methods increasing. He would deflect a blow with his shield, and then strike with his sword.
Either that, or use his sword to make an opening and then bash with his shield. Climb decided on his strategy, which was to take advantage of opportunities to riposte. Then, he carefully studied Gazif's movements.
After several seconds, Gazif chuckled. Not coming?
Then, maybe I should go to you, are you ready?
Gazif raised his sword in a casual manner.
He lowered his stance, gathering strength like a coiling spring.
Climb too began suffusing his body with might. Then, Gazif stepped forward, swinging his sword at the shield. So fast.
Climb immediately abandoned the idea of deflecting that blow.
He turned all his energies to defense, in order to endure that hit.
And in the next moment, a startling impact exploded on his shield.
So mighty was the blow that Climb wondered if the shield had splintered. It had been so strong that Climb's shield hand had gone numb. He could not receive it.
Climb grunted at his naivete, and then another impact blossomed on his gut. Gar.
Climb's body flew through the air. His back thumped heavily on the stone floor. Gazif's legs strongly hit Climb's stomach. You focused on my hands because I was only holding a sword. That's not good. You might end up taking a kick like just now.
While I aimed for your belly just now, even with a cup, being kicked in the groin with a metal boot might break something if you're unlucky, no?
You need to keep an eye on your opponent's entire body and study his every move. Yes.
Climb slowly rose to his feet, gritting his teeth against the throbbing pain coming from his belly. If Gazif had been serious, he could have easily broken Climb's ribs through his chain shirt or otherwise left him unable to fight. However, the reason that did not happen was as he was not kicked with full force, and the force used was just enough to send him flying.
Climb raised his sword again, his heart brimming with gratitude.
Just how precious was the time to train with the strongest in the kingdom.
Climb covered himself up with his shield again.
He inched towards Gazif, who studied Climb in silence.
If this kept up, he would only make the same old mistakes again. As Climb closed in, he was forced to reconsider his tactics. The strongest warrior of the kingdom, Gazif Stranov.
He knew their physical abilities were different, but Gazif's overshot his imagination. He was very naive to believe that he could land a hit with a shield. Gazif placidly awaited his oncoming foe, a look of fearsome calm on his face.
It would seem Climb could not force Gazif to use the full measure of his abilities. However, that was frustrating.
Was this frustration a feeling born from arrogance?
It was true that facing a strong man like Gazif, Climb's thoughts were absurd. Compared to the soldiers in the kingdom, Climb was one of the strong. But he was only at the level where he was slightly better than a warrior Gazif led, or an adventurer that could not reach B rank. Climb was nearing his limit.
Though he woke early to practice every day, he had not progressed.
It was at that level.
It would be terribly rude for someone like Climb to grumble about not being able to force a gifted individual to use his true abilities. Rather, he should blame his own lack of talent for not being able to make his opponent go all out.
However, Climb gnashed his teeth together. The belief in his chest. There was only one reason for it.
Ho, Gazif exhaled, and the expression on his face changed somewhat.
That was because the young man before him had a different look on his own face.
Until just now, he looked like a starstruck lad, eager and nervous. But with a simple kick, that annoying mood was gone, and now he looked like a proper warrior.
Gazif raised his alertness level by a notch.
Even so.
Even if your spirit changed, the gap between our abilities is quite clear.
Now, what will you do?
To be honest, Climb had no talent. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he pushed his body, if he had no talent he could not reach the top.
Gazif and the strongest opponent he faced, Brain Angleus.
Climb could not become one of them. Even if he wanted to be stronger than anyone, it was outside the realm of possibility. Will is more important than the body. That is a lie. Gazif had not seen such a person. Someone who could have a will stronger than their body.
He had seen cases of extreme strength in fires, and the release of limiters, but not will surpassing the flesh.
So he had to do something. Why did he train with Climb?
The answer was simple enough. Gazif could not overlook Climb's unwavering diligence, however useless it was. If every man had their own personal limits, then one could say that Gazif pitied the fact that Climb held himself bodily against the wall of his own limits.
Therefore, he wanted to teach Climb something else. He felt that there was a limit to one's abilities, but not limit to one's experience. Come at me, Climb. He received a strident answer to his self-directed mumbling.
Yes.
Climb dashed forward.
Unlike just now, Gazif's expression was stern as he raised his sword into a high stance.
He would hack down from above. If Climb blocked with his shield, he would be stopped in his tracks. If he blocked it with his sword, his weapon would be knocked away.
That attack essentially made his defense meaningless.
Blocking it was a poor move, but Climb was using a broadsword, which was shorter compared to Gazif's bastard sword. All he could do was rush into Gazif's reach. Gazif knew this and squared himself to meet the charge.
It was like running into a tiger's maw, but Climb only hesitated for a moment.
He plunged into the attack range of Gazif's sword. Gazif was waiting for him, and when he swung down, Climb blocked it with his shield. The awesome impact was greater than the one he had felt just now.
Climb grimaced as pain worked its way down his arm.
What a shame. To think history would repeat itself. There was some disappointment on Gazif's face as he aimed his foot at Climb's belly, and then fortress. The look on Gazif's face changed to one of shock as he heard Climb shout, "Dot." The martial art fortress did not require a shield or sword to be used.
If desired, one could activate it with one's armor or even bare hands. Of course, most people would use it when blocking with one's weapon or shield because the timing had to be exact.
When using it with armor, a miscalculation would result in one being left defenseless before the foes. Therefore, most people would rather use it with a shield or weapon. It was common sense. But Fortress was not an unparalleled skill. It could kill the impact, but the damage was transferred to the weapon or shield. If done poorly, the shield or weapon could break.
However, Climb knew that Gazif would go for a kick, so he did not have to worry about that.
"Were you aiming for this?"
"Yes, sir."
Gazif's kick was sucked in, like he kicked something soft. Normally that damage would be transferred to the armor, and the durability would decrease.
However, even if it was by Gazif, his goal was to send Climb flying.
It was not that strong. His leg extended, Gazif could not put any power in his leg and gave up, and tried to return his foot to the floor. Climb cut in.
Slash. He brought his sword up after initiating the maneuver, and then swung it down in an overhand chop.
You need to develop a technique that you can deploy with confidence.
After heeding the advice of a certain warrior, the untalented Climb had worked body and soul to produce this move, a strike that came from above.
Climb's body was not sheathed in muscles. He had been born with an average physique, and building muscle was difficult.
Neither was he gifted with dexterity, allowing him to move as he willed even with a muscle-bound body. Because of that, he had honed a specialized muscle structure in himself after nigh endless training.
The fruit of that was this downward stroke.
It was a high-speed slashing attack that had been refined to extraordinary levels, a flash of steel followed by a mighty wind.
That strike bore down on Gazif's head. It would be fatal if it connected, but Climb was not thinking about that. His trust in Gazif was absolute. He had only used this move because he was certain that the mighty Gazif would not be done in by an attack of that level. There was a crisp ringing of metal, and the broadsword collided with the raised bastard sword. All this was still within his expectations.
Climb focused the full extent of his strength in an attempt to throw Gazif off balance. However, Gazif remained as motionless as a mountain. It was difficult to maintain one's balance on one foot, yet Gazif had easily blocked that strike made with Climb's full strength.
It was as though he were rooted into the very earth itself. Climb had struck his mightiest blow with all the strength he could muster. Yet even the combination of these two factors could not shake Gazif standing on one foot. This fact shocked Climb to the core, and his eyes went to his belly. He had to close in to strike with his broadsword.
That meant Gazif might be able to kick his gut once more. As Climb leapt away, said kick struck Climb's body.
There was a faint, throbbing pain.
After that, both of them staggered several paces apart.
Gazif lowered his eyes and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It was a smile, but not one that caused displeasure. It clearly displayed his good humor.
Climb was a little uncomfortable in the face of that smile, which was like a father watching his son grow.
Very well done. Therefore, I shall get a little serious now. Gazif's face changed. A thrill of terror ran through Climb's body.
That was because his instincts told him that the kingdom's strongest fighter now stood before him.
Actually, I've got a potion with me. It should be able to mend broken bones, so don't worry. Thank you very much.
Climb's heart lurched as he heard his opponent imply that he would be taking a fracture.
While he was used to being hurt, it did not mean that he enjoyed it. Gazif took a step forward, twice as fast as Climb stepping in.
The tip of the bastard sword pointed to the ground, tracing a low path that came at Climb's legs. The sheer speed of the attack panicked Climb, and he planted his sword on the ground, preparing to protect his legs.
There was a fierce clash.
Just as Climb realized it, Gazif's sword bounced up. The bastard sword travelled along the body of the broadsword in an upward slash. Og. Climbed through his face, and the rest of his body, backward, and the bastard sword zipped past his body.
Several strands of severed hair fell in the wake of the swing.
Filled with fear at how Gazif had overwhelmed him in an instant, Climb cast his eyes toward the tip of the sword.
Then, to his horror, he saw the bastard sword suddenly halt, and then turn. His body was moving before his mind could think.
As though driven by a basic survival instinct, he stuck out his small shield, which collided with the bastard sword and produced a ringing sound of metal.
And then... ah! There was a surge of pain, and then Climb was sent flying across the room. He struck the ground rolling, and the impact jarred his sword loose from his grip.
It would seem the bastard sword had immediately changed direction into a horizontal sweep after bouncing off the shield, and it had savagely struck Climb's side, which he had left exposed.
Flow from move to move. Do not think of attack and defense as separate things.
Every movement must be made in order to launch the next attack.
Think of your defense as a way of setting up an attack.
Climb picked up his fallen sword and grabbed at his waist as he struggled to his feet. I didn't use too much force to spare you a fracture, so you should be able to fight, right?
How do you feel?
Climb's breathing was ragged from tension and pain, in contrast to Gazif's even, regular breaths.
He was only wasting Gazif's time, if he could not even take a few hits. That said, Climb still wanted to become as strong as possible. He nodded to Gazif, and raised his sword.
All right.
Then let's continue.
Yes.
With that hoarse cry, Climb broke into a run. He was struck, he was knocked back, he was even bodily beaten.
Climb crumpled to the stone floor over and over again.
The cool slabs drained the heat from his body through his clothes and chain shirt, and it felt very comfortable. Hayu. Who? He did not wipe his sweat away. More precisely, he lacked the strength to do so.
As pain flooded into his mind from all over his body, his whole body was gripped in a sudden surge of fatigue, and his eyes closed lightly.
You did well. I tried to avoid breaking or splintering your bones while swinging. How do you feel?
Still on the ground, Climb moved his hands to feel up the places which hurt, then he opened his eyes.
No problems here.
It hurts, but those are just bumps and bruises.
A bruise would still be quite painful, but it was not necessary to say that. Is that so? Then we won't need to use the potion. Besides, using it carelessly will remove the effects of muscle training.
Well, it's meant to provide rapid healing, but the effect of the magic also reverts the muscle to its original state.
Just as well.
You'll be going to bodyguard the princess after this, am I right? Yes.
Take it, then. Just in case. Use it if anything comes up. The medicine bottle clinked as Gazif set it down by Climb's side. Thank you very much. He sat up, looking at Gazif. He looked upon the man whose swordplay he could not hope to match. The uninjured man, different from Climb, asked him, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just thought you're really amazing." Gazif's forehead was devoid of sweat. His breathing was calm and regular.
Was this the difference between Climb, sprawled on the ground, and the strongest man in the kingdom? Climb sighed, but he was satisfied with this outcome.
Gazif, on the other hand, seemed to be grinning. Really now? Well. Why? If you want to ask why I'm so strong, I can't rightfully give you an answer. Basically, I was talented.
Incidentally, I learned how to fight as a mercenary. The nobles call my habit of kicking people crude, but I learned it during that time too.
There was no way to be strong. Gazif said so, and Climb felt dejected. His hope that if he did the same training as Gazif, he could become slightly stronger was dashed. In that sense, you're quite suited for my style of fighting with fists and feet, Climb. Is
that so?
Oh yes. You haven't been trained as a swordsman or a soldier, but that has its good points too. Once one picks up a sword, It's only natural to focus on using it. But I don't think that's a good thing.
I feel that the sword should only be an attack method, alongside punching and kicking and so on.
That's a practical fighting style, or a dirty, an adventurous fighting style. Climb's face was no longer its usual blank slate. There was a smile there now.
To think the mightiest man in the kingdom would actually praise his haphazard, slapdash sword skills.
Climb was not taught by anyone.
To be more precise, there was no one in the kingdom who would teach Climb swordsmanship.
So he would watch the movements of the soldiers in the training hall. So everything was irregular, and did not stick to any style.
His unsightly swordsmanship was made fun of by the nobles, and he did not think that he would be praised. All right, we'll stop training here.
I should go. I need to meet the king in time for his breakfast. Don't you need to hurry to the princess side? No, because the princess has a guest today. A guest? Which noble is that? To think that princess would have a caller. Gazif was quite surprised, and then Climb answered. Yes, Aindra Summer.
Oh, one of the two crazy heads of the Aindra family.
Climb returned to his expressionless face, and did not reply. He could not speak badly of his master's best friend.
From the perspective of the nobles she might be weird, but if one looked at the world, she was someone who could not be rivaled. A human like Gazif, or someone who was a good friend of that oddball and had their names known everywhere could say it, someone like Climb could not.
I see. So that was it. So if her friends come, that means. Gazif nodded, and Climb felt that his thoughts had changed.
Climb felt that Gazif thought that since a friend had come, Rena could not eat with Climb, but Climb was invited.
However, even Climb felt that he had to refuse. Climb had met Aindra through Rena, and Aindra thought well of him.
Surely she would not reject Climb like the other nobles if he were to join them at a dinner party. He predicted that if he was sandwiched between the two of them and ate, his mind would not hold up.
Thus he refused.
Then are you going after breakfast?
Yes, that is my intention.
I see, then I'm sorry for taking so much of your time.
Breakfast just started, and now should be a good time. This room would become noisy after the meal. Thank you very much for today, Gazif Summer. Please, don't stand on ceremony. I had a good time too.
If it pleases you, could I ask for your guidance again, like today?
Gazif could not answer for a moment.
Climb saw his reaction and began to apologize, but Gazif spoke first.
That's fine. As long as there's nobody else around, of course.
Climb keenly understood Gazif's reluctance, and so he did not say much. He forced his sore aching body to his feet and spoke his heartfelt feelings.
Thank you very much. Gazif waved back grandly, and strode forth. Then please tidy up here. It would be terrible if I could not meet the king for his morning meal.
Oh yes, that downward slash of yours was pretty good.
However, you need to think about what comes after that. Consider what you'd do if your strike was dodged or blocked.
Yes. Chapter 66, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 6. After bidding farewell to Gazif, Climb wiped off his sweat with a damp towel and headed to a place that was drastically different from the training hall of just now.
The sound of hustle and bustle could be heard from a distance.
It was filled with many long tables and benches, packed with people chatting happily away.
A delicious fragrance filled the warm air of the room. This was the dining hall.
After entering the room, Climb passed through the hubbub of humanity and joined the back of the line.
Much like the people in front of him, Climb had several stacked containers in front of him. A wooden tray, on which stood a wooden stew bowl, along with a wooden cup.
He collected his meal in the appropriate order. A large steamed potato and 2 hard black pieces of bread, and a white stew.
The dishes smelled fragrant on his tray. Climb looked around the dining hall as the smell prickled at his gut. The noisy soldiers were currently eating.
They sat with their friends and as they ate, they talked about what they would do on their next leave, the food, their families, and other light topics.
This was standard fare.
Climb spotted an empty seat and wound through the din as he headed for it.
He stepped over the bench and took a seat. There were soldiers on either side of him, chatting heartily with their friends.
As Climb sat down, they turned to look at him, but then they immediately lost interest and turned their eyes elsewhere.
An onlooker might think this was quite creepy. It was as though Climb sat in the eye of the storm.
Though there was cheery conversation all around him, nobody sought out Climb to speak to him. While it was true that nobody would chat up a stranger, they were all soldiers, serving in the same location, and they might need to depend on each other in times of mortal danger.
From that point of view, their attitude was quite strange. It was as though Climb did not exist to them.
On his part, Climb did not plan to speak to anyone else, because he clearly understood his position. The guards in Rolanti Keep were not mere soldiers.
The guards of the kingdom were normally taken from the commoners.
However, having simple commoners protect the places near royalty and important information was not a good choice. So the guards protecting Rolanti Castle had the recommendations of nobles, and so could be chosen from among the commoners. If the guard did anything here, the noble who made the recommendation would take responsibility. This was to discourage those from doing harm.
However, this practice led to a certain phenomenon. That was factionalization.
Factionalization would occur naturally when multiple people were here, so of course there would be among the guards. One probably should be able to recognize it without a second thought as a natural matter of course.
All the sponsoring nobles belonged to one faction or another.
The troops they recommended would naturally join their masters' factions. Since anybody who opposed the nobles had no chance of being picked at all, it was hardly a leap to say that all the soldiers here were affiliated with one faction or another. While it was true that the sponsoring nobles might not belong to a faction, under the current circumstances, the kingdom was split into the noble and the royal faction. There was no noble who was skilled enough to float between these two sides like a bat.
And so, as mentioned earlier, there are almost no exceptions. Yes, almost. There is an existence beyond such factions. That individual was Climb. If one thought of Climb's position, it might be natural to think that he would be part of the royal faction.
However, an act where a guard, no a personal guard of Princess Rena were to be inducted was not allowed.
An existence without strong influence but close to the crown, in addition without a known background, was frowned at by nobles.
An existence that could not be taken into the royal faction, but if left alone would still work with them. The opposing noble faction could take him in, but it had huge risks associated with it. From the royal faction's perspective, there might be a strange feeling.
However, even though it was a faction, it was a gathering of countless nobles. So of course not all had the same idea. A faction was a gathering of those who had the same thoughts and merits.
So if the royal faction had people who refused to accept Climb, a commoner with an unknown background, there would be people in the noble faction who would want to take him in. They could say to work together, but would there be idiots who would go against their faction for the sake of Climb?
So they did not want their opponents to have him, and they themselves did not want them. Climb had such an evaluation from both sides.
Climb ignored their reaction and started eating.
He split the steamed potato in two with a knife.
The broken parts had steam rise out from them, and Climb pierced it with a fork and brought it to his mouth.
Fuff, fuff. It was just hot enough to be good.
While cooling in his mouth, Climb chewed the potato.
The added salt might have been too much for some. To Climb, who had just sweated a lot, it was perfect. Filling the spoon with dirty white stew, he picked it up together with the bowl.
The thin meat, carrots and cabbage were delicious and was quickly finished. However, it was normal for a guard to not drink all the soup.
Breaking the break, he dabbed it in the soup. The hard bread was now softened enough to eat.
Climb placed the softened bread in his mouth as if swallowing it.
His meal ended within 10 minutes. Since the potato was large, he felt quite filled.
All right, let's go.
Just as he was about to stand up, he bumped into a passing soldier.
Climb's face was impassive as an elbow struck the place where he had been hurt while sparring with Gazif, but he froze from the pain.
The soldier who had hit him said nothing, just carried on. The soldiers around him kept silent too.
Several people furrowed their brows as they saw this, but nobody said anything. The pain passed, Climb heaved a sigh as he left holding his utensils.
His face had no expression on it. It was as if he thought nothing of the earlier surprise. No, he was probably not thinking much about it. This much was par for the course. He was simply glad that there was no hot stew in the bowl at that time. Nearly being tripped by an extended foot. People running into him under the pretense of an accident. So what? Climb continued forward. They could not do anything more to him, not in a public place like the dining hall. Climb kept his chin up throughout.
His eyes were fixed forward and he would not waver. If he showed any sign of unseemly behavior, it would cause problems for his mistress Rena. After all, every move Climb made reflected directly on the reputation of Rena, the woman to whom he owed his loyalty. Dressed in his white full-plate armor, his sword by his side, a fully equipped Climb stepped into the Valencia Palace.
The Valencia Palace was roughly divided into 3 wings, and he had just entered one of them.
This was the largest of the 3, where the royal family resided. Different from where Climb was earlier, the brightly designed palace was reflected in Climb's eyes. Inside the wide and clean hallways were the figures of the knights in full-plate mail.
They were the knights of the palace guard.
The knights of the empire were commoners recruited and trained into professional soldiers. In comparison, the knights of the kingdom were those that had noble ranks, and had responsibilities as guards.
So most had the responsibility for being the leader of the guards.
Incidentally, Gazif's position as warrior captain was because many people opposed his knighthood, and so the king created a new appointment for him. Since then, the group of elite soldiers that he had picked and trained personally were known as warriors.
Climb nodded slightly to them. Almost all of them returned the gesture. Only a few of them did so reluctantly, the vast majority were sincere in their courtesy.
Climb walked along a hallway that was clean to a level that one would think that trash nor dust existed. The white full plate rang like a bell with his footsteps. This was as mithril was mixed in during its construction. He passed by the maids working there, and they cringed every time they saw Climb's face.
It was not because there was a person making loud sounds within the quiet palace.
This was as their gaze had the feeling of having something dirty enter their sights. Despite having such an attitude directed at by the maids, Climb's expression did not change. Unlike regular maids, the maidservants of the royal palace were all noble women who had come here to raise their own standing.
Thus, to some extent, they were of higher status than Climb. So Climb believed that it was natural for the maids to have that attitude.
However, when in Rena's presence, they would still bow to Climb, so when Rena was not around, he believed that it should be fine for them to show some unhappiness. Therefore Climb completely did not notice that the maids believed him to be snubbing them and becoming even more angry, causing a vicious cycle to occur.
Well, if Climb could notice, he would have found a better method to handle it. Rather than focused, Climb could be called simple-minded instead.
So if a small handful of the maids performed a perfunctory bow to him, it would be troubling him instead.
This was as to a person of low birth like Climb. Returning the greeting to a noble lady would cause him to panic. Climb's position was extremely difficult. Originally Climb could not work for Rena. This was due to his standing. It was normal that for a person of low birth to find it impossible to be guarding royalty. Those guarding royalty would be at least those with a noble title. However, the strongest warrior in the kingdom, Gazif Stranov, the most elite guard, was an exception. Adding on to that, if the Princess Rena strongly insists, those who could publicly oppose were few. Those of the ranks of prince or king could say their piece, but since the king himself recognized it, there was no merit to sticking their necks out. There was no point for those who were cherished as much as Rena by the king to do so. The fact that Climb had a private room was part of this. This was as it was not clear where the existence known as Climb should be located within the palace. Normal guards could not have their own room. They would be in large rooms in their groups. However, Climb was different from them, in that his focus was Rena's safety and would often receive many orders from her. And they had to respect the honor of the noble rank,
so it was a terrible position to be in, where it was not known where he should be.
This was the reason why most of the maids and knights had irregular reactions to his presence. Climb arrived at his most frequently visited room in the palace. Having a man like him arrive at the rooms of female royalty was an exception among exceptions. If done poorly, even the king would be stopped, and in a sense was the place that was the most difficult to enter within the kingdom. Climb casually turned the knob. Entering without knocking was an exceedingly impolite course of action. However, the owner of this room had asked him to do so.
His mistress had refused to listen to his protests, no matter what he said.
In the end, Climb had given in. There was no way he could win when women's tears flowed. That said, entering without knocking was very stressful on Climb. People who do that ought to be punished.
It was only natural for him to feel stressed out when he thought about that as he opened the door. Just as Climb was about to push it open, he heard the sounds of a heated discussion through the half-opened door.
There were two voices. Both were women, and he knew the two well. One of them belonged to his mistress. Climb was still standing outside the door, but she had not noticed him. That was probably because she was too excited about the discussion. That being the case, Climb did not wish to dampen her ardor. Climb stood still, listening to the discussion within the room.
He felt guilty about eavesdropping, but he would feel worse if he interrupted their conversation. "I told you, didn't I?"
People have always focused on immediate gains.
The crop rotation plan you were talking about, Taye.
I have no idea how that will increase yields. But how long will it take to show results? About 6 years or so. And how much money will be lost in planting other crops during these 6 years? That would depend on the crops in question.
However, assuming a normal yield is 1, I think the yield would go down to 0.8.
In other words, it's a 20% loss of revenue.
However, after the 6th year, the yield will go up by 0.3 forever. I'm sure the figure will be higher if we add pastures for livestock into the mix. That does sound quite tempting, but can farmers really take a loss of 20% of their income for 6 whole years? I think we could have the country extend interest-free loans to compensate for the 20% loss and then ask for repayment after the yields return to normal.
If the yields don't go up, then it won't have to be repaid, or there could be some other way.
The important thing is that once the yields go up, the loans can be paid off in 4 years.
That might be hard. Why is that?
I told you, didn't I? People prefer to focus on immediate gains, and many people want stability. A lot of people will hesitate even if you tell them they'll be able to get 130% of their original crops in 6 years.
I don't get it. It worked really well on the test field.
Maybe the experiment went well, but you still can't guarantee that it'll succeed. Well, it's true that we didn't foresee every possible condition while conducting the experiment, so we can't be absolutely certain of the results.
If we had to consider soil quality and the weather as well, the experiment would have become too big. That's troubling. I don't know if that 30% increase is a minimum figure or an average amount.
Either way, it's not very convincing.
You need to guarantee profits, and that they won't lose out in the short term.
How about subsidizing the 20% shortfall for the 6-year period?
The noble faction would love that, because it would weaken the king's power.
But, if we can guarantee a big return after 6 years, the kingdom will grow stronger too, right? That also means that the opposing noble faction will become stronger as well, while the king's side will have 20% lower yields.
The nobles of the royal faction won't stand for it. Then how about asking the merchants?
Those big traders?
They have their own politics among them. If they help the royals too readily, it might ruin their relationship with the nobles. There sure are a lot of problems. Alvain. And they all come up because you're not good at forward planning. Well, I do understand it's hard to get a proposal passed when there are 2 huge blocks within the country. What about just implementing it under Crown territory? My brothers won't approve. Ah, you mean those Ret. Those gentlemen who left their wisdom in their mothers' bellies for your sake. But we don't have the same mother. Ah, then they left it in the king.
Still, it's pretty bad when even the royal family isn't united.
The room returned to silence, and the tiny sound of porcelain hitting each other could be heard by Climb. Ah, you can come in. Climb's heart lurched as he heard those words. He was surprised that she had sensed his presence, but at the same time, he had been somewhat expecting that. Pardon me.
After bowing his head, the scene that entered Climb's vision was a familiar one. Apart from its owner, the one who knew the most about the room of Princess Rena was Climb.
Some parts were extravagant, but not over the top. In that room was a table near the window where there were two women. Sitting there were two blonde ladies. Both of them were beautiful young ladies in complementary dresses. One was the owner of this room, Rena.
Sitting opposite her was a woman with blonde hair that was bound up in a weird fashion, as if she were using a wig. Her purple eyes made one think of amethysts, and her healthy pink lips glistened in the light.
While her looks fell short of Rena, she exuded a charm of her own.
If Rena sparkled like a gemstone, then she glowed with vitality.
Her name was Lakew's Alvain Dale Aindra.
It was hard to tell given the sheer pink dress she wore, but this woman was the leader of one of the two adamantite-ranked adventurer teams in the kingdom, and Lakew's closest friend.
She was 19.
Despite her young age, she had accomplished many great exploits, and the reason why she could reach the realm of A+ was due to her overwhelming talent.
Climb felt the stirring of jealousy in the depths of his soul. However, he immediately suppressed that disgusting emotion.
Good morning, Rena Summer, Aindra Summer.
Good morning, Climb.
Morning. After greeting them, Climb made to move to his designated location, behind and to the right for Rena.
But he was stopped. Climb, not there. Here. Rena indicated the chair to her right. Climb found this very strange. There were 5 chairs arranged around the circular table. That much was normal. However, 3 cups of tea had been poured.
One was in front of Rena, another was before Lakew's, and one more was in front of the seat beside Lakew's, not the one Rena had indicated.
Since steam was still rising from it, it was just poured. Was that for Climb? Then the reason it was placed there was to tell him to sit next to Lakew's. Or was it just there due to chance?
He heard that his guests only included Lakew's, so had the king visited?
Various possible answers appeared in his head, and Climb had a rough guess. But I don't mind.
I would prefer for Taye to return to her old way of speaking.
Aindra Summer.
I told you before, didn't I?
Call me Lakew's. Lakew's looked to Rena. Climb's special.
Meanie. Lakew's appended what sounded like a heart to the end of her sentence in sickly sweet tones, to which Rena replied with a note of mock complaint and a smile. Of course, that was if a curl of the lips which was not matched by her eyes counted as a smile.
Aindra Summer, please don't tease me. Yes.
Teasing?
Faced with Rena's look of surprise, Lakew's froze in an incredibly fake way before exhaling with exaggerated intensity.
Of course. Well, Climb is special, but that's because he's yours. Mine? You foo-foo-foo. Climb moved his uncomfortable gaze away from the chuckling Rena and then widened his eyes. That was because there was someone seated in the shadows in the corner of the room, hugging their knees to themselves. Her black hair hid half of her face, and her tight-fitting clothes were black as well.
A woman's whose appearance did not match that of the room. Wah!
Shocked, Climb grabbed at the sword at his waist. He was confused at the fact that while someone like Lakew's was here, her presence was undetected, but he thought of the possibility that she was an assassin, and he shifted into a battle stance. Dropping his waist, Climb moved to protect Rena just as his gaze met the sighing Lakew's. Now you've gone and scared Climb by taking on that appearance. There was no caution or awareness of danger in Lakew's cool voice. Climb realized what that meant and let the strength drain from his shoulders.
Understood, boss.
Replying with an unexpectedly low voice, the woman crouching in the darkness jumped up from her position with an unnatural body strength.
Ah, you probably don't know her, Climb. She's a member of my team. It's Tina-san.
Following after Leikyu's words was Rena's. Among the members of the adventurer party Blue Rose, he had not met the women Tia and Tina. He had heard that they had rogue-type skills, and so after seeing that appearance, he understood. Given her long limbs and her tight-fitting clothes, she looked the part of someone versed in thief-type techniques.
Forgive me. Climb bowed deeply to Tina. She was an acquaintance of Leikyu's, and on top of knowing Rena, she was a guest. He had shown a battle stance to her, and this might cause a problem that a bow could not solve.
Huh?
Don't worry about it.
She waved casually to Climb, and then she silently stalked towards the table with the fluid grace of a savage beast. Then, she took a seat on the chair beside Leikyu's.
It would seem the tea from just now was hers.
Climb carefully surveyed his surroundings to check for another unseen female.
There were only 3 cups of tea on the table, so it seemed unlikely, but he did so anyway. Leikyu sensed the reason behind Climb's gawking and said, "Tia's not here. That girl should be gathering intelligence today. It's all our Oni leader's fault."
A frightening smile came over Leikyu's face as she heard the words Oni.
Climb tore his eyes away and said, "I see. I hope I'll be able to see her sometime."
Climb, Tina-san and Tia-san are twins.
Even their hairstyles are almost identical. So once you've seen one, you've seen the other. I see. Climb understood it.
Still, Tina stared unabashedly at Climb, making him feel uncomfortable. His original plan was just to bear with it, but then he realized that she might have noticed something about him, and so he made up his mind to ask her. Is something the matter?
You're too big.
Huh?
He heard, but he did not understand.
After seeing the question marks popping up over Climb's head, Leikyu's cut in and apologized.
It's nothing, just an in-joke.
Don't take it to heart, okay, Climb?
No, don't worry about it.
Really? Yes. What's the matter, Alvain? Climb told himself not to be a busybody, but Rena could not seem to accept that and interjected.
Leikyu's had a sour look on her face, as she looked at Rena. Really, whenever we start talking about Climb. Quiet.
I didn't bring Tia along because she'd fill Tayer's head with nonsense.
So could you please understand that and not blabber on so much? Yes, Oni boss. Alvain. What's all this about?
Leikyu's face began to twitch once Rena began asking, and her expression turned depressed.
She shifted her line of sight to Climb just as he was about to butt in.
Climb, it looks like you really favor this suit of armor. Yes.
This armor is exquisite. Thank you very much.
This was about as awkward of a topic change as there could be, but Climb did not want to embarrass a guest. After going with it, he idly stroked the suit of snow-white full-plate armor which his mistress had gifted him.
A quarter was mithril, and the armor had body enhancement magic in it, which made it light, hard and easy to move in.
Blue Rose had supplied the mithril for its construction at no charge. Climb could not thank them enough for that, however low he bowed. Leikyu stopped Climb, who was about to bow.
Don't worry about it. We simply gave you the leftover materials from making our mithril armor. While she called them leftovers, the fact was that mithril was an extremely expensive material. Those who could become A class had that cash, and B classes might have weapons made of mithril. Those who could give it out for free would only be those of A+ strength. Besides, Tayer asked me. How could I refuse? You refused to take my money. I had some pocket money saved up. It's not right for a princess to spend her allowance, don't you think? That's separate from my domain's income. I just wanted to use my own money to make Climb's armor.
I figured you wanted to use your own money to make a shiny new set of full plate for Climb. If you knew, then why did you give it to me for free?
Alvain, you dummy. Given the circumstances, should you really be calling me a dummy?
Thus did the fuming Renner and the giggling L'Accuse go back and forth, in an argument that hardly qualified as an argument.
As he saw this, Climb's face stiffened into an emotionless mask.
The fact that he could witness a heartwarming scene like this was all thanks to being rescued by his mistress.
However, he could not allow himself to express his feelings. Showing his gratitude was one thing, but behind that gratitude was a powerful emotion that could never be displayed. That was his love for her. Climb forcibly crushed that feeling and hid it away within himself. In its place, he repeated the lines he had repeated several times now. Thank you very much, Renna Summer.
For just a bit, such that only someone who saw her every day like Climb could notice, Renna's smile had a hint of loneliness in it.
It's fine. Let's get back to the previous discussion. Since Climb is here, that would be boring.
Shall we do something different?
I think that he should hear it together with him. You should focus. I'm not always free, you know. You are quite busy. A+ jobs are quite rare, but I have various other things to do.
Climb recalled his job of protecting Renna, and frowned slightly, but was still mostly expressionless nevertheless. However, together with two A+ adventurers, his protecting was simply a bother.
And it would be rude to interrupt the time between friends.
Female friends of Renna were restricted to only her after all.
I agree. Interrupting the precious time between friends is.
I don't mind at A.
Thank you. Speaking of which, do you have anything to do? No, if Renna Summer has nothing, neither do I. I would, with Climb. I see. Then can I ask it of you? If it can please Renna Summer.
So, how about it?
Can I borrow Climb? Looking at L'Accuse and Climb, Renna was having her head being rubbed by Tina. The two of you are ignoring me.
It's okay, it's okay.
Pitiful, pitiful. What are you doing?
L'Accuse was looking at Renna with cold and half-closed eyes, as she had expanded her cheeks like a squirrel.
The two of you are ignoring me. Really, when it comes to Climb you turn into a child. Well, it's fine, I'll borrow Climb for a bit. It's fine. I want to have a proper discussion with you today.
So I want him to send a message to my comrades. Chapter 67, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 7. Climb walked along the main street of the royal capital. Climb blended perfectly into the mass of humanity, given that he had few distinguishing features about him. Walking around the town in white full plate would draw attention, so he removed it. While he could use certain alchemical items to change its color, he was not that attached to it. Besides, there was no need to go around in full plate armor while walking on the streets. Instead, Climb was lightly equipped. His most noticeable points were the chain shirt below his clothes and the long sword hanging from his waist. People with such outfits could occasionally be seen in the crowd. It wasn't the heavy type of armor that causes crowd to part. While Climb's outfit should be correct, it was incorrect as well. As a soldier he should be wearing soldier-like clothes, and he should be wearing the pure white full-plate armor that was given to him by Renna. Of course, Climb did have an excuse. He was not working as a soldier now, and he didn't want to use his cherished full-plate mail received from Princess Renna for any duty except but protecting her. In addition, it was embarrassing to stand out too much. However, Climb was thinking this way, because he was a soldier, not an adventurer. Dressing in an eye-catching way was not a strange thing for adventurers. Of course, this was excluding cases where secrecy was necessary. The reason why adventurers had eye-catching outfits was related to their publicity. Giving off a strange impression left a strong impact, and increased the rumors about them. Adventurers who thought that this was embarrassing, were in fact thought of as fools. However, there were exceptions. Blue Rose, who Climb was meeting, was at such a level where such tactics were unnecessary. At their level,
They would make conversation just by walking along the street. Soon, he saw an adventurer's inn along the road.
Not all of the plot of land was used for the inn. There was the main building, a stable and a large field that was probably used for training. Its beautiful exterior promised an equally exquisite interior, and the guest windows were fitted with pieces of clear glass. This was the royal capital's most expensive inn and was a gathering place for adventurers who were confident of their skills and able to pay the onerous bills.
Climb opened the inn's door.
The drinks bar cum dining hall occupied the entire first floor, but it was sparsely populated with adventurers, considering its size.
This clearly showed the rarity of high-paid adventurers.
The clamor within the inn quieted for a moment as several curious gazes were thrown in Climb's direction. He did not mind, and looked around the interior. The place was full of strong adventurers, and most could probably defeat Climb.
Among them were people who could instantly defeat him. However, the people he was looking for were not at that level. His gaze instantly stopped in a corner of the bar. It was natural. There was no way he could overlook such existences. In front of him, in the innermost depths of the inn, was a round table.
It was located outside the area that was in the bright light of the chandelier.
He looked at the two people seated around it.
One of them was tiny, dressed in a long black robe which covered their entire body.
Their face could not be seen.
It was not because the light was insufficient, but because they wore a strange, full-face mask set with a bloodstone. There was a narrow crack running along eye level, but that did not even reveal the color of the eyes underneath it.
Then, there was the other person. If the first person was a midget, then this one would be a giant. Seeing this person brought the word boulder to mind.
Indeed, that person had a stout and massive body, but that girth was not born of obesity. That person's arms reminded observers of logs, while the neck which held the head up seemed as wide around as a pair of a woman's thighs.
The head which sat upon that neck was squarish in shape.
The heavy-set chin, currently clenched closed, and the way that person's eyes surveyed its surroundings reminded one of a carnivorous beast.
The blonde hair upon that head was trimmed short for the sake of practicality.
That person's chest bulged mightily under their clothes, as though on proud display. Said chest resembled nothing so much as thoroughly honed pectoral muscles.
Put more clearly, this was no longer a tender feminine bosom. This was the A+ adventurer team, Blue Rose. They were two members of the famous adventurer party comprised of only women. The magic caster, Evil Eye, and the warrior, Gagran. Climb headed towards them.
They had probably noticed him the moment he walked in, but since he walked towards them, they probably confirmed that it was him.
One of them nodded and spoke in a loud husky voice.
"Yo, cherry boy." The gazes that had been slowly drifting away all focused on Climb once more, but nobody mocked him. Instead, they turned away once more, as though in sympathy for him. They did this because they knew that showing the slightest bit of disrespect to Gagran's guest was not so much bravery, but foolhardiness. Yes.
Even A and B class adventurers. While being called in an embarrassing manner, Climb maintained a calm face and continued walking. No matter how many times he pleaded with her, Gagran refused to address Climb by his proper name. That being the case, the best course of action he could take was to give up and pretend he did not care.
"Good to see you again, Gagran-san."
And Evil Eye Summer. He arrived before the two of them and bowed. "Oh, it's been a while. What, come to sleep with me, have you?" Gagran jerked her chin, indicating that he should take a seat. There was an evil, savage grin upon that square face of hers. Climb simply shook his head blankly. Gagran said the same thing every time, to the point where it had become something like a form of greeting. However, she was not joking in the slightest.
If Climb answered yes, even in jest, she would immediately drag him into a singles room on the second floor.
Gagran, who prided herself as a cherry picker, was such a person.
In contrast to Gagran, Evil Eye faced stoically forward, her face unmoving.
Perhaps she was eyeing Climb under her mask, but he could not be sure of that.
No,
That's not it. Aindra Summer bade me come. Leader did?
Yes.
A message. She will stay with Rena today. Okay. Is that it?
Yes, that is all. You've troubled yourself over a small matter.
Gagran's face lit up with a broad smile, and Climb remembered that he had something else to tell her.
Today I had the good fortune of sparring with Stranov Summer. The move you taught me then, the big downward chop, met with Stranov Summer's approval. Oh, that move.
Gagran had taught him that blow in the practice yard behind this inn. Her face split with a grin.
Hee, not bad, kid.
Still.
Yes.
I won't be satisfied with just that. I will continue to practice and seek perfection. You've got to keep training, of course.
But you should also think about what to do if someone counters that move.
Think of a move to continue from it.
Climb did not reply but instead seriously considered her words.
Gagran smiled at him. She implied that he did not need to think that hard.
Originally you should have a countless repertoire of moves and respond accordingly.
But you can't do that. She indirectly said that Climb had no talent, and continued. And so become confident enough to attack thrice consecutively. A series that your opponent cannot handle.
Yes. Of course, that won't work when fighting monsters.
But against humans, that ought to be enough.
Yes. While you'll be in trouble once your opponent sees through your attack patterns, it ought to be effective the first time you face any foe. Hammer them and keep hammering them.
Understood. Climb nodded heavily. This morning, he had only managed to get one hit in on Gazif.
On every other occasion, Gazif had seen through him immediately and he had been counterattacked in turn. Then, could he lose confidence because of that?
Of course not. Could he allow himself to fall into despair because of that? Of course not. It was the opposite. It was precisely the opposite.
A mere commoner like himself had been able to come that close to the strongest warrior in the kingdom, no, the surrounding countries. Climb knew that Gazif had not begun to show his true power, but to Climb, who had been walking a pitch-black path with no light in sight, it was a tremendous dose of encouragement.
It was like telling him, your efforts were not in vain. As he thought about that, he fully understood what Gagran was trying to say.
He was not confident that he could develop a good combination attack, but he was willing to try.
A flame had been lit in the depths of his heart.
He was determined to become stronger, so that he could draw out more of Gazif's strength the next time he sparred with the warrior captain. Right, I think you asked Evil Eye about something before, didn't you? Something about learning magic? Yes. Climb glanced at Evil Eye. At that time, she had merely laughed at him from under her mask and the matter had been forgotten. Asking her the same thing now, when nothing had changed, would only yield the same answer.
However, kid. A muffled voice reached his ears.
For a voice that was simply passing through a mask, it was eminently mysterious.
Even if she was wearing a mask, considering it wasn't much thick, at least voice traits should be clear to some extent.
However, except that it probably belonged to a female, Evil Eye's voice didn't give away neither her age nor emotions. It was that of an elderly person, but at the same time that of a young girl.
And this voice sounded completely flat, devoid of any feeling to it. That was probably because Evil Eye's mask was magical. But why did she have to conceal her voice? Climb did not know. You have no talent. Work hard somewhere else. She did not allow him any room to respond, as though there was nothing else to be said. Climb knew her meaning very well. He was not talented in magic. No, that was not all. No matter how hard he practiced his swordplay, how many times he bled and blistered and calloused his hands, he could not reach the level he longed for. Low walls which a talented individual might soar over were like insurmountable barriers to climb. However, he could not give up on working hard to surpass that unbreachable limit. Since he had no talent, he had to hope that his unrelenting effort would help him improve in some way. However, in the legends of the 13 heroes, The leader of the 13 heroes.
According to legend, he was just an ordinary person, weaker than anyone else. However, he continued swinging his sword even when injured, and he eventually became a hero who was stronger than anyone else.
Evil Eye was at a loss for words. As if that legend were true. However, she squeezed out words of denial. Talent being created later in life is a lie. Those who have it from the start. Talent is like a flower just before blooming, and is something everyone has. To me, that is nothing more than a false hope. Those are the words of the weak comforting themselves. The leader of the 13 heroes was the same. He had talent, it just bloomed late. He is different from you.
Hard work is useless, yes.
Talent is something that exists or not. Therefore,
I won't tell you to give up, but you ought to know your limits. Evil Eye's stern lecture was followed by a brief silence.
In the end, Evil Eye broke it. Gazif Stranov. He's a good example. People like him would be considered talented. Climb.
Do you think you can make up the difference between the two of you with effort?
He could not answer.
His training today had made him realize that he was nowhere near that league.
All right, maybe he's not such a good example.
Still, the only person I can think of whose swordsmanship approaches his was among the 13 heroes.
Gagran here is good, but she can't beat Gazif. Hey, don't compare him to me.
Gazif's a man with a foot into the realm of heroes, you know?
Humph. You're a heroic woman too. Although the woman part is in doubt.
As soon as Evil Eye's voice trailed off, Gagran laughed and answered. Oi oi, Evil Eye. These heroes in question are monsters with unique abilities that have surpassed the realm of humanity, right?
I do not deny that. Then I'm still human.
Just an ordinary person who can't reach the realm of heroes.
Even so, you're still talented. You're not an untalented person like Climb.
Climb, you shouldn't be fixated on trying to grasp the stars. Climb knew, better than anyone else, that he lacked talent. Even so, hearing her repeat you have no talent was very depressing. That said, Climb had no intention of changing his life's goal.
This body exists for the princess. For her, I will.
Perhaps she sensed a martyr's resolve from Climb, but in the end, Evil Eye scoffed from behind her mask.
So you're not giving up, even after I've said all that?
Yes. Foolishness.
Utter foolishness.
She shook her head forcefully, unable to understand him. Moving forward while clinging to an unreachable dream will set you on the way to destruction. You know that, right?
I'll tell you again, you need to know your limits. I understand. You may understand, but you don't care at all, do you? The word foolish does not even begin to describe men like you.
What's this, Evil Eye?
You're bullying Climb because you care about him? Evil Eye rounded her shoulders as she heard Gagran speak. Then, she turned to Gagran and grabbed her by the lapels while shouting. Will you shut up, you beefcake bimbo?
Hey, you know I'm right, right? Gagran was content to let Evil Eye hang on to her while she replied nonchalantly. Evil Eye was speechless for a moment, and then she sank back into her chair.
She then tried to change the conversation. Start by learning about magic. Once you know more, you'll be able to understand how magic using enemies think. You'll be able to pick a more correct course of action that way. Won't learning all those spells be a bit much for him? Of course not. The fact is, there aren't that many spells which magic casters use. Just focus on the commonly used ones.
If you can't do that, give up.
Evil Eye spat those words out. Besides, he'll only need to study up to the 3rd tier. That shouldn't be a problem. I think there is.
They say that the head magic caster of the Empire can use up to the 6th tier, but you know quite a bit about the 10th. Why? Evil Eye had a schoolmarmish look on her face as she fiddled around under her robe. Climb suddenly realized that the sounds around them seemed further away now.
It was hard to describe, but it felt as though there was a thin film surrounding them. Don't panic. I just used a pointless little magic.
Climb did not know that the activation of that item was a sign of how worried she was about being overheard.
All he knew was that Evil Eye intended to answer Gagran's question in strict seriousness.
Now that she had gone to that extent, he sat up straight in his chair. In ancient myths, little more than legends, there was mention of beings known as the 8 Greed Kings. They were known as gods, and the tales speak of how they once ruled this world with that absolute power.
Climb had heard the story of the 8 Greed Kings.
While they were not too popular, given that they were only children's tales, anyone with a little bit of knowledge would know of them. In summary, the beings known as the 8 Greed Kings appeared 500 years ago. Some said that they stood as tall as the heavens, some said they looked like dragons, but in any case, the 8 Greed Kings devastated the nations in an instant, dominating the world with their power which could move mountains and part the seas. However, their desires ran deep, and they fought each other for their possessions, resulting in their mutual extinction. This story was not popular for obvious reasons, but debate raged over whether or not it was merely a children's fairy tale.
Climb personally felt that it had been greatly embellished.
However, a small group of people among the adventurers believed that the 8 Greed Kings existed, and that they commanded powers beyond those of any in this modern age.
The proof of that was a city within the deserts far to the south. Rumors said that it was the capital built when the 8 Greed Kings conquered the continent. As Climb lost himself in his thoughts, Evil Eye continued speaking.
Apparently, the 8 Greed Kings possessed numberless powerful magic items, and the mightiest of them was called the Nameless Spellbook. At least, that's what people call it.
That's the answer to everything. Ah? So those spells are recorded in that book? Indeed.
They say that the 8 Greed Kings of legend left that unimaginable powerful magic item behind, a book which records all the world's spells. Also, they say that due to some kind of magic, even newly developed spells appear within its pages as well. Climb knew of the 8 Greed Kings, but not of this tome. He had a rough idea of how valuable this item truly was, but he remained silent and listened. It is as Gagran predicted, including me, there are no people who can use higher than the 6th tier, yet I know the higher tiers. Of course, there are not many people who know about the Nameless Spellbook.
Ah, I didn't either. Evil Eye nodded and continued.
In that book there are records up to the 10th tier, but in fact everything until the 11th tier is recorded.
It seems that there is only one of the 11th tiers recorded. I only heard about this, and so I am not sure if there is only one. There might be other 11th tiers that were not found. Climb gulped. This talk was probably at the level of classified information. If leaked, an unprecedented event would occur. Was it fine for adventurers who knew the value of information to give it away for free? Such a worry was born in Climb.
And glossing over the emotion similar to unease, Climb asked Evil Eye. Will you be searching for that Nameless Spellbook? That was a question born from his belief that since they understood how precious it was, and that they were the highest class of adventurers and could reach it. Evil Eye snorted, as though to say, don't be ridiculous.
Humph.
They say that the book is defended by powerful magic and nobody can touch it but its rightful owner.
I know my limits, so I don't desire it. I'd rather not die in a stupid way like the 8 Greed Kings.
Your leader is said to wield one of the weapons belonging to a member of the 13 heroes. Does she feel the same way?
The scale is different.
This one is something that can rival all the past and present magic items put together.
Well, from what I heard from it, I don't really know myself.
Evil Eye ended her words there.
So, properly learn about magic. Understood.
Hearing Climb's reply, Evil Eye showed one of her rare moments of hesitation, and spoke. If you want power, you can choose methods to stop being human.
Forsaking humanity.
You mean like the demons in stories? Stuff like that, or turning into an undead or magical beast?
The undeadification is the most famous. Normal humans cannot do that. True, when one turns into an undead, they may lose sight of themselves.
Burnt by their ideals, this was a method to achieve them, but, when the body changes, the heart follows with it.
The voice beneath the mask was tinged with a certain emotion. It was pity.
Gagran noticed how Evil Eye was staring into the distance and deliberately spoke up in a bright voice. Well, the princess would probably faint if she woke up and saw that Climb had become an ogre. Evil Eye had probably sensed the good intentions behind Gagran's words.
Her voice returned to its usual emotionless pitch. Indeed, that's a way too.
Transmutation-type spells can briefly allow you to change into another species.
I'll be frank, they're valid options for improving your physical attributes. I think I'll pass on that.
If you simply desire strength, then changing into another species is quite effective. After all, the human body is hardly exceptional, and the same abilities are more effective when one's basic physical attributes are improved.
That much was obvious.
Between two evenly skilled opponents, the one with the better physical attributes would have the advantage. The fact is that many of the 13 heroes were non-humans. The warrior captain of the air giants and his axe of cyclones, the elf royal family who bore the special characteristics of the ancestral elves, and the Black Knight who wielded the 4 swords of darkness, the original owner of our leader's Kalinierum, was also a human with demon's blood. The 4 swords of darkness, ha! When children role-played the 13 heroes, the second or third most popular was the Black Knight who wielded 4 swords. The evil sword Hyumeles, the demon blade Kalinierum, the sword of decay Cropdabble, and the death sword Sphes. While the 13 heroes were in the realm of fairy tales, the Black Knight was the most realistic of them, as the owner of one of the 4 swords was the leader of the kingdom's most powerful adventurer teams.
Gagran reacted to those words.
The demon blade Kalinierum, created by condensing infinite darkness, is said to be the mightiest of the 4. I have a question, is it true that if it unleashes its full power, it could project enough dark energy to swallow a country whole?
What are you talking about?
Evil Eye asked in a confused tone.
Our leader said something about it when alone.
That suppressing such power could only be done by a woman that served God like her.
I've never heard of anything like that before. Evil Eye tilted her head in surprise. Still, if the owner says that, it might be true.
Then is there really a dark Lakuse, born from the dark side of her spirit?
What?
Nah, I just happened to hear her muttering to herself again. Don't think she noticed me, so I decided to take a listen, and in the end she ended up saying, if you get careless, this being of blackness born of the source of all darkness shall take over your body and release the demon blade's power or something.
Sounded pretty bad.
Well, we can't rule that out. Some cursed items can control their owners' minds.
Things would be pretty dire if something like that happened to Lakuse.
So, did you ask her what she was talking about?
I did. She blushed red and told us not to worry.
It must be pretty embarrassing for a priest, who should be the one removing curses, to end up falling victim to a curse herself. Climb could no longer pretend to be unmoved, and he frowned. From what he had seen and heard, Lakuse might well be under the control of an evil magic item.
He became even more worried as he thought about where he had just been.
Will Rena Summer be in danger? Evil Eye stopped Climb before he could rush out.
Don't worry. I doubt the situation will deteriorate.
She won't be taken over unawares, even if the power of darkness threatens to take her over.
We'll have to take the fact that she didn't tell us as a sign that she's confident of controlling it herself. I'm certain she has the mental strength for it. Still, I didn't expect the sword to have that kind of power. Even I've never heard of that before. Evil Eye felt slightly frustrated about her lack of knowledge, and that she should search for more knowledge not just for satisfaction.
Should we talk to Azuth for safety's sake? I'm not too happy about asking a rival for help, but...
Well, she is his niece, so we should let him know, at least. Then shouldn't we do that right away?
We should just prepare ourselves to back Lakuse up at any time.
Gagran and Evil Eye rose, and so did Climb.
Sorry, Climb. I really wanted to have some fun with you, but I don't have the time.
Please, don't worry about it, Gagran Summer. Gagran carefully studied Climb, and then laughed tiredly.
All right, then.
You should be going back right away, so we'll leave our leader to you. Good seeing you around, cherry boy.
Chapter 68, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 8.
Climb was thinking on his way back to the royal palace. What he thought about was the unease he felt about having Lakes near Rena. Lakes was the leader of the highest-ranking adventurer party.
If such a person were cursed, what would be the result?
A normal soldier like Climb could not predict what would happen, but according to stories, she would crave for blood and rampage.
Should Lakes rampage, Climb could not stop her. The only one who could stop her in the castle would be Gazif. Rena would definitely be a casualty. It was good that Evil Eye determined that she would not easily fall prey to the curse, but there was the possibility that Tia might follow suit and be controlled.
Climb broke his expressionless face and frowned. From what Rena said, she should be having a conversation with Lakes.
Currently, the two were having a discussion about various things, and were deciding the direction of important plans, but to Climb, Rena's safety was far more important. However, if the questions were untactful, Lakes' face might give it away.
Even though she could control the curse, if a complete idiot were to open his mouth, she would be separated from her friend the princess, and her face would disappear. Climb hesitated, and reached a conclusion.
He should trust Evil Eye, who had the most knowledge. Climb made his decision and quickened his footsteps. While his direction was fixed, unease and angst drove his speed up.
However, Climb discovered something that was able to stop him.
It was a crowd of people, and two guards were looking at them with a troubled look.
There was the clamor of voices from the center. And they were not honest ones.
What he heard were slurred angry shouts and jeers, along with the sound of kicked. He heard voices saying that someone would die, or to call the guards.
Due to the crowd, he could not see, but from the sounds it seemed to be an act of violence.
Climb's expression turned cold, and he walked up beside the guards.
What are you doing?
The guard jumped in fright, given that someone had called out to him from behind, and he turned to look at Climb.
The man wore a chain shirt and a helm and carried a spear. He wore a surcoat emblazoned with the kingdom's crest on top of the chain shirt.
This was the standard uniform of the average guard in the kingdom, but Climb could sense that neither of the people in front of him was well trained.
To begin with, neither of them had honed physiques. For that matter, they were also unshaven and their chain shirts had not been polished.
A faint air of grime hung about them and they seemed quite slovenly in overall appearance. You are. Climb was younger than himself, so the guard responded to him with a tone that was a mix of bafflement and annoyance.
I'm off duty at the moment.
Confusion spread across the guard's face as he heard Climb's staunchly insistent voice. Perhaps it was because he radiated an aura of superiority despite being younger than them. The guards seemed to have concluded that they could not go wrong by taking a submissive posture, and they straightened up. Seems to be a civilian disturbance. Climb resisted the urge to castigate them by saying I knew that already.
Unlike the palace guards, the guards who patrolled the city were drawn from the civilian populace, and were not well trained.
In truth, they were merely civilians who knew how to use weapons.
Climb turned his eyes from the nervous guards to the crowd. It would be quicker to settle the matter in person than wait for them to do anything.
You
wait here.
Yes. Climb steeled himself, and left the guards' panicked voices behind him as he entered the crowd.
Let me pass. While saying that, he forced his body through. While there were some gaps, Climb could not take the time to enter them. No, someone who could do that was the strange one. As he struggled to shove his way forward, he heard a voice from the center of the crowd. Begone. Ah? I'll say it again, begone. Damn geezer. This was bad. The violence he could not see was about to occur again.
When Climb got through the crowd, he saw the figure of an old man before him. He was surrounded by a group of younger men. At their feet was a boy who had been beaten so badly he looked like a crumpled rag.
The old man was elegantly dressed, and gave off the feeling of being nobility or the servant of nobility. The men surrounding him were muscular and looked drunk. The villainous side was apparent at a glance. One of the men, the one who looked the most muscular, clenched his fist.
Compared to him, the old man seemed far inferior, be it in the sturdiness of their bodies, the bulging of their muscles, or their bloodthirsty brutality.
Surely the younger man could easily send the old man flying with but a swing of his fist. The people around them realized this, and gasped in horror at the tragedy which was about to befall the old man. Amidst all this, only Climb felt that something was strange.
Indeed, the younger man looked stronger.
Yet, Climb could sense an aura of absolute power coming from the old man.
He froze for a moment, and lost his chance to curb the younger man's violence.
The man raised his fist. And then he collapsed limply to the ground. The people around Climb exclaimed in shock. Everyone believed that the old man could not win. However, when put to the test, the result was the opposite. It would be a lie to say that one was not surprised. It would seem that the old man had made a fist and struck the other man square on his chin, at incredible speed.
Even Climb's honed vision could barely keep up with the swiftness of that blow.
Do you still wish to fight? The old man directed this calm and grave question at the remaining men. The combination of his inscrutable exterior and his calm tone broke through the men's drunkenness. No, even the people around them had been frightened by his presence.
The men had lost all will to fight.
We're sorry.
The men backed up and chorused an apology, and then they grabbed their colleague, who had been disgracefully laid out on the ground, and fled with their tails between their legs. Climb did not have the desire to chase after them.
Normally he would, but his heart was stolen by that figure of the old man. He looked like a masterwork blade. It was a sight that would fill any warrior who saw it with reverence. The old man took a step towards the child, then shook his head. He then turned on his heels and walked away. When he did so, he pointed to one of the humans nearby. Take this child to the temple. He has broken a few ribs.
Take care when moving him, and do not shake him too much on the stretcher.
When he finished speaking, the old man silently walked away. The crowd cleared a path for the old man to walk.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on his back, such was the allure of the old man's presence. Climb hurried over to the fallen boy and then took out the potion Gazif had given him after their training session. Can you drink this?
There was no answer. He had fainted dead away. Sim opened the bottle and poured the liquid on the boy's body.
Many people believed that potions had to be drunk, but the fact was that it would work even when splashed on the flesh.
Magic was truly great.
The boy's skin seemed to absorb the liquid as it disappeared into his body, and the color returned to the boy's face.
Climb nodded in relief.
The boy ought to be all right now that Climb had given him the potion, but it would be best for him to go to the temple just to be safe.
He looked to the guards standing by and noticed that the pair had become a trio.
The annoyed gazes of the surrounding people focused on the guards as they thought, they finally arrived.
But this could not be helped.
From what they saw, they thought that they had arrived because it was safe.
Climb addressed a very uncomfortable-looking guard. Take this boy to the temple. What happened to him? Someone assaulted him.
I've already used a healing potion on him, so he should be all right, but I hope you'll take him to the temple for a checkup, for safety's sake. Yes.
Understood. The reason why he listened to Climb as a superior was probably because the other guards had informed him. In fact, Climb was the same rank as them, but he did not need to explain to them that. Please do so.
What shall we do about the aggressors? Climb looked in the direction where the men escaped.
As they had to carry an unconscious man, their speed was low. He found them immediately. It's them. Take them to a guardhouse. Understood. Two of the guards walked away. Confirming it, Climb decided that he had done all he should do. A palace guard should not overstep his boundaries into the jobs of others. Can I trouble you to question any eyewitnesses about the details of what happened here? Understood. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Climb noted that the guards seemed to have gained confidence and moved more quickly upon receiving their orders. He ran ahead without another word. Where are you going? One of the guards called, but Climb ignored him. He only slowed down when he reached the corner which the old man had taken. He then followed the old man. Why was he doing so? It was for a really terrible reason. Soon, he saw the old man walking along the street. He wanted to call out to him, but he could not work up the courage to do so.
That was because he sensed an invisible wall between them, a sense of awesome power that seemed to crush him.
The old man turned a corner and headed into a darker region. Climb followed. He was walking behind the old man, yet he did not dare speak up and address him. Was Climb not stalking him? Climb began to feel annoyed by what he was doing. Even if he did not know how to approach the old man, he could not keep following him like this. In an effort to change the situation, Climb continued following in silence.
As he walked into an alley without any human presence, Climb finally found the courage to speak.
"Excuse me." The old man turned around after hearing someone call out to him. His hair was white, as was his beard. However, his back was straight, like a fine blade forged of steel.
His handsome face was wrinkled, giving a kindly cast to his features, but his eyes were keen and as focused on their prey as those of an eagle's.
He even had an air of nobility about him. Even the nobles Climb had seen were not at that level.
"Is something the matter?"
The old man's voice sounded somewhat aged, but it overflowed with an undeniable vitality.
Climb felt an invisible pressure rolling out towards him and he gulped.
Ah. Climb could not speak, overwhelmed as he was by the man's presence.
As he saw this, the old man appeared to relax and let the tension escape from his body.
"And who might you be?" His tone was gentle. Released from the immense, crushing strain, Climb's throat regained its ability to function. "My name is Climb, and I am a humble soldier of this nation. Thank you for your courageous action in completing a task that should have been rightfully mine." Climb bowed deeply in thanks. The old man fell into thought, then narrowed his eyes.
After that, he quietly went
as he realized what Climb meant. "It's fine. Then, I'll be going." The old man broke off the conversation and made to leave, but Climb then raised his head and asked,
"You may laugh at me for making such an presumptuous request, but if possible could you please teach me that technique?"
"What do you mean by that?"
I have been studying the martial arts for a long time and I would like to improve my skills further. After I saw that impeccable movement of yours just now, I was hoping that you could teach me a little of your technique, if it pleases you." "Are there any merits for?" "No, you said you were a soldier, am I correct?" "Well, several days ago, I rescued a girl." After listening to the old man's, Sebas, story, he was livid with rage.
He could not hide his displeasure at the fact that Rena's slave manumission laws had been misused in such a way, and that things had not changed until now. "No, that's not right." Climb shook his head. The kingdom's laws forbade trading in slaves.
That said, it was a common sight for people to be forced to work in poor conditions in order to pay their debts.
Loopholes like those were everywhere. In fact, it was because of them that the law against slavery had been passed. Rena's laws were useless. That chilling thought swept through his mind for a moment, however, he soon chased that thought away. Right now, he had to think about Sebas' situation. Climb furrowed his brow. Sebas was in a very bad position. He wanted to be of assistance to the captured woman, but now he had to think of how to handle it. Let us take the case of a strong coal miner. He had been working in the terrible conditions of a coal mine, and had contracted a bronchial disease. As a result, he was on the verge of death. Then Sebas came and healed him. Then appeared the coal mine owner. He then said to return the man. This was as the contract stated that the man had to work. Now, was it acceptable for Sebas not to return the man to the mine owner? As a human, saving the weak was the correct action. However, from the point of the laws, it might be illegal due to the contents of the contract, and Sebas might be imprisoned. There was no law in the kingdom stipulating the quality of the workplace.
So it was natural and acceptable for the miner to have a lung disease, and the owner did not attack him. In this case, the guilty party was the miner and Sebas. And therefore in the girl's case, Sebas was in an extremely disadvantageous position. It was possible to retaliate by looking at the contents of the contract. Those that would do so would be labeled as criminals, and the other side would never let him read it.
According to law, Sebas' defeat was imminent.
If he did not file a lawsuit, he would be exploited far more. Does your side have a large amount of authority?
He was asking if it was possible to silence them with authority. If asked if it was possible or not, the answer was no. The kingdom was currently split into two. If it were the opposing faction, should the princess use her authority, it would be thought of as a power grab. Even if not, they would ask for gains and conditions. If the woman was alone, it was impossible. Using authority was not a simple matter, especially when the kingdom was split into two.
Then, was saving that woman worth making deals with nobles?
Definitely not. There was no merit to saving her.
There were other methods to gain information about that place, and they could not expect much information from her.
Climb suppressed the feeling of disgust. He felt extreme anger about himself, having to think about the pros and cons of saving a person's life. However, Climb was Rena's soldier. If it was for Rena, any sacrifice was worth it. It was natural for him to cast aside a woman he had never seen or heard about.
However, if they could not pressure the opponents into leaving her alone, then instead of using the law as a shield, they could use it as a weapon to save her. I have to ask my liege, but how about having that woman escape to my liege's territory?
Would escaping there solve the problem? I believe not.
While slavery is illegal, your side broke the law, so you would have to settle that by yourself. But doing so would trouble my master?
Climb kept silent. Sebas' master was a merchant. There would be rumors, and it would definitely cause problems.
And on top of losing the woman, there was a chance they would have to be taught a lesson. Are there other methods?
This is difficult. Climb replied immediately. Even if there were, it would implicate Rena.
According to her, there are others there.
Both men and women.
Can you save them with your authority? Sebas' tone was not forceful, but it was also empty of emotion.
It was quite a quiet but kind one. However, each one of his words pierced Climb's heart like a knife. It was impossible. The people doing such things had quite the number of methods and authority. The nobles supporting them also had a large amount of authority as well.
If they made surprise inspections or saved them, there was a high chance of the factions going to war with each other. While the groundwork was being prepared, bursting in would only lead to losses.
If Rena used her strong authority, the opposing faction would worry about it being used again. The kingdom would then break down into civil war. That must not be caused by Rena's hand. So Climb said nothing. No, he could not say anything.
My apologies. Sebas silently watched the bowing Climb.
I understand. However, can we let her escape?
I cannot confirm this without asking my liege, but I believe it is possible.
I understand. Silence flowed between them. Climb did not say anything.
In the end, he could not do a single thing that Sebas had requested of him. How could any human ask for a favor from Sebas? In the heavy cover of silence, the instant Climb felt that he could not bear it any longer and was about to speak, Sebas asked Climb a question.
Then, another question, if you please. Why do you want to become stronger? You just said that you wanted me to train you. I trust you, but I would also like to know why you wish to become stronger.
Climb narrowed his eyes at Sebas' question.
Why did he want to become stronger? Climb had been an abandoned child. He had not even seen the faces of his parents. That was not an unusual occurrence in the kingdom. Orphans dying in the mud was hardly big news. Climb had originally been fated to die in such a way on that rainy day. And then, on that day, Climb had seen the sun.
He, a being who could only crawl amidst the muck and filth, had been deeply entranced by that incandescence.
As a child, he had only felt admiration. But as he grew older, that feeling inside him grew ever more unshakable. It was love. He had to quash that emotion.
It was a miracle, of the kinds which the bards sang in the heroic sagas.
It could not possibly take place in real life.
Just as no man could touch the sun, Climb's feeling would not be able to reach her.
No, he could not do so.
The woman whom Climb loved so deeply was destined to be someone else's bride.
As a princess, she could not belong to someone like Climb, whose origins were unclear, and who was even lower than a commoner.
In fact, it was strange that Rena was of marriageable age but was yet to have a fiancé. If the king passed away, the first prince would inherit the throne, and Rena would be married off to one of the great nobles. In all likelihood, the prince had already arranged something like this with one of them.
She might even be sent to another country as part of a political marriage.
This was a golden time, now, this instant, that he wanted to freeze forever. If by training, if he used time to become stronger, this golden period could last a bit longer.
Climb had no talent. He was a mere man. He was at the limit of what his current training could give him. He was 15, since he was an orphan, he did not actually know, so any more strenuous training would not have any further meaning. In terms of raising his physical strength. As a normal soldier, Climb was quite strong.
Then, should he not be content with that? Should he not stop training, stay by Rena's side and not waste their brief time together?
Yes, it should be fine to use the remaining amount of golden time as he wished.
But, would that really be a good thing?
Climb admired that sun-like brilliance. It was not a lie, and neither was he mistaken. It was Climb's sincere wish. However, it's because I'm a man. Climb smiled. Indeed. Climb wanted to stand by Rena's side. The sun shone brilliantly in the sky, and a mere man could not hope to reach it. Even so, Climb wanted to climb the highest peaks in order to get as close to it as he could.
He did not want to merely admire and praise the sun from afar. This was a young man's feeble wish, but at the same time it was a wish that perfectly fitted a young man. He wanted to become a man worthy of being joined to the woman he admired.
He could endure his friendless life, his harsh training, and his labors which took away from his sleep because of his wish. Let others laugh at him for his foolishness.
This was a thought that one could only understand if they loved someone, and wanted to be together with them.
Sebas narrowed his eyes as he studied Climb.
There was a stern look on his face, as though he were trying to decipher the compressed subtleties of Climb's simple reply.
Then, he nodded.
After hearing your answer, I have decided how to train you. Just as Climb was about to offer his thanks, Sebas' outstretched hand stopped him.
However, and I pray you will forgive my bluntness, you have no talent. Proper training will take a very long time. However, I do not have that time.
I wish to train you in a way that will show results quickly, but it will be an
arduous process. Climb gulped again.
The look in Sebas' eyes sent a chill down Climb's spine. Those eyes were filled with unbelievable power, exceeding the spiritual pressure which Gazif exerted when serious. Thus, he could not respond right away. Frankly speaking, you might die.
He was not joking.
Climb's instincts told him that much.
Climb did not fear death, but he wanted to die for Rena. He did not want to throw his life away for a selfish reason. He was not a coward. No, perhaps he might be very craven. Climb gulped once more, and froze. Silence filled the surroundings for a while, and he could even hear the clamor from the distance.
Climb then asked Sebas,
"What is the probability that I will die?" Now. I do not now.
It depends on you. If there is something important to you, something which makes you want to live, even if it is only to scramble along the ground, then it ought to be fine. Was he not going to teach him martial arts?
That question surfaced in Climb's mind, but that was not the question now. He pondered the meaning of Sebas' words, made sure he understood it, and then gave his response. Then, I leave the rest to you. Do you believe you will die? Survive even if you have to crawl on the ground. This described Climb.
Sebas looked into Climb's eyes, as though divining his intentions through them.
Then he nodded heavily. I understand. Then, we shall begin here. Right here?
Yes.
It will be quick. A few minutes will do. Please draw your sword. What's he going to do?
Unease and hesitation about the unknown, and a slight amount of expectation and curiosity.
He drew his sword.
The sound of the sword scraping against the scabbard rang within the narrow alley. Climb braced his weapon in a middle stance, and Sebas' eyes were fixed on him.
Here I come. Please try and remain conscious. And in the next moment,
it felt as though icy razors had exploded forth in all directions from Sebas.
Ah! Climb could no longer speak.
Sebas now stood at the heart of a vortex of murderous intent.
No, this might be in the realm of killing intent.
Climb felt that his heart was gripped and crushed by fear, and he felt waves of color pushing against him.
His instincts told him. This was not a shoddy one like one from an animal beneath humans. This was at the level of an existence far above.
Swallowed by the black waves of killing intent, Climb's consciousness blanked out.
His was being blown away by the excessive killing intent. It is just this level. Are you a man?
Sebas' disappointed voice seemed abnormally loud through the depths of Climb's fading consciousness. The meaning of those words pierced Climb deeper than any blade. It even made him forget the fear before him for a moment.
His heart pounded heavily in his chest.
"Hoo!" Climb gasped.
He was terrified. He wanted to run.
But he fought the urge to do so, even as the tears streamed down his cheeks. His hands trembled as they gripped his sword, and the point of his sword danced around like a demented bumblebee.
His chain shirt made rustling noises from his full-body tremors.
Even so, Climb clenched his chattering teeth and tried to bear up against the mortal terror which came from Sebas.
Sebas laughed at the pathetic sight before him. Then he brought his right hand before his eyes and slowly clenched it into a fist.
In the blink of an eye, the fist in front of him was as round as a ball.
He then pulled that fist back, like he was drawing a bow.
Climb understood what was going to happen, and shook his head. Of course, Sebas paid his response no heed.
Now then. Prepare to die.
Sebas spoke in a cold tone as if he were informing Climb of destined information. Like an arrow notched on a bow at full draw, and with a burst of wind, Sebas' fist moved. In the dimension of slowed-down time, Sebas' fist punched towards Climb's face.
This would be an instant death. Climb's instinct screamed.
The image of his certain death dominated his mind, like a massive wrecking ball that was far larger than himself, approaching at incredible speeds.
Even if he raised his sword to block, that fist would surely smash it easily.
His body refused to move.
His body was frozen from the tension. Did he intend to kill him from the start?
Climb's fractured brain frantically worked, and spat out those words.
He could not escape the death before him.
Climb's resignation to his fate filled him with anger.
If he could not die for Rena, why did he not die there? The admiration from then. And the admiration from then on. He was not permitted to throw it away. Everything was for Rena.
His irritation turned to a fierce rage, and with tears in his eyes, Climb broke the chains of fear binding his body.
It might have been too late. There might not have been any time to dodge Sebas' fist. But he had to move. Climb moved in a panic, twisting his body.
It was a blunter movement than normal, but it was a movement that had all of Climb's heart and soul.
The reason he did not raise his sword was because his instinct said that he could not stop Sebas' fist with it. And then,
with a gust of wind, Sebas' fist passed by Climb's head. A calm voice filtered into his ears.
Congratulations. How does it feel to conquer the fear of death?
Climb stood there dumbly, unable to understand his meaning.
How was it like to face death? How was it like to surpass it?
Climb breathed heavily, looking at Sebas like his soul had been stolen away. There was no hostility around Sebas, as though it had been nothing more than a lie.
He relaxed as he began to realize Sebas' intent.
Climb collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut, as though he had been supported by the murderous intent from just now. He fell on all fours in the alley, hungrily gasping fresh air into his lungs.
Fortunately, you did not die from shock.
These things happen when one is so certain of one's death that one gives up the will to live.
There was a bitter taste in the depths of Climb's throat. He was certain that it was the taste of death.
If you repeat this a few more times, I am sure you will be able to overcome ordinary fear.
However, one thing you must know is that fear triggers the survival instinct.
If you are numb to that sense, then you will be unable to feel even clear and present danger.
You must be able to clearly tell when a true threat approaches. Forgive me for prying, but what kind of man are you? Climb groaned from his place on the ground.
What
do you mean?
That killing intent was not normal.
What exactly? I think that you are someone famous. I am not anyone famous. I am simply an old man, who has some confidence in his skills. For now. Climb could not tear his eyes away from Sebas' face.
What seemed to be a congenial smile also looked like a savage grin from one of absolute power, one who might far surpass Gazif.
No, that might be true.
An existence that might be stronger than the strongest warrior in the surrounding countries, Gazif.
There might have been no such things until now. Someone stronger than the kingdom's strongest. Climb willed his curiosity to be satisfied. He felt it would be best not to continue prying into that mystery. The question what Sebas was remained strongly in his heart. Was he one of the 13 heroes?
Sebas ignored Climb's surprised look and asked.
Then, let us try again.
Separating from Climb, Sebas took the route home.
He had done other things as well, which took up some time. In any case, he had a method to contact Climb, and after that was to pass swear to him.
Apart from that was to respond to any expedient actions. As Sebas agonized over the matter, his feet brought him back home. Just as he was about to open the door, his hand froze.
Someone was behind the door. He sensed that it was Solution, but Sebas had no idea why she was standing behind it. Was there an emergency of some sort?
Sebas had a bad feeling about this, but he still opened the door.
What he saw next defied his expectations and left him frozen in place.
Welcome back, Sebas-sama.
Solution was standing there in her maid's uniform.
A chill ran down Sebas' spine. Solution, who played the role of a merchant heiress, was wearing her maid uniform in the presence of Tswer, a human who knew nothing about the truth. Was it because she did not need to act any longer, or was there some reason which required her to wear her uniform?
If it was the former, that would mean something had happened to Tswer. If it was the latter. Sebas-sama. Ein's-sama is waiting for you inside the house.
Solution's calm, even voice made Sebas' heart lurch in his chest. Sebas, who could remain calm in the face of a mighty foe or a being on the level of the floor guardians, was actually anxious and tense when he heard his own master had come to visit.
Why is he? Sebas stammered. Solution merely watched him in silence. Sebas-sama. Ein-sana is waiting for you. There was nothing else to be said. All Sebas could do was follow Solution into the house. His steps were heavy, like a condemned criminal walking to the chopping block.
Chapter 69, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 9. Separating from Sebas, Climb reported to Renna about what happened.
What happened in the alley, Sebas' story and the woman he wants to help.
When Climb asked if it was possible to shelter the woman, she did not hesitate. At a speed that could only be described as instantaneously, Renna's reply was a positive one.
No, I don't mind. Thank you.
Climb bowed and felt a deep gratitude for the kindly smiling Renna.
As princess, Rena's territory was quite wide, and it would be simple to shelter a single woman. If she entered a village from outside the territory, there would not be a lot of information leaked.
Basically, her safety was guaranteed. Ignoring the fact that he suddenly appeared, he could repay his debt to Sebas for training him. And since Rena agreed, the chance that this would cause a problem was low, and Clyme patted his chest in relief. Was Clyme worried
that I would refuse?
Rena's words were slightly tinged with sadness, and Clyme raised his head as if shot.
That is not true. I believe that the kind Rena Summer would never refuse.
However, as your follower, I cannot allow for you to be troubled.
And thus I was worried that this would trouble Rena's Summer. Since the day Clyme was picked up, he believed that Rena was the world's most kind woman.
Seeing the panicking Clyme, Rena's lips loosened into a small smile.
This showed that her earlier attitude was a joke, and Clyme sighed a breath in relief. The woman known as Rena should never be saddened.
Clyme's feelings could only be understood by a man whose lover was shining brightly.
I would like to meet that old man. Yup, but since he's an old man, it's too bad.
Ha.
Lake Hughes listened in from the side and spoke as her interest was piqued. And Tia shook her head in agreement. These were the words that had the will of the kingdom's strongest A+ adventurers.
A person that Clyme viewed as Gazif class, Sebas.
If such a person existed, they should have knowledge about it, but the two of them had none. He was an existence that they should pay attention to. He might have disguised his appearance. Yup, he might have. There are no old male A+ or A-class adventurers after all. From his appearance, he does not seem to be a hermit. Then shall we promise to meet once about the woman? We shall ask him then. Would it be possible to arrange a meeting with him? Please do so, Clyme. Understood.
Clyme lowered his head to Lake Hughes, and signaled the end of the conversation.
However, Rena easily changed it. By the way, Clyme, do you have something you want to say?
Suitable for the position of princess, her calm yet regal voice reverberated through the room. Lake Hughes and Clyme looked at each other, and had a discussion with their eyes. Tia lazily looked at them, but that air of hers formed a wall that said, "Don't look at me." I'm sorry? Swallowing with a gulp, Clyme asked Rena.
What met him were Rena's questioning eyes. Clyme would like to say something else, right?
You want to ask me for something different, right? Despite Rena's smiling face, Clyme felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Lake Hughes was sitting at the same table and her face was one of slight suspicion. Then she predicted what would happen, and then scowled.
Clyme wanted to ask one thing.
Can you save them?
It was just that. There were other people kept prisoner, could they not be saved as well? However, Clyme should not speak those words.
If he closed his eyes and acted dumb, everything would end without a problem. A small amount of guilt was left, but it was much better than having losses.
There is no such thing, simply Rena Summer's misconception.
Really? I mostly understand Clyme well though.
Then this will be your first mistake. I do not really have anything to wish for.
Truly?
Rena looked at Clyme, as if peering into him.
Why, yes, it is as you say. While feeling the sweat down his cheek, Clyme made his words ambiguously.
From here on out was a realm filled with disadvantages.
If he thought about his master, Rena, he should throw away his idea.
The reason why Lake Hughes was frowning was because she understood what Clyme wanted to say. Hey, Alvain.
Could you investigate the area where this Sebas-san found the girl? Her answer to that was a sigh.
This is not something you should stick your head into though.
Why?
Why you ask?
Rena tilted her head innocently, and Lake Hughes collapsed into her chair and explained.
It would be best to avoid sticking your head into the kingdom's underworld. Well, nothing will happen to you, but you should not see it. There were victims, and one could give them the hand of salvation.
This was a wonderful act.
However, the problem was not that simple. even if they had the absolute authority as royalty. This was as saving them, would put them at loggerheads with their oppressors. The underworld was born of desire, and was the rotten part of society.
Of course, in terms of interests, there would be criminals with relations to the royal family. In a certain meaning, it was a necessary evil. Opposing them might create a giant pitfall for the weakening royal family.
That was why Clyme did not say anything about saving them. Lake Hughes was lost.
Was it okay to let the most beautiful person in the kingdom to see this trash? If she learnt about them, would the woman known as Rena make any strange moves?
She could not come up with an answer. Could you please investigate it? Lake Hughes stared at her friend's face.
This friend was dense about the feelings of others.
However, she was strangely sensitive to Clyme's emotions. It was to the point whether she questioned whether or not she was simply acting, that she was dense and could not read the air. No. Lake Hughes shook her head. Even she would not act detrimentally against herself or her family. Impossible. Then who can I ask?
Stop there.
This is a warning from a friend. Then I should ignore those in pain? That is. It can't be helped?
One should give up because their luck was bad? Originally, Tia was a member of Ijania and her words had no mercy.
The people are in pain, so the royalty should ignore them. Mew. Neither Clyme nor Lake Hughes could speak. It was true that this was an act fitting of the woman known as Rena.
This woman was called Golden, and thought of the people, of the weak, and reached out to save them.
She was such a woman. Clyme suppressed the feeling of love and respect that appeared in his heart. Clyme himself was extremely happy, despite it not being a good thing for Rena.
Rena and Lake Hughes looked at each other, and Lake Hughes folded.
Ha, I got it. I'll go investigate, so go wait for a bit. Tia, come with me.
We'll buy information from the Thieves Guild using your connections.
We've finished.
These were the first words coming from Lake Hughes, who returned after 3 hours. She was wearing a dress earlier. The current Lake Hughes had changed, and was wearing clothes that were easy to move in.
They were clothes that adventurers wore under their armor.
However, since she was in front of the princess, she had chosen ones that looked good.
There was no mud, stains or blood on it.
With every move she made, a small scent of flowers could be smelled. There was no way adventurers would use perfume, as it would give away their position, but she was paying attention to the situation.
Welcome back. Take a seat.
Rena directed Lake Hughes and Tia to their seats from 3 hours ago. The figures of them relaxing in their chairs showed how much trouble they went through to collect information.
Tea, that was fast.
While preparing drinks for Lake Hughes and Tia, who had sat down, Clyme asked.
Pouring water into something like a decanter, the smell of citrus permeated throughout the room. Grabbing the glass, Lake Hughes emptied it in one gulp.
As her beautiful, healthy and without a trace of imperfection, throat moved, the juice immediately collected in her stomach.
Ha! Having the glass placed down with a thud, Clyme poured in juice again. His gaze moved to Tia sitting next to Lake Hughes.
She was grabbing the glass with both hands, and in a fashion reminiscent of a hamster, she was sipping it, and her glass had enough juice in it.
Confirming that, Clyme sat down in his allotted seat. Thank you, Clyme.
This time, Lake Hughes wetted her lips with the juice, and sighed.
Originally, even the Thieves Guild believe they are dangerous.
Since they had investigated them, we easily got the info.
Shall I begin? Please.
Hey, Tia.
I don't know how to tell you this. I believe that you have to know this world exists, but I wonder if that is right. Tell me, Alvain. It is something I should know. Then I won't hide anything. And I won't pick my words. Do you mind? Rena smiled at Lake Hughes, who was staring at her. It was as if she had no thoughts, but yet had a strong will. Lake Hughes stared at her again, and slightly tilted her head. She could not read her.
Firstly, they have 3 shops.
Lake Hughes' expression hardened. One is where they use children or young people. Another is with middle-aged people.
The last is where the people who have been damaged in the two shops are sent, and are intended to be disposed of, not a place that attracts the lowest of the low. Hesitating, Lakes finally spoke. There, the 8 fingers of Divanak do lots of business there. Divanak?
The demon god of corruption and pleasure? Climb asked from the side.
Divanak was different from the demon gods the 13 heroes defeated, but was a demon god, and ruled rotten desires.
He was burned by the fire god, and locked in the demon realm. The 8 fingers he had contained the meaning of the 8 desires that humans had.
Then, do they have a cult behind them?
It would be great if that were true. They are simply using that name. According to the guild. If there was a cult, then eradicating them would be a great justice. Even if there was a noble supporting them, this was a grave sin. Those who made enemies of even the temple would not be supported by the nobles of the same faction. 5 out of the 8 are good at fighting. The other 3 handle the finances, legal and the connections with the nobles.
We were informed about any physical characteristics and skills they have. Lakes took out multiple sheets of thick paper and placed them on the table.
Excuse me.
Climb reached out his hands and read the words on the paper. The handwriting was female, and thus either Lakes or Tia wrote this. Their name, appearance, main fighting style, and their choice of weapon was written in detail. Rena, who was looking at the same page, returned it as she lost interest.
It was natural, as Rena was a princess and this would not interest her. Are they strong? From whose point of view? To us they are nothing much. But to Climb, they are beyond strong. Probably 3 of them.
Maybe 1 more. Climb read the whole stack of paper and determined so. It seems that shop was originally a place for selling women for cheap and have them work there. On top of selling them, they would be disposed of.
They were probably used for the most vile fetishes. There seem to be many corpses from that last one especially. They were probably killed. Separated hands and legs could also be found.
As if a cloud covered the sun, a small shadow covered Rena's beauty. Seeing her expression, 2 contradictory emotions were born in Climb, that she should not know about this world.
But yet she should know. The most dangerous thing is that behind them is Erlizelk.
Hearing Lakes' words, Climb frowned more than Rena did earlier.
Any political war within the palace was a large flame that could easily reach Rena. So he had worked hard to understand the political world of nobles.
Of course, since he was rejected from both factions, he did not have much information, but from looking at the interactions of the soldiers in the canteen and training hall he had a rough grasp. Places covered in darkness were still unknown, but what from Climb knew, Erlizelk was
one of the backbones of the royal faction.
So it seems, Lakes said as she shrugged. While she was a noble woman, as a famous adventurer, her knowledge of noble society was less than Climb's.
But she easily answered Climb's question. I asked at the guild. Of course the Thieves Guild investigated their backer.
Apart from what I mentioned earlier, it seems to be used for the strengthening of the faction and betrayals.
He fulfills his bestial lust, but there are no further complications. Lakes practically spewed out her words. Now, so this was the gist of it. How was it?
Perfect. Yes, thank you, Tia.
Now, what should we do? Silence filled the room. The person who cut it apart was Rena.
Mobilize the troops, and smash them.
Impossible. Lakes refuted her.
With such a strong reply, Rena did not say anything further, and thought of other possibilities.
Because she was a princess, mobilizing troops was extremely difficult.
If the princess had soldiers directly under her it would be fine, but the only one she had was Climb. So to mobilize them there would need to be orders.
Then the soldiers of the royal faction would move.
However, the one behind them was Erlizelk of the royal faction. It was not clear what connections they had, but the chance that the soldiers would be deployed late was extremely high. But what if the soldiers of the noble faction moved?
This was a chance for them to deal a blow to their opposing faction, and it was given to them by Rena. They would fulfill their orders, and save the trapped people.
However, as a result the authority of the royal faction would drop, and cause rifts in the faction. Basically mobilizing the troops using Rena's authority would bring no merits.
Then the next thing was, the problem would be solved if we activated Adventurer's right. Probably.
Lakew's mumbled a reply, but there was hesitation in her eyes.
Tia explained for her. Adventurers can solve the problem. However, it does not solve the problem with Erlizelk.
Should they destroy Erlizelk's business in the dark, the source of evil would definitely remain.
Even if it were the princess' orders. No, because it was her orders.
This was an act that damaged one of the hearts of the faction, so it would cause waves in the faction.
If they put Erlizelk on trial, it would be a worse problem.
Basically any move they made would damage the royal faction.
Thus Lakew's was against it. As both were detrimental to Rena.
Why? If we imprison Erlizelk, would the problem not be solved?
It's not that simple. The factions would be shaken.
Is there a need for such a terrible person in the faction?
Factions are not that simple.
In a way, Erlizelk is a necessary evil. Can't we hide the identity of the requester?
The guild will investigate that, and it will be difficult to completely hide that Rena requested it.
You could hire workers, but their reliability is doubtable.
Then what about hiring Alvain?
Spare me.
I am a noble girl. If things go badly, it will cause trouble to the family.
Really?
But it is the right thing to do.
Fine. I will somehow handle Erlizelk's shop, but one must negotiate with him.
One has to silence him with pressure. As a princess, can I not do it?
Right?
Rena said as she looked at Climb and Lakew's. I don't know, Lakew's implied in her glances at Climb. The meaning in her gaze was easily understood. Rena Summer. Honestly, pressuring them will be difficult.
Everyone will understand Rena Summer's kindness since she has thought this much for them.
However, this is an extremely sensitive problem. It is a good plan to grit our teeth and keep our head down.
Climb did not believe so, but Rena did not understand the importance of laying groundwork, and was the headstrong type.
If there was a sensitive problem like the one they were facing, the chance of large problems occurring if they charged in was high. It could not be ignored.
There was no man who wished for the woman he loved to get hurt and go down a road of pain. Climb was the type to hurt himself and open up a safe path for her instead.
Imprisoned, treated like slaves and sent to die.
Such people were pitiful, and he felt disgusted by the people who put them there.
However, he thought that it could not be helped that the woman most important to him had to avert her eyes to them. You should have a personal guard apart from Climb.
Maybe.
Even if you have one, it does not solve the problem with the nobles. The princess is a beautiful decoration after all.
Tia.
It's the truth. Silence fell.
Lakew sent a sharp gaze at Tia, but she had no change in expression.
Alvain, Climb. I really am a decoration. That is not true. Climb shouted. It was an attempt to gloss it over, but Rena was not fooled.
Really? You. As if being swallowed by Rena's pure eyes, Climb could not continue.
Because he thought Tia spoke the truth. Rena closed her eyes, and faced upwards. A few seconds passed. Climb was thinking to console her, but not words came to mind. Lakew's was also silent, and kept a scowl on her face. We have no choice. Call for Marquis Revan. He has had meetings here for various reasons, and should still be in the capital.
The Marquis? According to Climb's memories, he was one of the 6 great nobles, and was part of the royal faction. However, he was a strange one, and the soldiers of Marquis Revan did not mix well with other soldiers of the faction.
Why such a person?
Climb wondered, but Rena's orders took first priority in his head.
However, he still voiced one of his thoughts. Will it be fine despite being quite late though?
Klein glanced out the window to check the outside. The sky was filled with stars, and was ruled by the darkness of dusk. However, it was not yet dinner time, and calling someone without an appointment was not a good thing now. Of course, there was no way a great noble would refuse an invitation by Princess Rena.
I don't mind. If I say that I have an urgent message for him, I believe he will come. Understood. Then I will be calling for Marquis Revan. Klein slowly stood up from the chair. Aindra Summer, please excuse me. Hey,
Tayer.
What are you thinking of, calling for the bat?
TL note, I am aware this contradicts the earlier chapter.
Author's problem, not mine.
I checked. While hearing Lei Q's question from behind him, Klein left the room.
Chapter 70, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 10. A man appeared before Rena. Following behind him was Klein. His blonde hair was pulled back and fixed, and his thin blue eyes glistened in the light. His skin was an unhealthy white, characteristic of those who got no sunlight. He was a man whose figure was like a snake. He had unhealthy skin that would cause one to ask if he were in his 40s. His appearance was, in a word, impeccable.
His tight-fitting clothes were made of some sort of rare animal hide, possibly some sort of magical beast, and stitched with goldwork. The embroidery around his collar and his front buttons was of exquisite workmanship, and the front buttons probably had tiny gemstones worked into them, given the way they caught and reflected the light. His stand-up collar completely concealed his narrow neck.
This was top-class apparel, which was undeniably suited to him. He was the very picture of a member of the kingdom's 6 great nobles. The man entered the room and gracefully bowed. I have come in response to Rena Denka's summons.
Yes.
Thank you for coming all his way, Marquis Revan. Please raise your head. Rena replied while remaining seated.
Marquis Revan had a cold smile on his face as he straightened up.
His smile was very sinister, and it made people think he was quite creepy. Yet for some reason, it seemed perfectly suited to him. It did not displease others who looked upon him. Please, over here.
Yes.
Marquis Revan entered the room and moved closer to Rena.
However, what would you need from me at this late hour? Although I feel happy to speak with your majesty at any time you call.
Thank you.
There is nothing more reassuring than having the smartest person in the kingdom, Marquis Revan, say that.
Thank you. However, the smartest person in the kingdom is not myself, but the person in front of me. The two shared a deep smile. Then Rena shifted her gaze. Climb. You will be in the next room. Understood.
Rena Summer. Klein, who was standing unmoving next to the door, he bowed and left the room.
He moved to the next empty room. Now, Marquis Revan. Please take a seat. If you would excuse me.
Marquis Revan sat down on the chair Rena indicated.
Rena poured a cup of water and placed it before Marquis Revan.
May I?
Please help yourself.
Marquis Revan took it and brought it to his mouth. This is the juice of the kutsu, fruit.
Extremely delicious. Thank goodness.
I had thought that you would prefer the juice of the tsiru, fruit.
No.
At this age, the juice of the fruit is too sweet, and the taste stays in one's mouth.
The kutsu fruit juice's tartness is just perfect. Is that so? Then I shall prepare the juice of the kutsu fruit for the next time. Thank you.
However, allow me to prepare next time.
That would be unfair for you. I have called you after all. No. Having a gift received by a woman as beautiful as your majesty makes me happy as a man. Then there was a period of nothingness.
Marquis Revan evaluated Rena with narrow eyes, and Rena was wondering where to start.
And the one who lit the fuse was of course Rena.
I wish to borrow your intellect. She wasted no time getting to the meat of the subject. Marquis Revan's narrow eyes parted slightly, full of surprise.
However, he recovered almost instantly, and hid his consternation. My intellect, Since it is your highness that asks, your servant fears he will not be able to live up to your expectations. I think you will do fine.
After all, I doubt anyone is your equal in affairs of the court, Marquis Revan. How? Marquis Revan raised a voice of slight surprise. Marquis Revan knew that Rena was bad at human relations and deals.
Thus she distanced herself from political battles.
Then what did the phrase affairs of the court refer to? If it was about the secret political wars, where did she get such information from?
It was not from Climb. This was as the best among his soldiers monitored him. He had heard nothing of him meeting with nobles. Then was this the work of Blue Rose? Probably not as well.
While she was familiar with the leader Lakes, but she was not the type to relate to nobles.
She could not know the deep parts.
Was this why she had called the one known as the Bat, who jumps between the two factions?
Because he was a bat he might fly to her? Marquis Revan smiled leisurely. He knew too little, and thinking too hard on the matter would only lead to a strange conclusion. That much was obvious. He decided to hold off on his decision until he learned more. And what would you have your servant tell you?
This is about the ruler of the shadows of the royal faction, or the Earl Zelk who is skulking around the shadows.
Could you do something about him? What?
Given the look on Marquis Revan's face, one might be forgiven for thinking a bomb had suddenly gone off in front of his face. Just about anyone who saw this would have been shocked, because Marquis Revan was not normally an expressive man. Rena seemed to think further explanation was in order. She ignored Marquis Revan's shocked expression and calmly continued. No, perhaps I should have asked one of the two members of the royal faction, but Marquis Bloomrush has been secretly passing on information to the Empire, no?
That would mean. Please wait.
Eyes widening, Marquis Revan spoke in a hoarse voice.
Marquis Bloomrush.
You knew, right? After all, is that not why you tried to keep the good Marquis from learning too much?
Marquis Revan was at a loss for words, and looked at Rena.
Rena still kept her earlier peaceful expression, but wondered if she were wrong under her breath.
You.
Marquis Revan was so overcome that he forgot to address her as Your Highness. Rena had been right about everything. Only Marquis Revan knew that Marquis Bloomrush, one of the 6 great nobles, a great noble of the royal faction, had betrayed the kingdom.
They had kept quiet about his treason to keep the balance between the factions from breaking down.
Marquis Revan had been desperately trying to keep this from the noble faction and had come up with all manner of schemes to keep the Empire from learning this. His efforts should have been flawless, until now.
Then how did Rena, who remained cooped up here, learn of that information? Were the locks on his information not strong enough? How did you find out?
Oh, I just listened to what everyone was saying.
And I do talk with the maids from time to time. How reliable were the maids' words?
It was true that the maids that worked here were the daughters of nobles.
And that they knew what was going on in their houses. However, how much of the information that Rena heard was true? But that meant.
An unbelievable idea filled Marquis Revan's mind. However, what Rena was saying, talking from the maids from time to time, was the truth, and Marquis Revan's exemplary brain understood. The girl before him had sifted through a mountain of dross and picked out the diamonds in the rough, which she had fashioned into a jeweled necklace.
Therefore, a monster. He quietly intoned the word that most suited the woman known as Rena.
Rena should have heard that loud and clear, but all she did was smile, without rebuking Marquis Revan for his rudeness.
He abandoned the line of thought he had been following until just now. She deserved his honesty. And his recollections of the past were correct. Understood.
I shall open myself up. However, I would like to speak to the real Rena Denker before that.
What do you mean?
Rena asked in a questioning, almost teasing manner. A long time ago, your servant once saw a girl.
With incredible insight, that girl spoke words of invaluable wisdom.
However, your servant took a long time before he understood the meaning and value of those words. Marquis Revan's voice echoed through the silent room. However, when I saw that girl's eyes, my impressions were that to her, nothing had worth. Nothing had worth?
Rena quietly asked.
Yes.
She thought nothing of the world. She had empty eyes that scorned everything.
The mood in the room was vastly different from before, and a chill seemed to spread through the air. Marquis Revan hunched his shoulders as if to protect himself. However, when I met her again, the girl's eyes had completely changed.
I would like to, Your Majesty.
I want to ask, was I completely fooled, or had things changed?
Their eyes met.
It looked as though a pair of serpents were writhing and struggling against each other. And then, Rena's eyes lost their shine. Marquis Revan smiled coldly, as though he had seen something nostalgic.
As I expected, Rena Denka. Your Highness' eyes are just like the ones I recall from my memory. Were you merely pretending ever since then? No, Marquis Revan. I was not acting. I was satisfied.
Does your Highness perhaps refer to your soldier, the man Climb?
Oh yes. All this is thanks to my Climb.
Oh.
To think that that boy could actually change Your Highness.
Your servant thought of him as nothing but a child.
What does he mean to Your Highness, if I might ask? You mean Climb?
Rena's gaze trailed off, staring into the air.
She was thinking about what words she could use to describe his value to her.
Rena Tayer Shardelen Ryle Vayself.
If there was only one word to summarize her entire being, that would be golden. That word derived from her blinding beauty.
However, very few people knew that she possessed a talent that far outstripped even her good looks. The level of talent she had was enough to call her a genius of internal affairs.
Her talent could only be described as a gift from the heavens.
Her deductions might seem to have come from flashes of inspiration, but the truth was that they were pieced together from countless scattered fragments of information, gathered by her extraordinary powers of observation. In all likelihood, nobody on the continent could match up against her mental abilities.
If one were pressed to find an equal for her, then one would have to look beyond the human race.
However, very few entities were on her level, even among these superhuman beings. In Nazarick, only Demiurge, who possessed a fiendish intellect and was hyper-competent in every aspect of national administration, be it military, domestic and foreign affairs, could be considered on par with her.
Human beings often considered matters from their own perspectives.
From that point of view, one could say that strange or wondrous people were merely labels applied by plebeians.
Basically, Rena was a genius of that level. However, she had one quirk. That was she could not understand the thoughts of people. Why could people not immediately understand things that she could easily get? Without any people that could rival her, no one could grasp the intentions of her words. As a result, no one could understand her.
Perhaps it might be easier to describe this phenomenon as the loneliness of genius. Perhaps someone on her level might have been able to appreciate how gifted she truly was.
If that were the case, the outcome would probably have been different. However, there was nobody like that around.
In the end, when a little girl spoke of things that baffled those who heard them, the reaction to her was fear.
Rena was very cute as a child, and so she was not hated. Instead, she was cherished, to a certain extent.
However, the fact that nobody could understand what she said had an extreme effect on her mental development.
The girl's heart began to warp as time went by. No, she was made to warp. If not for that puppy of hers. That was really a mess.
On a certain rainy day, the girl picked up a puppy at death's door.
Without that day, a demon lord might have been born.
One that could not understand human emotions, and only saw numbers and worked to satisfy the majority. The dying puppy looked at her, its master, with a strange expression in its eyes.
What a weighty gaze, she had thought. The expression in its eyes was one of innocent reverence. To her that could not understand human emotions, even she felt that it was heavy, and evoked emotions that everyone could understand. They were eyes that held a heart.
To her who could not understand human emotions, those eyes had disgust, surprise, joy, passion, and a human being. Indeed, in those eyes, she saw a human being like herself.
Of course, not in the meaning of intelligence. It was like a teacher passionately teaching idiots. It was like she was looking at a puppy.
The puppy which the girl had picked up became a boy, and then a man. Whether he was a puppy, a boy or a man, those eyes peered through her with the same blinding purity.
However, it no longer bothered her.
Thanks to those eyes, she could speak to others like a normal person. She could coexist with the vulgar, inferior life forms around her.
Climb. If I could join with him.
And if I could chain climb up and take care of him like a pet, and make sure he couldn't go anywhere, perhaps that might be better.
The air in the room froze.
Even Marquis Revan was shocked.
He had thought the most beautiful woman in the kingdom would spout some childish fantasy.
No, he should not have expected any such saccharine sweet simpering from the true Princess Rena, but he had not expected her to go that far.
The words that Marquis Revan heard were so far from what he thought. Thus he froze. However, he immediately restarted. This was as he was sure she was not joking. Take care of him if you will. Nobody will object to your highness. No, it might still be difficult. Unless you had help. Indeed. It'll be quite hard to fulfill that dream while maintaining the facade of a proper princess. And there's no point in forcing him to look at me. I want to chain him down and take care of him like a dog, while he looks at me with those eyes of his. Few people enjoyed hearing about the sexual fetishes of others.
Marquis Revan could not help but want to stagger a few steps back after making contact with the soul of the woman called Rena.
Like a dog.
Does that mean you do not love him, Your Highness? Rena turned an incredulous, scornful gaze on the Marquis.
Of course I love him. I like the way he looks at me. And I love how he clings to me like a puppy. And now his way of asking for things has gotten strangely better. How boring. 1,000 apologies, but I find this topic very hard to follow. I do not need you to understand me. All you need to know is that I like him, and that I love him. She's weird. Marquis Revan wanted to shake his head. They had heard that the princess had fallen in love with a common soldier, and had expected that it might blow up into a matter of national importance. Yet, what they had heard was far more ridiculous than they had expected. Well then, the problem of fetishes. It is not a fetish. It is simply love.
Rena sounded like she was reproachfully interrupting Revan's words, and he resisted the urge to shoot back.
A normal person would unconsciously rebut.
However, it was expected that a great noble who fought in secret conflicts could suppress that.
Very well, love it is, then.
Right.
Although under the present circumstances, the union of Your Highness with Climb is a little
difficult.
I fully understand that. It is almost impossible due to the situation.
If all the influence were concentrated around myself, everything would be fine, but given the current situation, all methods are impossible.
Rena's muddy eyes chided herself. It was also an expression she would not show in front of Climb. If it is Your Majesty, you could take the kingdom. Impossible. I cannot understand the thoughts of humans other than Climb. Basically, I cannot understand human emotions. I see, Marquis Revan said. Basically, to work together with Rena, he would have to tie himself together with Climb.
Doing so would create an extremely strong ally. Marquis Revan felt gratitude for being called. Anyhow, how about an arranged marriage with my child?
Marquis Revan raised his hand as if to stop Rena. Arranging a marriage with my child, Your Majesty can have a child with Climb.
The rights of my inheritance can go to child born between my son and the woman he loves. And, apologies, but Your Majesty can disguise herself as his or her parent.
I see. You can gain blood with this fake marriage.
Yes. This way Your Majesty can have a child with the man you love, and my house can gain royal blood even if fake.
Both sides stand to gain here, I believe. How wonderful.
If the pedestal of the royal faction, you, asks, even father cannot dismiss it easily.
Was it? Marquis Revan released the tension from his body. How should it put it, Should he raise the evaluation of Rena or lower it? What he could sat was that her figure as a normal girl was a complete farce. It was known that women fake themselves in front of men.
It was on the same level as if a person good at makeup disguised themselves.
How old is your son? He has turned 5. Then he should be cute.
Just so.
His narrow eyes opening wide, Marquis Revan raised a loud voice.
Rena's body shook at the sudden noise.
Ah. Cough. Excuse me.
Ah, no. Rena and Marquis Revan looked at each other, and then looked away. It seems we've gotten off topic.
Yes, but it was quite a rewarding digression. Both of them thought this. They had both gained from it.
Marquis Revan gained royal blood, and Rena could marry the man she loved.
True. However, there is a reason why I called you.
I believe it was, to deal with Erlizelk, right? Yes. Just so. Rena began to talk about Erlizelk's shops.
Marquis Revan, who was quietly listening, nodded. When Rena passed him the papers, he nodded again. I understand.
It is not a rare story, but you want to destroy that brothel and save those trapped inside.
There was not much meaning to destroying the brothel, and this was nothing more than applying pressure.
Despite doing this, another brothel like this would pop up somewhere.
Did she intend to destroy them one by one?
After Marquis Revan thought that, he decided to work to fulfill Rena's wish. Because he felt happy about the arranged marriage with his son, he wanted to fully pull her in as an ally.
The problem is that the Earl is of the royal faction.
This is not an act of loyalty to the king but for profits though. Then if father orders it, can we not solve this problem with his authority?
It is the opposite. The Earl does not have much authority, but he does have quite a number of soldiers. Adding on several connections, in total he has quite the say. Ostracizing such a man will cause cracks in the faction. Thus it would be best to avoid crushing it from the front with authority.
Basically?
Rena curiously asked. To her, who could not understand human emotions, she could not understand why the other nobles would not pull away from a liability like Erlizelk who had no merits. She was making a face as if saying there are only demerits. Seeing that, Marquis Revan felt something cold run down his back. Rena did not understand human emotions.
Even if one thought they had a friendly relationship, she herself did not think that. Basically, no matter how much one deepened their friendship, they could be thrown away after considering merits and demerits.
Loyalty, gratitude, friendship, love, debts. She could not understand such things.
Then there was only one way to tie down the woman known as Rena.
It was to secure Climb. However, there was a problem.
Attempts to pull in Climb would definitely be known by Rena, and if done poorly, one would make a dangerous enemy.
Marquis Revan laughed.
However, because it was such a dangerous bomb, that it had worth being secured.
Anyway, it would better to sell favors to Climb rather than Rena. You are making quite the evil smile.
Really?
I am thinking of Erlizelk's power after we dull it.
Really? Rena smiled childishly.
She fitted the word golden. It was a smile that made one think that. However, from the current Marquis Revan, it made him question what she was thinking.
Now, instead of using authority to forcibly cut down that shop, it would be better to lead the Earl to cutting it himself.
Is that possible?
Of course.
He has borrowed from many, and there is some friendship in that. The noble faction, knowing this, would plan to steal the information. Also, such a brothel is right on the boundaries of the law. Knowing that there is a relation, even if it fails, we will not be connected.
If I say some things, the Earl will instead be grateful for its destruction. Then after cutting their relation, what will happen to the store? We can destroy it.
With the cover of destroying it before the information reaches those of the noble faction.
With what methods?
Will you be mobilizing your troops? No, we will use adventurers.
We can gather and use troops, but we need some numbers for that.
And using troops within the capital stands out. This would cause the information to leak. And it will be dangerous to use the cover that we are inspecting a person of the noble faction. Using adventurers that can face 1,000 men each, the leaked information would decrease.
Yes.
Your Majesty does have good relationships with such adventurers after all. Rena nodded. On top of them, I shall activate the adventurer party under myself. Shall they destroy it in turns? No, it is dangerous if not destroyed quickly.
Those from the noble faction might activate their soldiers and steal the info.
Also, this might destroy the public safety of the city. Should there be weird information in the shop, it would become a dangerous problem.
So they would attack immediately and steal the necessary information.
The problem is that there is little time, but 4 shops.
If Blue Rose splits and handles 2, my subordinates can handle 1.
It seems we have 1 missing. It cannot be helped. Shall we give up? Or hire other adventurers? Hiring adventurers will be troublesome.
I want to hire workers who care for only money, but this is a job of utmost secrecy. I want to do this with Your Majesty's Blue Rose and my subordinates. If we had to ignore one, we should ignore the last and most evil one. I cannot think that there is important information there.
Rena pondered to herself for a few seconds. What is wrong? Climb does not wish for that, but it's dangerous. With that short whisper, one could easily understand what Rena was thinking.
Climb-kun wants to save everyone?
He is a child still.
Marquis Revan made a wry smile. In actuality, the chance of saving the people in that shop was low. First was the cost of using healing magic, and there would be people who did not heal despite that.
And after saving them, the problem of what to do with them popped up. Not understanding that, and simply wanting to save them, he could only be called a child. However, that is what makes him Climb. Rena smiled brightly.
This was the first time Marquis Revan recognized Rena as a beautiful woman. Currently, Rena's expression had no negative emotions.
She was a woman that was simply proud of her man. Then it cannot be helped. I shall have Climb-kun stationed nearby to infiltrate the shop with whoever has finished.
How about having him attack the shop with the other members?
That is not bad, but there is the possibility of wounds. That is fine. We shall let Climb be the lookout, and attack the last shop with whoever finished their attacks. However, honestly, why do you want to destroy that shop? I believe you understand that there are not many merits to this?
Marquis Revan curiously asked Rena, but was responded to with laughter.
Climb wishes for that.
And so?
I shall act as the woman Climb believes is Rena. If you are caught, it will be bad, you know? I do not believe he is that sort of person, but... There was weight in Marquis Revan's words, since he had a wife and child. However, Rena did not understand that. She only took it at face value.
Is that so? Well, I am controlling myself to the point that I feel locked up, but it is not all an act.
I simply want to help Climb do whatever he wants. That would be fine, but... Is it? While wondering about that, he did not fully understand it. Marquis Revan forced himself to believe that love came in all shapes and forms. There is no time, so we should begin quickly. The information that I have come here should have spread. If we let this chance pass, the security will become stricter. I have troubled you. Nonsense.
For the fake wife of my child, this level of cooperation is nothing.
While my adventurers move, I shall visit the Earl. How about we begin in 1 hour's time? My adventurers are free, and have no problem. How about Your Majesty's side? I have no problems here either. I have heard the plans of Blue Rose earlier.
Shall we move?
We should.
Climb and the leader of Blue Rose, Lakes, are next door. Can you explain to them?
Understood, Your Majesty.
Chapter 71, The Capital City of the Kingdom, Part 11.
Climb was holding a black lump. It was wriggling in his hands and was extremely soft, so it was flattening in his hands due to its weight.
Climb hit that strange ball full of liquid and splattered it on his armor. The ball spread out with a splash, and made a black mark on Climb's white armor.
What Climb held was a ball with black dyes. This explained this scene. However, that was not the end. He did not simply destroy that ball.
The black dye on his armor moved, and spread out across the armor's surface. After a few seconds, there was not a place left unstained, and the sparkling white turned into a deep black. The ball Climb destroyed was an item known as a magic dye. High-level ones could give resistances to acid, heat and cold, but the one that Climb used simply changed color. The reason he was using this was of course, because Climb's pure white armor was too eye-catching. However, changing color like this had the merit of not being associated with Climb since his normal image was strong.
Climb.
Confirming that he had finished changing color, Lake Hughes had believed that he had finished preparations and came over.
She began to give the final briefing.
This job this time was to attack the 4 brothels, save the people inside, and retrieve any secret documents.
They would prioritize the removal of the staff, and if they were customers, they would knock them unconscious. The reason why they were saving the guests was as they could be used as weapons for Marquis Revan. The attack on the 4 brothels was split into 4. 2 would be handled by Blue Rose. 1 would be handled by another adventurer party. Climb would observe the last brothel.
After that, a party that finished their attack would attack the last brothel with Climb.
The secrecy of this job was extremely high, and the noble faction could not know of this. Thus, they would prevent it from escalating into a large commotion. They would also prevent information from being leaked.
Climb listened to Lake Hughes' explanation and nodded.
Understood. Then, take care.
Oh, is the conversation over?
Gagran Summer.
Just a bit away from them were the members of Blue Rose, Evil Eye, Tia, and Tina. Gagran separated from them and came over. Her outfit was different from when they were in the inn, and she were covered in first-class magic items. Her blackish-red full-plate mail's chestpiece had spikes and a rune that looked like an eye.
This was the famous armor, Gaze Pane.
Her gauntlet was changed slightly, and a pair of entwinine snakes was engraved in. Those who touched the gauntlets would be healed, and it was known as the Gauntlets of Carducus. The large warpick that one could only use with both hands was Felion, Feroan. The large crimson cape that a member of nobility would wear was the Crimson Guardian. Hidden under her armor was the Vest of Resistance, the Amulet of Dragontooth, the Belt of Greater Power, the Wing Boots, and the Circlet of Twister.
Her rings also had large amounts of power imbued in it.
This was the full loadout of one of the members of the kingdom's strongest A+ adventurer party, the strongest warrior, Gagran.
What are you here for?
Lake Hughes spoke back in cold words, and her body was also covered in items no inferior to Gagran's. First was the magic sword whose name knowed no bounds, the demon sword Kiranerum. It was a bastard sword, and since it was in its sheath he could not see its blade, which was said to look like a pitch-black night sky.
However, he could tell that the grip alone was of amazing make.
Especially the giant black sapphire embedded in its hilt, and shines as if it were a magical fire. Her full plate armor had a shine that could only be explained by it being a mix of platinum and gold, and multiple unicorns were engraved on it.
Since it could only be worn by women and could not be dirtied, it was known as the Virgin Snow.
Opposing such a shiny armor, the cloak on her back was a mouse-colored cotton cloth.
This was the Cloak of Rat Speed, that could grant higher movement speed, sensitivity and evasion, that one could not tell based on its appearance. It was not only that. She had magic items that rivaled Gagran's. Even one would cause one's eyes to pop from the price. Having this many was precisely because they were A+ adventurers. Oi oi, leader is strict. She is thinking about teaching Climb about fighting. What? Ha. Well, it's fine, that's to that girl. This is quite a rushed job. We don't have enough time to relax, you know? End this quickly. Yes. But, Lake Hughes. Can we use that? That is, Kiranerum. It's fine though. Really? Well, don't push yourself. If it gets bad, tell us anytime. I don't really get it, but fine.
Lakew's returned to the other members of Blue Rose and Gagran watched her go.
Gagran then took out from her breast pocket. She then thrust it out to Climb. Bring this along. Gagran passed him handbells. 3 of them. In appearance, they were very similar, but the design on them was different. Climb had heard of what they were and when to use them. This is. I don't think you'll use it, but this is just in case. But. The reason why Climb was hesitating was as it was not an item that an attacker like him would use. Gagran then laughed away Climb's worries. Ha! We will leave this to Tia and Tina. There is no chance for any detection items to be used. So, it is better for you to use this. Gagran lowered her voice. However, because of that, don't try to use it. Properly evaluate the situation and use it.
Climb was about to ask, but at that moment, Evil Eye spoke up with an annoyed voice.
Are you not ready yet, Gagran?
Ooh.
I'm coming. Looking back at him, Gagran gave Climb some advice. If we get there first, there will be no problem. But if the other party get here, the chance that they will find you a bother will be high. Well, if a weird person joined your party, it might not function well. So try not to be a bother.
Yes.
I understand. Then fine.
Well, don't hesitate. After those words, Gagran walked towards her comrades. Seeing that large retreating figure, Climb then turned his gaze to the bells he was given.
It was normal for one to sleep when the sun set in this world. This was as lights cost money.
For poor families, they wanted to save on lamp oil. Thus, the lives of villagers were healthy ones.
However, cities were not like that.
Firstly, magic items that could provide continual light were often used.
Also, some work could only start after the sunset. The extravagant pleasure district was such a place.
However, Climb was heading to a place where the words narrow alley could not even describe. Climb remained silent on the quiet road, and walked without light. The reason why he could walk in a pitch-dark lane was due to his helm, the helm of dark vision. 15 meters ahead of him was the limit, but the scene he could see from the narrow slit was as bright as day. Since an armor made of mithril was not as noisy as a normal full-plate armor, it did not destroy the quiet atmosphere. The sound of the crossbow at his waist hitting his armor was not loud either. Without a person with exceptional observational skills or a great rogue, Climb's footsteps could not be heard from within the building. He had already passed the area where Sabas had picked up Swear, and he went a few blocks further and placed his hand on a nearby door.
He used some force, and slowly, as if to not make sound, pushed the door open.
As if knowing that it should open, the door opened as if it had no hesitation.
As the door opened, the stench of stale air leaked out.
It was completely black, but Climb could see without any problems, and entered silently. Closing the door with the back of his hand, Climb first checked with his ears.
Confirming that he could not hear anything, Climb took the next step. He began slowly walking.
While the floor underneath Climb creaked due to his weight, Climb moved one with caution.
There was the possibility that the wooden floor was rotten. If there was a basement, this would be a natural pitfall trap.
In the completely black room, every step Climb took kicked up dust and the smell of mold.
The fortunate thing was that there were no smells other than that. There were monsters within cities.
For example, the 1-meter-long giant ant or giant cockroach.
Such monsters have particular smells. If there was no smell, there was no monster. Confirming his safety, Climb returned to the door, and made a slight gap. He then peeked out.
Unfortunately, due to the angle, Climb could not see his goal of the brothel.
Climb was observing a different building.
Why was he observing a different building?
The reason was simple.
The building that Climb was observing was a part of the brothel.
The brothel was a 2-story building, but the first nor second floor were used. It was the underground that was truly used. Yes, the store spread out under the ground.
The building that Climb was observing was another entrance to the shop, This was an extremely hidden exit that they learnt of because the Thieves' Guild had investigated it. Originally it might have been better to observe the normal door. However, Tia, who was excellent as a thief, had scouted the area and found that this house was the safest. If it was a person with Tia's amazing thief skills, they could observe the building with the entrance as well.
However, a novice like Climb could not. Thus he was peeking out from this house.
The building Climb was observing had the same appearance as the surrounding houses, and had a dilapidated look.
However, there was no light leaking from it.
If it was an emergency exit, there would be people there.
Climb stared at the location without moving. Then,
Kushan.
He made a cute sneeze.
He looked at his surroundings. He confirmed that there was no one there to hear him.
He then pulled a thin cloth and a handkerchief from the pouch at his waist. He then removed his helm.
The effect of night vision was granted by the helm, thus was cut when he removed it, and was shrouded in darkness.
He was unable to see his surroundings for an instant. However, this was predicted. Climb continued his actions without panicking. Climb covered his nose with a handkerchief. The dust in this house would stick to his mucus.
But after repeatedly blowing his nose, and confirming that he removed any itchiness, Climb folded his handkerchief.
He then tied a cloth around his mouth and nose.
After covering the bottom half of his face, he put on his helm.
Breathing was painful to a certain extent, but it was better than inhaling dust.
If Climb's inner state was turned into words, it would be something along those lines.
He then silenced himself and stared at the scene.
In the midst of things, he reminisced about a certain old man.
He was extremely strong, and had the same goals. However, it would cause problems to his master, and thus he could not be involved. And more importantly, he could not pull in an unknown third party.
Climb believed that Sebas could be trusted, but this problem could extend to Rena, and so he could not borrow his power.
Looking at the situation silently, how did he pass this boring time? Suddenly, Climb heard a strange sound. It was the sound of something large and heavy being moved. The sound was metallic.
It was like a full plate-wearing warrior was being thrown aside, and Climb peeked out in a panic.
However, he could not see anything from his position. Should he open the door to peek? Climb hesitated. This might have been Lady Luck shining down upon him. The door Climb was observing. It was open. While bathed in the light from inside, a man poked his head out. He was a man that did not have a good appearance. In one of his hands was a metallic shine. It was a drawn short sword.
Oi!
The door is broken. The man checking the outside was probably speaking to someone on the inside.
What broken door?
One did not even need to think about it, it was probably the entrance.
It seems that the steel door was broken by a third unknown party.
Did one of the groups from the other shops come? If that was the case, why did they not inform Climb? Did they not tell him because he would be a bother? Or was it?
Did the people of the noble faction move?
There was a chance that a person made his move without knowing that Climb was here. Those that would do that were probably of the noble faction. This was bad. Climb panicked.
If it were a person from the noble faction, the plan to keep this all under wraps would go up in smoke.
Despite being troubled, Climb had to make his choice. It was what it do. If information leaked to the noble faction, the Earl would take action. Then the royal faction would have their power chipped away.
Personally, Climb did not think anything about the rotten nobles who were affiliated to the brothels.
However, he did not wish for the weakening of the royal faction. The weakening of the royal faction would be detrimental to Rena. He could not allow that. Climb decided so. His heart quieted down. His heart could not waver to erase Rena's enemies. The debt that was born when he was a child. And the gratitude that was raised in him thereafter. And his love. If it was for Rena, he would throw his life away.
Climb drew his sword, and moved from the door.
His aim was the man.
While his was a metal armor of mithril, there was no way that it would make no sound.
Hearing a metallic sound from behind him, the man turned back in a panic. However, everything was too late.
What he saw was the flash of a blade, and the shadowy figure appearing from the darkness. As Climb swung down his sword, the man had his neck cut, and his head rolled to the floor.
His short sword dropped to the floor in a clatter.
Climb entered the building without looking at the fate of the man. Even though he just entered a room full of light, Climb had his vision magically improved, and thus there would have no problems.
The man there was already alone.
His short sword and leather armor caused him to have the same figure as the man earlier.
Confirming that he was not one of the people that Lake Hughes had showed him, Climb closed the gap in an instant. What? Who are you?
The man thrust his short sword out to Climb in a panic, but Climb in black armor easily repelled it.
He swung down his sword.
He tried to stop it with his short sword, but it was not enough not stop a blow with Climb's full body weight in it. Blowing away his short sword, Climb's sword embedded itself into the man's shoulder and into his chest. Gaia AA.
The man's screams reverberated, and he fell to the ground, twitching.
Climb believed that it was a fatal wound, and immediately ventured further into the room.
After confirming that there was no one, he climbed to the second floor. 1 minute later, confirming that there were no enemies, he returned to the door.
Seeing that the collapsed man was not moving, he fled outside. Steadying his breath, he pulled the corpse outside back in. Closing the door, he took out a bag of liquid and poured its contents on the bloodstains. The special smell of the liquid in his bag mixed with the thick stench of blood, and caused the smell of blood to lessen.
If one came closer, it would not fool them, but if they were a distance away, they would not notice.
And thus the clamorous cleanup ended, and Climb faced the entrance of the building with determination.
A thick metal door had fallen onto the road. The door was wooden with metal plates nailed into it, and its center had a different metal hammered into it. The door was forced open with great strength, and the knob was twisted into a weird shape. There was no way that a human could do this with physical strength. A tool was possible. No, even with a tool, no human could do this in a short period of time. Then the next thing would be magic. There was magic that could destroy items.
Using that, one could destroy hinges or the lock of the door, even a heavy one.
Climb peeked inside.
The path continued on straight from the open entrance, and led to a closed door.
He could not feel the presence of anyone.
Even if he strained his ears, he could not hear anything.
However, it was certain that there was an intruder.
Confirming this, Climb frantically returned to the building that was attacked.
The door was opened in a rough manner, as if kicked in, and had fallen inwards. The room was filled with the smell of blood. He had looked around in the building before, but he did not find any door or path leading underground. Basically, it was hidden. Since Climb did not have any thief-type skills, he could not find it by looking around the room.
If there was a fine powder like flour in the room, he could blow it around and see where it led. It was a method that worked by having the powder entering the cracks of the hidden door.
However, he neither had the flour nor the time. While Climb was like this, the mystery invader was making his way in as well.
Thus Climb took out a magic item from his pocket.
It was the group of handbells that Gagran gave him. Comparing it to the drawings he was given, he picked one of the three.
The name of the magic item he selected was the Bell of Detect Secret Doors.
He waved it once. A refreshing sound that could only be heard by its owner spread into the air.
Reacting to the sound, a light shone from a corner of the room.
It began to flicker, and showed Climb that there was a hidden door. Climb memorized that location, and turned back to the first floor.
After confirming that there were no other reactions in other locations, he returned to his original location. After this would be to open it and infiltrate, but Climb narrowed his eyes and stared at the hidden door. He then sighed, and picked another handbell.
The one he picked was different from the earlier one. He then swung it. It was similar to the earlier one, but the sound of this bell was different. Bell of Remove Trap. It might be a waste to use it since he was not sure if there was one or not, but a warrior like Climb could not detect traps. There was also the possibility that he could not handle it alone. And while there was the limit of using it once per day, it could not be helped that he waste it here.
There were other problems such as this magic item could not deactivate large or magic-based traps. However, he guessed that there were no traps of this magnitude here. And, it seems that this time, Climb was right.
A heavy sound rang from behind the hidden door.
Climb inserted his sword into the gap of the hidden door, and forced it open. A portion of the wooden floor rose up, and fell to the other side. Along with it was the crossbow that was set into the other side of the hidden door. The arrowhead of the bolt reflected light in a strange way, different from metal. Climb changed his location, and stared at the crossbow.
Slathered onto the tip was a viscous fluid. In 9 out of 10 cases, this would be poison.
If he just opened the door, a poisoned bolt would be released. Heaving a slight sigh of relief, Climb did not remove the crossbow, but investigated it.
Unfortunately, it was bolted to the ground, and he could not remove it without tools. Without a choice, he removed the arrow.
One of the mistakes that novices make was that despite getting it, they would injure themselves with it first. To avoid that, Climb set it in his crossbow first. Many humans would avoid using poison.
Most adventurers did. This was as poison was associated with villain. However, Climb was not one to be afraid of such things.
Especially since he was a human who recognized his weakness, he was willing to use anything.
The reason why he did not usually use poison was as it was not suitable for a soldier of Renna. However, not using it in such a dangerous situation was a fool's act.
Finishing his preparations, Climb peered into the hidden room. It suddenly dropped into a staircase, and he could not see beyond due to his angle. The stairs and its surroundings were made of hard stone.
Climb placed one foot on the steps.
Out of care, he prodded each step with his sword before moving. This was an extremely dangerous act. A lone warrior trying to infiltrate a location was a crazy act.
However, he had no choice.
There was the option of entering from the main entrance, but the results would depend on whether the person who entered first was an ally or an enemy. Either way, he was at loggerheads with them, and people would escape from this door.
There was also the method of surrounding the door and capture those escaping, but important information might be stolen by the other party.
While passive, the smartest choice was to keep silent and watch, and inform the others about any occurrences.
However, doing that would be detrimental to Renna. Thus he took the most dangerous option.
The merits of having the man from the entrance face the enemies while he sneaked in to steal information and capture noble-like people were huge.
The problem was how much a warrior like Climb could act like a thief. A few meters from the bottom of the stairs was a door. Climb pressed forward with great caution.
He did not think that there would be a larger trap than a crossbow in an emergency exit, but it was common for a warrior in armor to be made powerless due to a pitfall.
He had to avoid that.
He proceeded at a speed that caused him to take a long time to cover short distances, but he reached the door. Climb readied his shield in front of him, and pierced the door with his sword, multiple times. Confirming that the trap did not activate on touch, he placed his ear to the wooden door, and tried to listen in.
But as expected, Climb could not hear anything.
He hesitated over using the magic item again, but he found his courage and grabbed the knob, and turned.
However, it did not move. A lock.
As Climb whispered disappointingly, he shook the last handbell among the three.
Bell of open lock.
The lock opened with the power of magic, and with the sound of a click, the knob turned. Climb opened the door slightly, and peeked inside.
It was an open hall.
In the corners of the room were cages that could fit people and wooden boxes.
It was probably a storage room. But he felt that it was too big for that. Opposite was an opening without a door.
Climb cleared his ears, and could hear a slight clamor.
Confirming that there was no one, Climb entered the room and tried to lower his presence. When he reached the center.
I thought that was the diversion, and this would be the main force.
A sudden voice.
A bald man showed himself from the shadow of the boxes. He did not teleport, nor become invisible, he simply was not picked up by Climb's senses. The man's upper half was bare, and his muscular body was covered in countless tattoos, to the point where you could not see his bare skin. Seeing that figure, Climb felt electricity shoot down his spine.
A certain piece of information he got from L'Equus flashed in his head. It was about the people in the 8 fingers.
Climb immediately readied his crossbow, and fired without question.
The poison-tipped bolt flew towards the man. His aim was the man's large torso.
Would he dodge, or hide behind a wooden box?
Even though there were only those 2 choices, the man picked the third one. The man easily grasped the bolt. He then laughed and casually threw it aside. The bolt clattered to the floor.
It's
fine.
Reacting to that voice, another man hiding in the shadows from across the room showed himself.
He held a rapier in one hand, and had an androgynous beauty. He had a kind smile on his face, as if welcoming a friend.
In addition, the hard leather armor he was wearing did not have the chest portion for ladies, but had the one for men.
Climb felt his throat dry. There were 3 people in the 8 fingers that Climb could not defeat. 2 of them were here. He lowered his head at his misfortune.
There were 4 shops, so why were 2 of them here? Or was this the most important shop?
If that was the case, then he had to do something before the other intruder takes away the information. Climb worked his brain. But there was no other option.
Why, here?
While the 2 closed in on Climb, he moved to keep the 2 in his sights, and asked. There was no way they were always here.
Or did they foresee that he had come here due to the other intruder?
Alarm.
You understand, right?
The rapier-holding man, at least in appearance, laughed. While clicking his tongue, Climb readied his sword and shield.
He's motivated, isn't he, Zero?
He came all this way. Of course he would.
Right, intruder?
Climb did not reply. He then ran his hand across his scabbard, and spoke a word. Reacting to it was his sword.
As if the power of magic dwelt in it, the blade began to shine a pale light.
Magic weapon and bless weapon? That's quite the magic item you have there to cast 2 spells simultaneously.
That means that we can get stronger after we kill him.
Zero is quite carefree.
Do you not think that he is strong since he has such an amazing magic item? Hey, you. Where did you get that item?
If you hand it over, we might spare your life, you know? Climb did not reply. He could easily tell that they were lying. I see. Well, it's fine. What should we do? All of us at once? Or should one of us go in at a time? Lubelina.
Yes, what? With extremely light-hearted voice, the man, Lubelina, replied to the man called Zero. Hurry up and clean this up, I'll handle the other side.
So true. We are troubling our guest. Understood. I have been ordered to make a blockade, and to buy time. A new voice cut in.
Climb looked at him in a panic, as if asking if there were more. He had felt it strange that Lubelina used the word all, but now he understood.
A man showed himself from behind the wooden boxes. He of course existed in Climb's memory. He was a man who just able to defeat Climb, and his name should be Succulent. If he were alone, there would be a chance of victory. However, under these circumstances, such a thing was impossible. However, having a slightly weaker existence join the fight was not a bad thing for Climb. This was as he was a weakness.
However, Climb's naive hopes were immediately dashed.
You will be on guard duty. We can't have anyone interfere after all. Understood, Lubelina-san.
Receiving Lubelina's orders, Succulent headed to the walls.
He had no intention of joining.
And so, you will only have the 2 of us as your opponents, but you won't be lonely, right?
What are you talking about?
Seeing that Climb was not speaking, Zero spoke as if chiding Lubelina.
It's obvious he will not talk. Hurry up and clean up. Well, well.
Just wait a bit, Zero.
I'm getting to that. A loud clicking sound echoed in the room. Climb did not have the freedom to look behind him. However, he could guess what it was.
Surprised?
It's an automatic lock.
After a certain amount of time has passed, it will lock automatically.
One of the works of dwarf craftsmen. It's amazing, isn't it? Lubelina's voice was very excited. Basically, she was talking to buy time. Having his escape route sealed off, he had to defeat 2 strong people to escape. No, there was one more.
Climb searched for a chance to take out his handbell.
If he put in hand in his pocket, he would be discovered. Basically, he had one chance. He could not let it go. By the way, you look like a warrior. How did you open the door? Who knows?
Lubelina's face warped. Ha 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 ha.
She burst into laughter.
Reacting here, you are an idiot. Despite the fact that saying nothing was the answer, you reacted and I hit the bullseye. Zero, he has some sort of item.
It can open locks. Then we will not let him have that chance. Zero stepped forward. His gait was very forceful, as if he were a king welcoming a challenger.
On the other hand, Climb kept his sword and shield ready and slowly retreated.
His aim was the wall. It could not be helped that the 2 were attacking, but he could at least narrow their range. However, Climb's action was read by the 2. They closed in from the side, so he was forced to keep his eyes on the entrance. Running back to the entrance was a foolish move. He would be attacked from behind.
So Climb decided to attack Lubelina first, and moved. Me first. Good choice. His chances of victory between Lubelina and Zero were higher facing Lubelina.
However, to Lubelina, Climb's decision was a dissatisfying one.
Lubelina closed in with a thud, and an annoying screeching sound could be heard from Climb's helm. Ha, nice armor.
Ignoring the vibrations, Climb swung his sword. However, he did not reach Lubelina. She had moved to a place his sword could not reach. Her speed was at another level.
No, while Climb thought that, to Gazif or Gagran, this was not much.
However, it was Climb that was fighting. It was like trying to catch a feather that was floating in the air.
Climb thought that and glared at Lubelina.
What a pity. I was trying to pierce your cheek.
The attack to his cheek was not a miss nor a result of Climb trying to dodge, but was aimed for. It was based on the idea that an attack to the cheek would not be fatal, and was a good indicator of Lubelina's personality. Oi oi, if you pay too much attention here, you'll be in danger, you know? Gok. Climb, who was paying attention to Lubelina, felt an impact on his shoulder, and stumbled sideways.
He raised his shield and glared out from behind it.
In his limited vision from the slit in his helm, he saw Zero.
Exclamation mark.
Matching the timing when Zero stepped in, Climb swung his sword down. Zero hit Climb's sword, causing it to change direction, and he plunged his fist into Climb's stomach.
There was a loud sound. It was the sound of metal hitting metal.
Gah.
Yes, now here.
Climb staggered backwards and heard the sound of someone running near his legs.
He swung his sword in that direction. However, there was no sensation of hitting anything. There was no way he could hit anything by blindly waving his sword. The calm warrior in him screamed that, but there was the chance that if he did not swing, he would eat another attack. Uselessly waving his sword wasted energy, but he had to do it. Climb's face walked underneath his helm, and just as he tried to locate his enemies, he saw something move in the corner of his eyes. He tried to raise his shield in a panic. The sound of metal rang at the same time as he received a strong impact on his chest. While staggering backwards, he covered himself with his shield and strained his gaze. As predicted, the one standing there was Zero. The impact on his chest affected his breathing. Blunt hits easily passed into his body, dealing damage. He could deal with it as his full plate armor was enchanted, but he had accumulated a lot of injuries. Lubelina, you are playing too much. There are others we have to kill. Yes. There are invaders. I forgot. Lubelina's speech had some hostility in it. Basically, she was getting serious. Climb frantically readied his breathing. He could feel the sweat under his clothes. He had been in real fights multiple times, but a fight like this where he could easily die was a first.
Climb felt his spirit being doused with great force.
And his unnecessary actions, the damage he received, stole his strength. I tire of this. Even you can kill this guy safely when he's tired. Join in, succulent. Yes, Zero-san. The man who was watching until now left the wall, and moved to surround him.
He drew his short sword, and its blade had a slimy glisten.
Climb's left hand down at his side. He strongly felt the weight of his shield. The heat from his shoulder told him that it was not broken, and he had pins and needles. He felt the same pain at his chest and stomach. He was surrounded, and they were closing in. When they were close enough, the three would definitely steal his life. Climb had a bitter taste in his mouth. Was this the taste of death? Climb felt his body shaking.
Was his heart crying because he could not return to Rena's side?
In front of death, humans would have the heart of martyrs. It was a similar feeling to surrender in a battle. Such people would lose their lives in the next attack. This was a fact.
People stole the lives of people, and there was no way a person who surrendered can take the lives of others.
However, Climb did not loosen his grip on his sword. He had received this sword from Rena. He could not let go of it. The figure of the woman he loved appeared in his head. Climb suddenly removed his helm, and dropped it to the floor. The helm clattered to the floor. He then whispered an apology to his master.
Well.
Who are you?
The three from the Eight Fingers carefully looked at Climb's actions, wondering what meaning they held.
It seemed to be the actions of someone who gave up, but the fire in Climb's eyes was not of someone who accepted death.
Climb removed the cloth covering his nose and spat out the taste of death that accumulated in his mouth.
Why do I feel as if I have already lost? Climb mockingly laughed. It was directed at his fate that brought him to this impossible situation. Climb put more energy into himself, and raised his shield to his shoulder. He could bear with something like pain.
Yes, Climb was always under pressure. He bared with pain, underwent strict training, ignored the mocking laughs, and stared at the future where he would lose the woman he loved.
He bared with it and moved forward one step at a time.
While talented people could fly up the steps, Climb went up one by one, and this took time.
Then he should take this as a staircase for him to climb. He should win as always, and continue to stand behind Rena.
Climb's immature face had a bold smile on it.
Zero and Lubelina felt just a slight amount of hesitation. Until now they had a sure case of victory. They felt that it would be an absolute victory.
Spell tattoo activate. Zero chanted his keywords, and his tattoos began to leak light.
Activating the second spell tattoo, you are serious, aren't you? Succulent, fall back. He has become a little dangerous. Nothing seems to have changed though. That's why you are beneath us.
With a roar, Zero exploded with heat.
His body turned red, and one could see he had gotten much more powerful.
I'll go first, Zero. Lubelina stepped in with vigor, her rapier heading towards Climb's exposed face. A serious Lubelina who was not playing could easily pierce armor.
While Climb's armor was very hard, she was confident of piercing it. However, there was uncertainty in Lubelina's head. It was the thought that she could not pierce both the shield and his armor.
If her thrust was stopped, she would be at an overwhelming disadvantage.
That was why she aimed from Clime's defenseless head.
If he stopped it with his shield, then she would pierce it harder.
If he hit it with his sword, she would slip past and pierce.
In front of the rapier known as heart penetrate, Climb took action to evade. Lubelina's face walked into a cold smile.
She would aim upwards and pierce his head.
An instant later, she felt that her sword had pierced flesh.
However, there was less blood than she expected. What?
Lubelina raised a gasp of surprise. Heart penetrate had pierced Clime's cheek. At the same time, Climb moved his head, forcing the blade deeper. After the blade reached his other cheek, he moved his jaw and bit down. The feeling of the harsh grating of teeth reverberated through heart penetrate and reached Lubelina.
I found yet you recoffer.
With blood spitting out from his mouth, Climb went over to Lubelina's body and swung his sword with full force.
This is bad. When she tried to retrieve heart penetrate, the jaw strength of a man biting down and ignoring the pain was stronger.
Giving up, Lubelina tried to let go of her rapier, but it was too late. Clime's sword headed to Lubelina, and
if she was his only opponent, he could have won. Clime's body was blown away with a loud sound.
The man wearing armor floated into the air, and was blown back several meters.
That was testament to how powerful that blow was. You lost focus.
Still in the position where he punched Climb with his fist, Zero spoke to Lubelina. Ah, you saved me, Zero.
Lubelina picked up heart penetrate off the floor.
It had fallen from Clime's cheek due to the impact of Zero's attack.
Blood, saliva, and some bite marks. Being able to leave marks on a magical sword, just what sort of jaw strength did he have? Lubelina looked at the fallen Climb, and was faced with a surprising scene. Climb was slowly standing up. While he received Zero's attack, he could still stand. Such humans were extremely rare. Zero. Aren't you the one fooling around? No, I am surprised.
Due to the armor or some other reason, he's not dead. With a cough, Climb stood up and spat out blood.
He was half dead, but half alive. Those were the best words to describe him.
His eyes were empty, and his hands hung by his sides. His face was pierced, and he looked terrible.
However, he still had the will to fight. I'll kill you. You. Succulent, what are you looking at?
Join in.
Why, yes.
As Lubelina screamed with a voice that showed that the gap had narrowed, the three closed in. He could hear a voice through his buzzing ears. As if reacting to that, Climb raised his sword as if welcoming them.
He had almost no chance of victory, but he could not lose. He had to win and return to Rena's side.
In his shaking vision, Climb frantically locked onto his enemies.
His sword was wavering, but he could still fight.
Climb glared at them, and
one versus many is not something I can commend you for. It was a quiet voice.
Even though they were in a battle of life and death, everyone stopped moving. And though this would be impossible, their eyes left their opponents and looked towards that voice.
Despite showing such a defenseless posture, they did not attack.
And everyone felt an overwhelming pressure from that voice, and confirming his presence took precedent over anything, even if it meant looking away from their enemies.
At the point where their gazes met, was an old man. There was not a single speck of dust on the tailcoat-wearing butler. His figure made one think that he was in his master's mansion, and he felt extremely natural. However, he had the thick scent of blood, and one could almost see a red fog surrounding him. While bathed in the gazes of everyone, the old man took a step. They heard the sound of leather hitting the floor. He did not do anything. He simply stepped into the room. They could not feel killing intent nor hostility from him. However, Zero, Lubelina and Succulent felt suppressed by an invisible force, and unconsciously took a step back. Just by him stepping in, the room felt smaller. Climb did not understand why that man would be here. So, he spoke. Say, Mashtar. About to say the old man, Sabas' name, Climb shouted to correct himself.
Since Succulent was here, Sebas was already exposed.
But since Climb did not know that, he tried to hide his identity.
At that thoughtful shout, Sebas made a wry smile.
Now. It seems you have helped my disciple quite a bit.
Sebas stretched out his arm and beckoned them.
I shall be your opponent. Now, come.
Chapter 72, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 12.
The door to the drawing room slowly opened.
Its hinges were regularly oiled and it should have swung open smoothly, but for some reason, the motion of the doors seemed unusually sluggish and ponderous, as though the door was fighting a pressure differential between the air on the inside and the outside of the room. It was as though their speed was matching the way Sebas felt. If the door had truly read his heart, then Sebas would have much rather it had not opened at all. However, it did open, revealing the unchanged interior of the drawing room to Sebas' eyes. However, unlike most times, there were three powerful existences inside the room.
One was a light blue warrior. One was a demon.
And finally,
please forgive my lateness.
I am deeply sorry to keep you waiting. At the entrance, Sebas bowed deeply, almost to the point of reverence, to the existence sitting behind the desk.
In the high-ranking position as the land steward of Nazarick, there was only one person who could be said to be above him.
The person sitting there was of course Sebas' master.
He was one of the absolute 41 supreme beings. Ainz ul Gaun.
This almighty fighting force was also the ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Dim red pinpoints of light played lazily within the hollow orbits of his eye sockets. Even from his bowed position, Sebas could sense those lights sizing him up from head to toe.
The movements of the air told him that Ainz had waved expansively, in a leisurely manner. It is fine. Think nothing of it, Sebas. The fault lies with me, being that I did not communicate my arrival in a timely manner. But let us dispense with these pleasantries. How can you speak from over there with your head bowed? I bid you enter.
Yes.
Sebas's head was still lowered as he responded to the solemn voice. He looked up, and then slowly stepped forward. A trail of frost ran down his spine.
That was because his keen senses told him of carefully concealed hostility and killing intent.
He slowly shifted his gaze.
Cocytus and Demiurge were not holding any weapons, and were not paying attention to Sebas.
However, that was from a normal person's point of view. Sebas was abundantly aware of it.
Firstly, Cocytus maintained a distance such that when he drew his weapons, he could blow away Sebas in a heartbeat.
He was also matching Sebas' every movement.
In addition, Demiurge was standing next to Ainz, and held the perfect distance to become Ainz's shield in case of emergency. Both of them held the greatest caution towards Sebas.
Their vigilance was not the reaction one would have to an ally. Sebas could understand why they felt that way. He felt a weighty pressure upon him, and he was afraid that everyone would hear the thunderous beating of his heart.
I think you should stop there. Demiurge's relaxed voice rang through the air and halted Sebas in his tracks.
Sebas was some distance away from his master. It did not make speaking difficult.
However, under normal circumstances, Ainz would consider Sebas to be too far away and ask him to approach.
This time, Ainz had not said so.
This sense of separation crushed Sebas until he could no longer breathe. Incidentally, Solution had entered the room with Sebas, but she was standing by the door, awaiting orders. Then, Ainz snapped his bony fingers, though how he had done so was not apparent. A question for you, Sebas.
Need I explain why I am here? Sebas felt a jolt down his spine. While feeling the sweat wet his back, he looked down slightly and solemnly opened his mouth. No, there is no need for that.
Then, I have a question which I would like you to answer in your own words, Sebas. While I did not receive a report from you concerning this matter, is it true that you picked up an adorable little pet recently? Yes. Then, could you explain why you did not report the matter to me? Yes.
Sebas' shoulders shuddered and he stared at the ground. What could he say to avoid the situation developing in the worst possible way? His head was full of such thoughts.
Ainz leaned back into his throne as he watched the silent Sebas.
The creaking of the chair as he did so sounded exceptionally loud in the confines of the room.
"What's the matter, Sebas?"
"You seem to be sweating heavily. Shall I lend you a handkerchief?"
With a grand flourish, Ainz produced a pure white handkerchief from nowhere. He grasped it between his index and middle fingers and tossed it towards Sebas. The handkerchief unfolded and spread in midair, landing gently upon the ground.
Ainz pointed at it. "You are permitted to use it."
"Yes." Sebas took a step towards Ainz and picked up the handkerchief.
Then, he froze. "That handkerchief is not stained with your pet's blood. I simply felt that it was unsightly to have you covered in sweat."
"Yes."
"Please forgive my shameful display, Ainz Summer."
Sebas spread the handkerchief and wiped at the cold sweat which beaded his brow.
"Now, let me ask. Why did you not submit a report on that matter?"
"I wish to ask why you disregarded an order from me. Is the word of Ainz Ulgan not enough to bind your actions?"
Those words shook the air in the room. Sebas hurriedly answered. "Certainly not."
"I simply believed that there was no need to trouble you with a report concerning such a small matter, Ainz Summer."
Silence filled the air.
Sebas was bathed in murderous intent from three sources. They came from Cocytus, Demiurge, and Solution. All three of them would immediately fall on Sebas if their master so ordered.
Sebas did not fear death. It would be his utmost joy to die for Nazarick.
Yet, the thought of being executed as a traitor terrified even the stoic Sebas. That was because there was no greater shame for those created by the 41 supreme beings than to be counted as a turncoat and subsequently eliminated. After some time, and after much sweat had beaded on Sebas' forehead, Ainz spoke.
"In other words, all this was an exercise of your foolish judgment.
Is that correct?" "Yes."
"It is as you say, Ainz Summer. Please forgive my foolish mistake."
"I
see. I believe I understand now."
As Sebas lowered his head in apology, Ainz's emotionless voice filtered into his ears. The fact that Ainz had not ordered a summary execution slightly eased the tension in the room.
If there were levels to hostility, it seemed to have gone down several levels. However, Sebas could not relax.
Before he could do so, Ainz said something that made Sebas' heart lurch within his chest.
"Solution. Fetch Sebas' pet." "Understood." The door quietly closed behind Solution as she moved to carry out her orders. Sebas' keen senses informed him that Solution was heading away from the door. There was an audible gurgle as Sebas gulped.
Here were the three people, Ainz, Cocytus, and Demiurge.
There were anthropomorphic beings. They did not even bother casting an illusion to hide themselves. Basically, they wanted to show their true forms. Did they not mind being seen, or would they do something when seen?
Soon, Sebas sensed two people approaching.
They were approaching this room from the distance. What should I do? Sebas' eyes shifted and he focused on the air. Once she arrived here, Sebas would have to make a choice. And there could only be one answer he could give.
Sebas' gaze moved to Demiurge, who was observing him.
Then to Ainz. And then, he looked powerlessly at the ground. There was knocking, and then the door opened. As expected, there were two women there. They were Solution and Swear. "I have brought her."
Sebas had his back to Swear, but he could hear her gasp from the entrance. Was she shocked to see Demiurge, a demon in the flesh? Was she shaken by seeing Cocytus, the gigantic blue insectoid? Was she terrified by Ainz, the avatar of death itself?
Or was it all of the above?
The Guardian's displeasure intensified as Swear made her appearance. That was because to some extent, Swear was the physical incarnation of Sebas' sins.
It would seem she was trembling from the hostility directed at her. The hostility of the Guardians, who were easily the most powerful beings in this world, could instill a primal terror in the hearts of the weak. It was surprising that Swear had not broken down in tears by now.
Sebas did not look back, but he could clearly feel Tsue's gaze boring into him from behind.
Her reservoirs of courage were derived from Sebas himself.
Demiurge, Cocytus.
Stop.
As Ainz's quiet voice echoed through the room, there was a change in the room's mood.
No, it would be better to say that the hostility direct at Tsue had vanished.
After reprimanding the two guardians, Ainz slowly extended his left hand to Tsue.
Then he turned his palm to the ceiling, and beckoned her over.
Enter, O pet human that Sebas has picked up Tsue. As though controlled by those words, Tsue took step after step forward on trembling legs.
That you did not choose to flee shows courage. Or did Solution tell you something?
Did she say that Sebas' fate lay within your hands? Tsue was shuddering all over and did not answer. Sebas felt the gaze directed at his back grow stronger. Said gaze made Tsue's will abundantly clear, more than any number of words could explain. After entering the room, Tsue walked up to Sebas' side with no hesitation whatsoever. Cocytus shifted position to stand behind Tsue, awaiting orders. Tsue grabbed the corner of Sebas' coat.
Sebas suddenly recalled how she had clung to his clothing in that alley. At the same time, he was filled with regret. If he had handled things better, the situation would not have come to this.
Demiurge glared coldly at Tsue. Naya.
And the sound of snapping fingers rang forth.
Demiurge understood the meaning behind his master's gesture, and said no more.
It is fine.
Pay it no heed, Demiurge. As praise for the courage to face me without fleeing, I will forgive the rudeness she has shown to myself, the ruler of Nazarick.
My sincerest apologies.
Ainz nodded magnanimously at Demiurge's apology.
Ah, yes.
Ainz leaned back into the chair, making it creak.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ainz Ulgaun, the master of Sebas over there. Indeed.
Ainz Ulgaun, one of the 41 supreme beings who ruled Sebas. Being addressed by the master to whom he owed absolute loyalty was his greatest delight. Yet, for some reason, Sebas' joy was less than he had imagined.
It merely made his spine tingle.
As Sebas was pondering this matter, both sides were still conversing.
Ah. I am. It is fine, Tsue. I know a little about you, and I have no interest in learning more. Stand there and remain silent. Soon you will know why you have been summoned. Ah.
Yes.
Now then.
The points of red light in Ainz's eye sockets shifted. Sebas, I have a question for you. I told you not to attract attention with your actions, did I not? Yes. And despite my clear instructions to you, you got yourself into trouble because of this meaningless little woman, am I wrong?
No, you are not.
The word meaningless made Tsue shudder, but Sebas only answered the question and made no other response.
At that time.
Did you not think you were ignoring the orders I had given? Yes.
My thoughtlessness has displeased you, Ainz Summer.
I shall reflect upon my sins, be more careful in the future, and I shall not make the same mistake again.
It is fine.
Huh?
I said, it is fine. Ainz shifted, and the chair creaked once more. People are not perfect, and mistakes are to be expected.
Sebas.
I shall forgive this trifling mistake of yours. Thank you, Ainz Summer.
However, mistakes must be rectified, by death. The air in the room suddenly grew tense, and the temperature felt as though it had fallen by several degrees.
No, that was not it. Only Sebas felt that way.
The two other guardians, Solution, and Ainz were still calm. Sebas gulped.
What did his master mean by death? No, that went without saying.
The thoughts as I expected and I hope not weighed heavily on Sebas, but still, he asked.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that I expect you to eliminate the source of your mistake in order to wipe the slate clean. How can you be the representative of everyone else when you leave the origin of your error untouched?
You are the land steward of Nazarick, and one who stands at the head of the manservants. If you do not handle the matter appropriately. Sebas exhaled. Then he took in another breath. Even when faced with a mighty foe, Sebas' breathing remained calm and regular. Yet, it was now frantic, like a small animal that had run into a predator.
Sebas, are you a loyal hound who obeys the orders of my exalted self, of the 41 supreme beings? Or are you a man who believes that your will alone is righteous?
This. I do not need your answer. Show me your conclusion.
Sebas closed his eyes, and then opened them again.
He hesitated for only a moment. No, it would be better to say that he had spent an entire moment hesitating.
It was enough time for Cocytus, Demiurge and Solution to show hostility. After that long, interminable moment, Sebas finally made his decision.
Sebas was the land steward of Nazarick. He was nothing else beyond that.
His foolish hesitation had brought about these consequences.
If he had pleaded with his master earlier, the outcome might have been different. All this was his fault.
A hard luster filled Sebas' eyes.
They gleamed like polished steel. Then, he turned to Swear. The hand clinging to him let go.
Swear looked at Sebas' face.
She had probably guessed his decision by now. She smiled, and closed her eyes.
That was not a look of despair, or fear.
She had accepted what would happen next, had accepted her impending fate with all the grace of a martyr. Sebas' movements did not waver. His heart had long since descended into the abyss.
In his place stood a steely servant who had pledged his utmost fealty to Nazarick.
That being the case, there was no reason not to obey the absolute order handed down by his master.
Sebas' hand formed into a fist, and then he struck at Swear's head, seeking to grant her the mercy of an instant death.
And then something hard intercepted his fist. What are you doing?
Sebas' unhappy voice was directed at the one who stopped his fist, Cocytus. Cocytus had reached out a hand from behind Swear and stopped Sebas' fist. Was Cocytus a traitor, given that he had blocked a strike which the Supreme One had ordered? And then, the doubts in Sebas' heart were immediately answered. Stand down, Sebas. Sebas was anxious and doubtful, but he was still halfway through another punch when he heard Irons's order.
The strength he had channeled into his hand dissipated in an instant. His master had not censured Cocytus, but had instead told Sebas to stop.
That indicated that he had also arranged for Cocytus' interdiction of Sebas' strike.
Indeed, all this had been planned ahead of time. The fact was that his master wished to verify Sebas' intentions.
Now that her life was no longer in danger, her wound-up emotions snapped inside her. Swear's body convulsed with shudders as the tears streamed from her eyes. She very nearly collapsed from the shaking of her legs, but Sebas did not reach out to support her.
What else could he do, now that things had come to this?
Irons paid no heed to Swear's fear and began addressing Cocytus. Cocytus.
Was that blow intended to take that woman's life? There is no doubt that it would have been instantly fatal. Then I declare that Sebas' loyalty is no longer in question.
Thank you, Sebas. Yes. Sebas bowed, his face stiff. Demiurge. Yes. Any objections?
I have none.
Cocytus?
None. Very well. Then, let us move on to the next item. Irons snapped his fingers and rose to his feet. He swept his hand grandly through the air, causing his cape to flutter. Thanks to the efforts of Sebas and the others, I feel we have gathered sufficient information. There is no reason to linger in this place. We shall vacate this property immediately and return to Nazarick.
Sebas, I will leave the disposal of this woman to you. Since I have already verified your loyalty, I will not object to whatever you wish to do, or at least, I would like to say that, but some considerations must be made before releasing her. Allowing her to go free and speak of Nazarick would be troublesome, do you not agree, Demiurge?
It is as you say. Then, what should we do?
Should we not make sure of things first?
Indeed.
Sebas, we will decide Swear's fate later.
I would prefer not to kill her, but I cannot guarantee that.
While saying that, Ainz tilted his head in perplexity.
It was an attitude that said that he did not know how to handle swear.
Sebas could not hide his surprise at the fact that the highest authority in Nazarick, Ainz, could not immediately make a decision.
Ainz Summer.
Are we retreating from this house, from the royal capital, because of my mistake?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Like I said just now, I feel we have learned everything we can from this area. There would be no gain in continuing to stay here. This is a safer course of action, according to my calculations. Sebas audibly gulped.
This action was absurd, but even if he were to pull out, he had to do one thing.
I have an absurd request, but...
Ainz raised his hand, and cut off Sebas' words.
I cannot hear it. Even if I hear it, I cannot answer immediately. The time has exceeded its limits.
I am worried about Aura and Shiltir, who have been left alone in Nazarick, should they act on their own. Firstly, I shall return to Nazarick and then listen to a detailed explanation.
Your request will be after that. Understood. Greater teleportation.
Ainz almost immediately activated magic and disappeared.
He had probably returned to Nazarick using teleportation magic.
Demiurge had seen him off, and turned to Solution.
Bring that human to a different room.
Yes, Demiurge Summer.
No, I shall bring her. There is no problem.
Right, Demiurge?
Indeed.
You have the right of it, Sebas.
A thin, fiendish smile appeared on Demiurge's face, and he gracefully gestured to the door. Please, carry on. Please come with me.
Yes. Swear replied hoarsely as she followed shakily behind Sebas. After leaving the room, the hallway echoed with their footsteps. The two of them walked in silence, and soon they reached the door to Swear's room. It was nearby, but the journey there seemed to have taken a very long time. When they reached the door, Sebas finally made up his mind and quietly spoke.
I will not apologize.
Sebas sensed Swear tremble from where she was following behind him.
However, the fact that my master ordered me to dispose of you was my fault. If I had dealt with the matter in a better way, it would not have come to this. Sebas Summer. I believe that such things will not happen again, but I cannot say that it will not. I am a loyal servant of Ainz Summer, of the 41 Supreme Beings. Even if the same thing happens again, I will respond in the same way.
So I hope you will stay in the human world and find happiness there.
I will try to seek Ainz Summer's approval. Given that Ainz Summer can modify memories.
Let Ainz Summer erase your unpleasant memories and then live well. How about my memories of you, Sebas Summer? I will ask Ainz Summer to erase your memories of me as well.
After all, remembering me will do you no good. And what is good for me?
Sebas sensed a fierce determination in Swear's voice, and turned around. The woman before Sebas stared defiantly at him, and although her eyes were brimming with tears, they had an unshakable look in them.
Sebas felt his heart waver, and he thought about how to persuade her. It was true that Nazarick was a wonderful place, and one could say it was a land blessed by the gods.
But the only ones who thought that way were Sebas and the other people who had been created by the 41 Supreme Beings, as well as the vassals of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Sebas did not think that human beings, who lacked talent and power, could find happiness in that land.
There, the value of Swear's life would not be worth much.
Could the strange existences known as weak humans bear that?
The happiness of humans lied in the land of humans. Sebas believed that. In Nazarick, your life will not be viewed as much. Are you still asking what differences there will be? Become happy in the human world. I have already found happiness.
Sebas felt that Swear was quite pitiable as he heard her ironclad statement. If you can do something in hell, you can feel slightly satisfied, but you will be in hell.
The happiness in hell cannot compare to the happiness in the human world.
She had seen the worst the world could offer, so she had taken joy in even a slightly less wretched environment.
That was all.
However, Swear laughed at his observation.
I do not feel that this place is hell. I can eat my fill here and I have a decent job.
I grew up in a small village, and life was hard there. For a moment, Swear glanced into the distance. Then she recovered, and looked straight at Sebas. Our stomachs cried out in hunger, and no matter how hard we worked the fields, our Lord took almost everything and left us with precious little to eat.
In addition, we were nothing more than toys to our Lord. No matter how much I cried and screamed, he kept laughing as he raped me. He laughed at me. I understand.
Swear's smile was twitching as Sebas pulled her over, enfolding her within his embrace before gently putting an arm over her trembling shoulders. Just like before, Sebas could feel Swear's tears soak his clothes as she broke down.
What she had seen and lived through was not all of the world. Yet, to Swear, that was the sum total of the human experience. Sebas fell into thought.
What was the best course of action?
He confirmed that there was only one.
I have heard that the lizardmen have become one of Kokai's subordinates.
You might be able to become mine in a similar manner. Then,
still in Sebas' embrace, Swear raised her head.
I understand, Swear. I will plead with Ain's Summer to let me take you to Nazarick. Thank you very much.
If Sebas' Summer had reported about me when you picked me up, I might have been removed while still in that terrible state.
Ain's Summer is a generous master. I do not believe that he would do such a thing. However, that is not absolute. Sebas said nothing. The master whom he gave his loyalty to and a pitiful woman. It was true he tried to avoid having to make a choice between them.
Sebas let the strength fade from the arm on his shoulder, but Swear refused to leave. She clung tightly to Sebas' clothes, looking up to him with dewy eyes.
There seemed to be a look of expectation in those eyes.
That was what Sebas' instincts told him, but he did not know what she was hoping for.
Still, he remembered that he had to confirm one thing first. Allow me to make sure this. You have no attachment to the human world? Do you not wish to return to your home? Even being taken to Nazarick did not entail being completely separated from human society. That was because he was not taking Swear there to be a prisoner. However, that possibility could not be entirely ruled out.
I would like to see my little brother again.
But more than that, I don't want to remember all the things in the past. I understand. Then, go to your room. I will go and meet Ain's Summer once more.
Yes. Swear let go of Sebas' clothes, and then she wrapped her arms around Sebas' neck.
Sebas was taken by surprise.
Even from the viewpoint of an outlandishly powerful monk, they were perfect movements.
No, he thought that because his heart wavered.
Swear paid no attention to the outwardly expressionless, yet inwardly conflicted Sebas, and stood on the tips of her toes. And then, Swear's lips met those of Sebas.
The moment of intimacy was exceedingly brief.
Swear's lips soon left his. It was a little prickly, Swear said as she stepped back, touching her lips with the fingers of both hands.
It was the first time I was so happy to be kissed. Sebas had nothing to say.
However, Swear looked intently at Sebas, and then smiled sweetly.
Then, I shall wait here.
Thank you for your concern, Sebas Summer.
Oh. I understand. Please wait here for a while.
Is something the matter? It would appear your face is red, no? It is nothing, Demiurge.
That was the first thing Sebas heard when he returned to the room.
Upon hearing someone comment on the redness of his face, Sebas calmed his breathing back to a deep and even rhythm. If he allowed his consternation from just now to show on his face, what right would he have to receive his master as his servant? Sebas resisted the impulse to touch his lips, instead putting on the expression of the perfect servant.
About 2 minutes later, space distorted. By the time the distortion had faded, someone stood in its place. Naturally, that person was Ain's.
Sebas, Kokaitis, Demiurge and Solution knelt as one and bowed to him.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
Ain's waved the staff of Ain's ul gown, which the blackness of it could elicit pain from those who viewed it. He then moved behind the desk and sat down on the chair.
You may rise.
The four of them straightened up at once, all looking at Ainz.
He seemed to be in a very good mood. Let's get down to business.
Demiurge, this just goes to show you were worrying too much. I didn't believe for a moment that Sebas had betrayed us.
You are all too cautious. My deepest apologies. And I am grateful that you would accept my pointless suggestion, which contradicted your own judgment. That's fine. I also make mistakes from time to time.
However, I can relax when I know you are paying attention and checking, Demiurge.
Besides, you made that suggestion because you were worried about me. I am not so petty as to censure you for that.
Ainz moved his gaze from the deeply bowing Demiurge. So what is your wish, Sebas?
Before that, I would like to ask Ainz something. Pausing, Sebas glanced at Ainz's expression before continuing. How shall we deal with swear?
Ainz thought for a bit, wondered why Sebas asked of such a thing, and nodded when he came to an answer. I recall that letting that girl go would result in news about Nazarick getting out, am I correct? Demiurge nodded under Ainz's gaze.
Indeed, that is so.
Ainz, how shall we handle this matter?
Then we should take the time to edit her memories.
Thanks to a certain priest, brainwashing might be impossible, but I have become quite skillful at manipulating memories. Ainz, I feel that killing her outright would be more convenient.
Solution nodded at Demiurge's suggestion.
After seeing their reactions, Ainz sank into contemplation.
Since the two of them felt the same way, he should probably do it. Perhaps. Sebas began to panic. Once his master made a decision, asking him to change it would not be easy.
While Ainz had forgiven Sebas, Demiurge, Cocytus and Solution would surely think very poorly of him now. Carelessly voicing his opposition would definitely incur their ire.
However, he had to make his proposal right now.
Sebas opened his mouth, preparing to speak in opposition to Demiurge's opinion.
However, he ended up not doing so, because Ainz spoke first.
That's enough, Demiurge.
I am not fond of killing when it doesn't benefit me. Or rather, once you kill the weak, you cannot use them any longer. You must consider that they might still be of use as long as they still live.
Sebas swallowed a sigh of relief.
Swear had not yet been condemned to death. That said, it was still a possibility. I understand.
Then how about having her work at the ranch managed by my subordinates?
To handle the livestock.
Ainz laughed, thinking that it did not suit Demiurge. In response, Demiurge returned a mirthful smile.
Sebas silently watched the two. While his master was enjoying the conversation, it would be foolish to interrupt.
If handled poorly, he would earn Ainz's displeasure, and Swear would be done for. Thanks to your ranch, we have become able to use scrolls without worrying about the remaining stock.
An extremely noteworthy achievement. I will continue to rely on you. Thank you very much.
That's right, have you considered mincing them and using them as rations?
We need to improve the quality of Nazarick's provisions.
Ainz's gaze left Demiurge and he began to stare off into the distance.
It then returned. Unfortunately, the quality of their meat is poor, and they are not up to standard. Using them in glorious Nazarick would be a little.
Demiurge smiled, indicating that he did not approve. Still, we can chop up the dead beasts and feed them to the others. Of course, they will not eat the meat if you feed it to them directly, so we have to mince it up first.
I see.
Is it a type of taur, Taru?
Then taurs should be goats? Do goats eat meat? It seems they are omnivorous. Is that so?
Well, I do not know a lot about goats, and they might be unique to this world.
Ainz nodded in understanding. However, I do not believe that the commander of Nazarick is suited for farm work. Should it be a bother, you can assign it to someone else instead, you know. There are other jobs that you must do.
No, this is a job I would like to do, and it is my pride to allow Ainz to have plenty of materials for scrolls.
I see. Ainz smiled happily. On the other hand, Sebas was frowning inside.
Sebas and Demiurge were both servants of the Supreme Beings, and Sebas knew Demiurge's personality well. Someone like Demiurge would never run an ordinary ranch. Then what was the ranch that was raising goats that could eat meat?
A brilliant flash of light raced through Sebas' mind. This was because he had guessed what sort of creatures Demiurge was raising. Could he send Swear to such a place?
Indeed, Demiurge would probably guarantee the safety of her life.
However, the same could not be said of her mental state. While the goats are pitiful, they are working for Nazarick. There is no greater happiness than this.
Isn't that right, Demiurge? For just an instant, Demiurge sent an inquisitive gaze towards Ainz, and nodded.
It is just as you say, Ainz Summer.
Then I shall continue to leave Demiurge in charge of the goats. Compared to myself who knows nothing about them, you can utilize them far better than I can.
Yes, Ainz Summer.
So Ainz Summer knows nothing about them? Ainz's face twitched slightly in response to Demiurge's strange question, but he nodded in agreement.
Well, that is how it is. Understood. I shall handle the management of the goats perfectly.
Demiurge had a full smile.
It was the face of a subordinate who had received tacit agreement from his master. He took a breath. If he was to speak, he had to do it now. Sebas opened his mouth. Ainz Summer.
What is it, Sebas?
I would like to have Swear work for in the great underground tomb of Nazarick. What? Swear can cook.
In all of Nazarick, only the head chef and the sous chef can prepare food, excepting Yuri and the others. After considering the future needs of Nazarick, I feel that it would be better if we had more people who could cook.
I also feel that it would be very beneficial to test the ability of humans to work in Nazarick.
It would set an excellent precedent to show that even inferior life forms like humans can render service unto Nazarick.
In addition. I get it.
I understand, Sebas. Ainz raised his hand to interrupt Sebas' non-stop rambling about the many uses of Swear. I know, Sebas.
I am fully aware of what you're trying to say.
Indeed, I have thought in the past that we have too few people who are able to cook.
It is a problem worth pondering.
But Ainz Summer, can she really prepare food which is worthy of Nazarick? Sebas glared resentfully at Demiurge for a moment. In response, Demiurge merely smiled.
You bastard.
Sebas swallowed the curse before he could speak it. Even if Ainz had forgiven Sebas, Demiurge had not.
Therefore, he was striving to be as contrary as possible to Sebas' wishes while they decided the disposition of Swear. That must be it. In fact, that thought was completely correct.
Cocytus was surprised and his brain was working harder than even Sebas. Solution believed that Sebas should be punished, and by Demiurge no less.
He does have a point.
What do you think, Sebas? Swear mainly prepares basic dishes.
As for whether they are suitable for Nazarick. That is a little difficult to answer. Basic dishes. I doubt Nazarick will require steamed potatoes or the like.
Demiurge spoke with the hint of a mocking smile.
Since she can make simple dishes, should she ask the head chef she can master others? I believe that we should focus on the future. Then I would love to have her help prepare food in my ranch.
Making mincemeat is hardly a trivial task.
The two of them bickered back and forth. Ainz watched their conversation. At the same time, he looked beyond them.
So, where are we going today?
The fire giants. The ice dragons.
Albert-san, I believe we agreed to farm the fire giant boss Sota for his rare drops.
Did you forget? I'd like to ask if you forgot, Touch-san.
There are people who need to hunt ice dragons in order to meet their job-changed prerequisites, aren't there?
Indeed, that is so. But Yamako-san needs the drops to get stronger.
I'm okay with. Are you referring to the primordial fire? Then the primordial ice is just as essential, no?
That being the case, we should hunt the dragons. We can raise drop rates with a cash item.
Sorta has a lower drop rate than the dragons, so don't you think we ought to beat him first? So you're telling me to shell out for a cash item, then? Well, about that. How about fighting lewd monsters like succubi in the abyss?
Shut up, little bro.
Well, if we're going after demon types, we ought to fight the 7 lords of sin.
Granted, we might need to make a lot of preparations.
Touch-san, I don't think you should be so selfish. Don't you think we'd be more efficient fighting the ice dragons, given the members who showed up?
You're the selfish one, Albert-san. Besides, games aren't all about efficiency. Would the strongest mage and the strongest warrior please stop fighting? They've always been like that. Ever since they recruited me.
Touch-san must have been a really great guy to chat up a pink penis. Shigama-san, Peroncino-san, could you please put your weapons down?
I'm invoking my guildmaster's privileges.
Didn't some other guild beat the 7 lords of sin already?
Someone took out pride. There was a post online.
Apparently you're guaranteed a world-class item once you beat all the 7 sins. After all, they are world-class enemies. Speaking of world-class items, let's use the caloric stone to make a super powerful golem.
Nubu-san.
I feel it would be better to socket it into a weapon instead of making a golem.
I think a suit of armor would be pretty good too. Well, we have a lot to consider for that. That's right, Momonga-san.
We already know how to farm caloric stones, but that method depletes a lot of the metal from the 7 hidden prismatic ore mines. Yeah. As long as it's divided up among other guilds, we can't replace it once it's used up.
Why not just take turns using it?
How about selling the information to Trinity? So we sell it to the 2CH Alliance, and let them kill each other? As expected of Belriva, Beraribar, our strategist. About the 2CH Alliance, it seems they are planning to ally with other guilds.
Why is that?
I heard they obtained some kind of world-class item, so they changed their stance towards other guilds. Akia, still, it'll be hard for them to form a high-tier coalition like last time. How about letting Momonga-san decide?
Sounds good to me.
Guildmaster, what do you think we should do? What?
I wasn't paying attention at all. Oh, are you asking me now? Honestly. We'll go with majority vote as usual. That way nobody will have any complaints. Fine with me. Same here.
All right, then, the new coin will represent Albert-san while the old one represents Touch-san.
Good, everyone, take your coins. We're going to listen to the 2 of them speak now.
Are you done with this squabbling?
You stand before Ein's summer.
Cocytus' words were like a bucket of cold water dumped onto the ever-escalating quarrel between Sebas and Demiurge. Both of them turned to look at Ainz, who was staring at them, and their faces blanched in unison. There was no way to tell what expression lurked within the dancing points of light within Ainz's empty eye sockets, but there was no doubt that there was great power in his gaze.
Forgive your servant's rudeness in your presence, Ein's summer.
Your servant deeply regrets forcing you to witness his foolish behavior. The 2 of them bowed in apology, but neither of them could understand Ainz's reaction. Ha ha ha.
The room suddenly rang with loud and relaxed laughter.
Its origin was Ainz.
They did not recall Ainz ever laughing with such mirth.
Cocytus, Demiurge, Sebas and Solution stared dumbly at this unbelievable sight.
It's fine. I permit this. I permit you to argue.
Yes. That's how it should be, going back and forth without end. Ha ha ha. They had no idea what had moved Ainz's heart, but Sebas heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Ha ha. TSK, even happiness is suppressed. Suddenly their master's mood calmed down, as though something had snapped inside him. Still, Sebas was sure that he seemed to be in good spirits. Running a finger across the staff, the symbol of a guildmaster, the representative of the 41 supreme beings, Ainz jovially spoke to Sebas. Now about swear, isn't it fine?
Home cooking. I thought that we needed a chef. I had intended from the beginning to leave swear to you. If you thought that it was fine, then it was nothing that could bring harm to Nazarick. And while I did not suspect you personally, Ainz heavily emphasized the word suspect. It is true that you were suspected. Forgive me for this. When Ainz finished speaking, his head scraped the table as he bowed.
Please
raise your head. Everything was due to my mistakes. It is just as he said. Suspecting him was our mistake. There is no need for Ainz Summer to apologize.
That is so. I am the first person to suspect Sebas Summer. Instead of Ainz Summer apologizing, please punish myself. Ainz raised a hand to silence his panicking subordinates.
He then continued to express his thoughts. I will leave swear to Sebas.
Now, Demiurge. As I said earlier, if it brings no harm to Nazarick, use your head to find a way to guarantee Swear's safety.
Understood.
After we return, I will immediately inform Nazarick about Swear. To the point where even if she is on her own, no harm will befall her.
Excellent. This is what will happen.
Is this fine, Sebas? Yes.
Sebas bowed more than 90 degrees. Rather than his loyalty, it was to express his gratitude.
Now, I believed that Sebas had a request for me.
Sebas clammed up for an instant. Asking for any more than this would be extremely rude.
Sebas began to wonder if Ainz's apology to him was intentional rather than being a stroke of good fortune for Swear. Swear was something like a present from Ainz, as a sign of his apology.
Should anything happen to her, it would be disrespectful to Ainz. Thus, Swear's safety would be protected.
Asking for any more to such a generous master would be to step all over his kindness. Ainz grasped Sebas' confused thoughts and jovially asked. I do not mind, Sebas.
Speaking is free. Speak. His master's words gave Sebas courage, and he opened his mouth.
Yes.
When I saved that woman, it seems that there were others captured. If possible, I would like to save them.
Sebas.
That is a request fit for insects. Such thoughts had brought you trouble in the first place, did it not? Do you not think that you should never speak of such things again? Demiurge frowned. However. Isn't it fine? Is there a problem?
Hearing such light-hearted words from Ainz, Demiurge's eyes widened slightly. No, if Ainz Summer is fine, I have no reason to object. No, I asked not about reasons to object, but if there were any problems with that, it is not like they made fun of Nazarick or disrespected myself, right?
Their suffering brings us no benefits.
Then isn't it fine to save them? However, there might be a strong person there. Sebas may have investigated, but I do not believe that he has investigated about someone in the shadows.
Ainz understood and raised a small voice. I see.
While his or her existence is unknown, should we still proceed?
Since we are on the side of justice, I believe that there was no problem, but that was a miscalculation. The basis of Ainz's actions were firstly for the preservation of Nazarick.
Next was about the expansion of Nazarick and avoiding confrontations with other players.
While they had roughly the same priority, Nazarick's expansion was slightly more important. He did not want to get involved in problems not related to Nazarick's expansion. Such were Ainz's thoughts, and he debated whether to refuse Sebas' request.
When his gaze fell on Sebas, and when Sebas and Demiurge came into view, his decision changed.
I shall allow you to rescue them. The air in the room shook.
Ainz's earlier words were something he spoke of half-heartedly, but his current ones were ones that he had thought through.
The two were overwhelmingly different.
Why did Ainz make that decision? The answer to that question was not known by Sebas, Demiurge, Cocytus, and Solution.
Why did the master make such a decision?
Being able to answer that question without asking was the hallmark of being excellent subordinates.
The air shook because they could not do that. They felt disappointed that they failed to understand their master, and felt shame as they were useless.
In front of his deflated subordinates, Ainz gave them his answer.
Because it is natural to save people in need.
Ainz's words seemed to be lifted straight from someone else, but it caused all those present to widen their eyes.
This was as they did not believe that such words suited their master. They were words that refuted all his actions until now.
What was the existence known as Ainz? All their individual answers differed slightly, but what was common in all of them was that he was an absolute being. He was one of the 41 supreme beings that created Nazarick and represented them. He stayed with them until the end, and was the one that all beings in the great underground tomb of Nazarick offered their undying loyalty to. He was filled with wisdom, endless foresight, the generosity to forgive his subordinates' failings, and was willing to grant generous rewards to those who worked for him. To those outside of Nazarick, he was coldly calculating and acted based on benefits.
He was such an existence.
Such an existence just said that it was natural to save those in need. It was like they were hit in the face. The most surprised was Demiurge. In the earlier conversation, on top of Ainz knowing what animal he was talking about, he had given Demiurge tacit agreement.
Or so he had thought.
The strange atmosphere reached Ainz.
This was bad. He made a mistake.
Seeing the Guardians and Solutions' shocked reactions, Ainz realized his own failing.
They were words from the past, something someone said. He had spoken them, but it was the truth that he had made a mistake.
Ainz panicked due to this lowering his charisma, his ability to rule.
Ainz was strong. In a 1 versus 1, he could take on any of the Guardians without tasting defeat. However, that was in the game. Actual fights do not go as planned. It was the answer he came to when the invaders came and fought him without magic.
With his body, and even in terms of levels, Ainz was overwhelmingly superior.
Yet he was pushed back by 4 weak adventurers.
Ainz severely lacked the experience of fighting true battles, where people aimed to take each other's lives. In such a battle, the possibility of Ainz losing to a weaker person than him existed. Thus, he had the powerful armor known as the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick.
Having his ability to rule it lowered would cause Ainz to fall into a great panic.
Of course, Ainz himself knew well that as a normal person, he had no charisma.
However, he felt that it had gone well for him until now. Losing it would be a pity.
Ainz frantically used his brain to come up with a line that someone important would say.
This was it. Ainz spoke in an important manner, to not panic.
Do you not think that there is nothing more foolish than for Ainz Ulgaun to fear someone who may not even exist?
Us who claim that Nazarick is undefeated.
He suppressed his desire to look at the expression of the Guardians, and continued his act.
If he had a heart, it would be beating fiercely due to his tension.
Demiurge, Sabas, Cocytus and Solution had their eyes widened slightly. Compared to his earlier words, his current ones were far easier to understand.
And they had much persuasive power. Ainz Ulgaun.
For the strongest existence created by the 41 supreme beings to fear an existence that may not even exist was at the height of foolishness.
There might be someone powerful.
However, there was only one time when the Guardians tasted defeat. That was when 1,500 people at their level came at them in overwhelming numbers.
And at that time, they were repelled by the supreme beings.
Basically, the Guardians may have been defeated, but the Nazarick created the 41 supreme beings was undefeated.
Ainz Ulgaun was strong.
Caution was necessary, but there was no need to fear shadows.
Even if there were, they did not need to run.
As I said a long time ago, there is no need to find hostility, but with the cover of saving those in need, justice is on our side.
If they say something, we just have to show it to them, our power.
Basically, if there is a powerful enemy, we shall show them our power using saving the weak as our alibi.
That
is true?
Understood.
Demiurge spoke as their representative, and all of them bowed to Ainz simultaneously.
Then we should take this city and show them our power. No.
Ainz stopped Demiurge in a panic.
There is no need to give them information. If there is a powerful enemy, we will investigate. Doing what you just said would cause information to fall into their hands. We shall perform our actions quietly. It is just as you said.
I am taken aback at Ein Summer's deep foresight.
As expected of our ruler. I cannot match up with such wisdom.
Demiurge smiled and agreed with Ein's.
It was difficult to find fish in the depths with one's eyes, but baiting it to surface made detection simple. As expected of Ein's Summer. It is natural to save those in need. I did not think that those words had such a deep meaning.
Agreed. Really?
Why, yes, that is how it is. It seems you have understood? Then I shall leave that to Sebas, and we shall retreat.
Anyway, clean up this manor and do not leave any information behind. Right, Demiurge? Of course. That is how it is, Sebas.
Understood. Sebas bowed towards the frantic Eins. To his master who was willing to grant his wish, his bow was filled with gratitude. By the way, should I kill all the humans I meet? There is no need.
There is no need to leak information about us, but if none leaks out there will be no meaning.
It would be better for some to live. It depends on the situation.
However, do not bring anyone to Nazarick unless they wish to be there.
It was not coercion but an act of free will. He wanted to make such a cover.
Sebas understood and immediately replied.
Understood. However, they are all women, right? I believe so. Women. Is it worth it to increase their numbers?
Personally, I would prefer men as they are better for physical labor.
I do not feel that there is a need to increase the number of women. Sebas had no response.
Of course, if Eins wanted to hear his opinion, Sebas would speak.
Eins immediately came up with an answer and shrugged his shoulders. Well, it's fine. Begin the operation.
Chapter 73, The Capital City of the Kingdom, Part 13. Now. Sebas faced the heavy steel door near where he picked up Swear.
It was made of wood sheathed in metal plates, making it both thick and heavy.
It was immediately apparent that an ordinary human being would have a lot of trouble breaking this door down without tools.
Sebas grabbed the doorknob and turned. It stopped halfway through its turn. Naturally, the door to an underground enterprise like this would be locked. I am not adept at opening locks. However, it can't be helped. I'll do it my way.
Sebas muttered to himself in frustration, and turned the knob again.
If there was an observer, they would think that he simply turned the knob. That was how gentle he was.
There was no way he used an unnatural level of force.
However, the power in the turn. How much would it be if measured? It would probably be outside the realm of human possibility.
The sound of metal being twisted rang in the room. The knob could not bear the pressure, deformed, and broke. Sebas then opened the door.
He was not finished with the door, and put more force into it. The hinges shrieked as they were torn from the wall.
A thick metal door with a large weight, a door made with the intention of protection, was pulled apart with nonsensical strength.
What the hell?
Behind the door was a straight path, and a bearded and muscular man who poked his head out of the inner door was at a loss for words.
That was natural. If there was an old man holding a thick metal door with a single hand, everyone would make that expression.
Especially those who knew how much it weighed.
The door was rusty, so I had to use a bit of force to open it. For the customers, you should probably oil the hinges. As Sebas spoke to the man, he threw the door behind him.
The door that seemed like paper in Sebas' hands returned to its original weight in midair and created a large clamor as it hit the floor.
The man was completely frozen in shock. Sebas used that time to continue to proceed inside the room.
Oi, what was that?
The hell was that noise? More male voices came from behind the first one.
However, the man facing Sebas did not bother about them.
Instead, he addressed Sebas.
Welcome? Completely baffled, the man stood stock still as Sebas walked up to him.
The people working here were used to violence.
However, the scene before him far exceeded what he had encountered in his accumulated experiences. The man smiled to Sebas in an ingratiating manner, ignoring the shouted queries of his colleagues from behind him. His survival instinct told him that the best choice here was to get into Sebas' good graces. Or no, perhaps he had reacted like this because he had deceived himself into thinking Sebas was the butler of one of the customers here. The sight of a big, bearded man trying to keep a twitching smile on his face was quite hard to bear. That was true even for Sebas.
Sebas smiled. That smile was gentle and compassionate. Yet, there was no trace of goodwill in his eyes.
"Could I trouble you to let me pass?"
Thump. Or rather, it was more of a splat. A human flew, and the sound made on top of that. He was a muscular man in armor. He weighed 85 kilograms at the very least.
He now spun through the air like some kind of joke, flying to the side at speeds invisible to the naked eye. His body savagely impacted the nearby wall with a wet splattering sound.
The entire building shook violently, as though a giant's fist had struck it.
Since the obstructing man was gone, Sebas entered from the open door. Closing the door behind him, he looked across the room in a graceful manner.
It felt more like he was walking through an empty house than invading an enemy base. There were two men within. Their attentions were stolen by the crimson flour splattered across the wall. The smell of blood told of what it was. The smell of cheap alcohol hung in the air, a scent which one would never find in Nazarick.
Sebas went over the information he had obtained from Swear and the assassin, then tried to figure out the building's structure. Her memories were spotty and she had not recalled anything important, but she had told Sebas that the actual establishment was located underground.
He looked to the ground.
However, the trapdoor leading underground was cunningly concealed, and Sebas could not find it. Still, if he could not find it, then all he had to do was ask someone who knew where it was.
Sebas did such a natural thing. "Excuse me. I'd like to ask you a question?"
The
man he addressed immediately responded with a hoarse scream.
It would seem that he had no intention of putting up a fight.
One man entered.
Basically the strongest man amongst the three of them was killed by this old man.
If they normally met him, they would not be in fear.
However, facing a monster that could easily blow away a man and make mincemeat of him using a wall, a 60-centimeter weapon could not give them the courage to face him.
No, that would not be courage but stupidity.
The fact that Sebas was a simple old man with a great bearing only increased their fear. If he were a monster even in appearance, they would think that's how it is, so the fact that he seemed human only served to increase the strangeness. As the men trembled, they stuck to the wall, doing their utmost best to move away from Sebas. "I have business downstairs, so could you please tell me how to get there?" That's.
This would be betrayal. It would not be strange for them to turn into targets themselves.
The man was still hesitating over whether or not to speak when Sebas cut through his reluctance with his next words.
"There are two of you." The man's forehead broke out in oily sweat, and his back shuddered. Since there were two, one was unnecessary. The monster in front of him made its decision. There is a hidden door."
Due to fear, one of the men could not speak, and in that time, the other man shouted in a large voice.
The man who could not speak began glaring daggers at the other man. They were eyes of a man who knew that he lost the chance to survive to another person. On the other hand, the man who spoke had eyes of superiority.
"So it's there."
If one knew about it and looked, they could indeed see the seams in the floor. "I see, you have my gratitude."
Sebas had a happy smile on his face, giving the man he spoke to hope.
He would run away with all his might, and when dawn broke he would leave the capital. He would clean up his act so as to not meet with another man like him. He had some savings. While surviving on that he would look for a job. He regretted his life until now, and made a promise to a god he did not believe in until now that he would live a new life. If one made of ranking of belief of those in the capital, this man would be quite high in the rankings. However, in the end, his life until now was filled with dirt. Your usefulness to me is now at an end.
Sebas smiled, and the man realized what happened to him after those words.
His face turned grey and he trembled uncontrollably. Still, he clung to a faint hope and cried, "Please, please don't kill me." No. The room froze. The men's eyes opened wide, as if they heard words they could not believe. Sebas turned his head. The joints of his neck grinded together.
"But I told you, didn't I? Please, I'll do anything, just spare me."
Indeed you did. However, Sebas sighed deeply and shook his head. "I cannot." "Ah. Are you kidding me? You can take it as a jest if you wish.
However, the outcome will still be the same, no?" "Oh. God." Sebas recalled the tragic state of Tsue when he had rescued her, and he narrowed his eyes.
What right did villains have to beg the gods for aid?
More to the point, Sebas' gods were the 41 supreme beings.
The man's plea was like an insult to them. You reap what you sow. Those words, as cold and hard as steel, slashed through all hope and made the man painfully aware of his own demise.
Would he choose to fight, or would he choose flight? Given only an instant to decide, the man chose immediately.
He chose flight. They could see the result of fighting such a monster. In that case, they might as well flee.
Doing so would grant them a faint possibility of survival.
They was correct to think that way.
Several seconds, no, for 1 second, they extended their lives.
The men ran towards the door.
Sebas caught up with them in an instant, and their body whirled.
A swift wind blew across the men's head, and their bodies collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. 2 balls hit the wall and slid to the ground, trailing blood in its wake. A moment later, the men's headless bodies spewed a geyser of blood from its neck, covering the ground in gore.
If you thought about the things you did until now, it should be obvious what happens to you, right? Sebas gazed into midair.
I pray that you do not turn into that, now.
Sebas slowly walked, avoiding the blood splatter. The feat of decapitating someone with a roundhouse kick would have required incredible strength and speed, but the most impressive thing was that Sebas' shoes had not been stained at all.
Sebas kicked in the hidden door in the floor.
First, there was the sound of metal components breaking.
Then, there was a large hole in the ground. The smashed door slid down the stairs below with a resonant crash. It was a small room. The only furniture in this almost empty room was a cabinet and a bed. The mattress was not a simple mass of straw bedding, but an actual cotton-stuffed mattress. It was well made, of the sort that noble homes might use.
However, this mattress was designed for functionality and so it looked plain, without any decorating, and would not be used by nobles.
A naked man sat on the mattress. He was well into his middle years, and gluttony had made his frame flabby.
His looks had originally been average at best, but putting on the pounds had made him that much uglier. He looked like a pig from every angle.
Even though he was a pig, he did not have a shard of a pig's intelligence, and was one in the sense of an insult. His name was Bloom Havish. He raised his fist, and punched down onto the mattress. The sound of flesh striking flesh rang forth. A look of delight blossomed on Bloom's face. The sensation of smashing flesh traveled up his arm, and his body shivered even as goosebumps of pleasure sprouted on him. Bloom was pressing down a naked woman. Her face was swollen and bruised, and the skin was flecked with spots of blood. Her nose was broken and the blood leaking from it had clotted on her skin. Her lips and eyelids were similarly swollen, completely distorting her originally beautiful face. There were bruises on the rest of her body, but the damage was worst on her face. She had been trying to protect her face with her hands until just now, but now her arms lay limp on the bed. Her hair spread out messily on the mattress, like it was floating in water. The woman seemed to be unconscious. The sheets around them were stained with old, dried blood. "Oi, what's with you?"
Tired already? Huh?
Bloom raised his fist and punched downwards.
With a thud, his fist connected with her cheekbone, and pain surged up Bloom's hand.
His face twisted.
Shay.
That hurt, you bitch. He angrily punched her again. The mattress creaked in time with the thud of flesh striking flesh. Her swollen skin split, staining his knuckles with blood.
Said blood splattered stickily onto the mattress, dyeing it with carmine spots.
You. The woman no longer struggled despite the beating. Non-stop bludgeoning like this could end up killing someone.
However, the woman had survived, but not because Bloom had been merciful.
Rather, it was because the woman's death did not concern him.
All that was needed was to pay to dispose of the problem.
The woman clung to life because the mattress had dissipated the force of the blows. Had she been beaten while lying on a harder bed, she might well be dead by now.
In truth, Bloom had beaten several women to death in this place. Weaver, he had to pay for the cleanup every time he killed someone, which strained his wallet. Thus, he unconsciously went easy on them. As he looked down at the woman's unmoving face, Bloom licked his lips.
This brothel was perfect for satisfying unique sexual fetishes. Normal bordellos would not permit their customers to do such things. No, they might, but it would be expensive. If it were a noble with territory, they could use a reason and take a commoner to do it. However, he could not do that. Bloom used to be a commoner. He was simply picked by his noble master, and was chosen.
Thus even if he were given money, he could not gain territory.
Life was good when slavery had been permitted.
Slaves were a form of property, and people who manhandled them had been scorned.
It was just like how others would roll their eyes at people who threw their money around.
However, slaves had been the only way for someone like Bloom, with his special sexual preferences, to satisfy his desires.
On top of that being stolen, to Bloom, he had no other place to release.
If he did not know about this place, what would he do?
It was correct for him to agree to work with his noble master. Normally, Bloom did not have the status to enter this shop, and entered due to his authority and faked an identity. Thank you, my master. A look of calm came over Bloom's eyes.
It was hard to imagine that he could be so grateful to his liege given his personality and his sexual proclivities.
However, the embers of a flame blazed up in the depths of his belly, the flames of wrath.
This emotion was directed at the woman who had deprived him of slaves with which to satisfy his lusts.
That bitch. His face turned red with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. He imagined the face of the royal whom he should have been serving, the princess, on the body of the woman beneath him.
Bloom gathered the anger within himself into his fist, and laid into the helpless woman.
Fresh blood flew with every blow he struck.
If only I could smash that face of hers.
How good would that feel? He rained punch after punch into the woman's face.
His fist struck her cheek, and a surprising quantity of blood spurted from between the woman's swollen lips.
Perhaps she had cut the inside of her mouth on her teeth. The woman's sole response to this beating was to tremble slightly. Who?
After a few more strikes, Bloom was panting as his shoulders rose and fell.
His body and forehead were slick with sweat. Bloom looked at the woman he had pinned underneath him.
Her condition could only be described as tragic, and she was close to death at this point.
What lay there was a puppet whose strings had been cut.
Bloom swallowed audibly.
Nothing pleased him more than to rape a battered and bloody woman. The prettier she had originally been, the better.
There was no better way to satisfy his sadistic desires than to destroy something beautiful.
If only I could fuck that woman like this.
Bloom thought of the haughty features which belonged to the young lady of the house which he had just visited. She was as beautiful as the princess, who was herself known as the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. Of course, Bloom was very clear that he would not have the chance to abuse such a high-class lady. The only people Bloom could indulge his fetishes with were the dregs of humanity who had been dumped into this brothel, to be used and then discarded. Such a beautiful woman would surely be bought up by a wealthy and powerful noble for a huge sum.
Of course, Bloom had to move, so that will happen. How I wish I could beat up a woman like that, beat her to death. How happy and satisfied would he be if he could do that?
Of course, that was nothing more than a madman's ravings.
Bloom looked down at the woman crushed beneath him. Her bare bosom was moving slightly. He smiled lewdly as he confirmed that fact. Bloom reached down to grab the woman's breasts, deforming the soft flesh between his fingers. There was no kindness, and only had force. There was only pain. The woman did not react at all. She was on the verge of death and could not respond to such trivial pain. The woman Bloom was squeezing differed from a doll only in the softness of her body. However, Bloom was somewhat dissatisfied by her lack of resistance. "Save me.
Spare me.
I'm sorry. Please stop." The woman's cries echoed in Bloom's mind. Should he have fucked her while she still had the strength left to scream? Bloom continued squeezing her breasts, a vague sense of regret in his heart.
Most of the women who had been sent to this brothel were no longer in a right state of mind.
They had chosen to run away from reality.
When one took that into consideration, the woman chosen to serve Bloom today had been better off than most. Was that woman like this too?
The woman who escaped appeared in Bloom's mind. There were several problems, but as an external member he did not know much. He had no interest in what happened to the brothel employee, who had let her go. However, when he thought of the butler he had encountered during his visit, Bloom could not suppress the mocking laughter in his heart.
That thing had coupled with countless men, and even with female or non-human partners.
There was no point in protecting her at all.
And yet that old butler had said he was willing to pay hundreds of gold coins for her.
It was a miracle he had not laughed out loud on the spot. Did she have such a worth? Ah, the woman who ran away screamed very well too. He searched through his memories and recalled her wails.
She had been fairly normal by the standards of the girl sent to this brothel. Bloom smiled lewdly, and began to slake his bestial lust.
He seized one of the pinned woman's bare legs and spread it wide.
Her emaciated, slender leg was thin enough that he could encircle it with one hand.
Bloom pressed himself between the woman's legs.
As he grasped his tool, now turgid from the burning desire that consumed his body,
the door behind him clicked, and slowly opened.
Ah! Bloom hurriedly turned back, and a vaguely familiar old man appeared within his field of view.
Then, he remembered who that old man was. It was the butler he had met at that mansion.
The soles of the old man's, Sebas shoes clicked neatly as he walked into the room.
Bloom was speechless in the face of his casual, natural movements. What was that house's butler doing here? Why had he come to this room? Bloom's mind went blank in the face of this inexplicable situation. Sebas walked up to Bloom.
Then, he saw the woman crushed beneath Bloom's bulk and directed an incomparably frigid glare at him.
You like to beat people, do you?
Ah.
The strange mood in the air drove Bloom to rise as he went for his clothes. However, Sebas moved faster than him.
A thwap resounded in Bloom's ears, and then his vision shook wildly.
A beat later, Bloom's right cheek caught fire as burning, stinging heat radiated out from it. He had been struck. No, in this case it would be more appropriate to say he had been slapped. It took a while for Bloom to realize that. What?
Faster than he could say anything, his cheek rang out with a slap.
It did not stop there.
Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Stop. Bloom had always been the one who hit others. Nobody had ever hit him. These few blows left him in tears. He raised his hand to protect his face as he stumbled back in retreat. His cheeks throbbed with pain, as though they had been scalded.
Da hayu. How hayu do his who me. His swollen, reddened cheeks hurt whenever he spoke.
Is there a problem?
Or corhere. Ayat. Hu hayu hink hayam?
Just another moron. Sebas closed in on the retreating Bloom and with a thwap. He dealt out yet another resounding slap. Staff.
Bloom covered his face like a child being struck by his parents.
He liked using violence, but he had always used it on those weaker than him. Bloom could not do anything to those who would resist and hit back. Even if Sebas appeared to be just another old man, Bloom would not dare raise his hand to him. He had no guarantee that he would not resist.
Perhaps he had sensed Bloom's craven nature, but Sebas lost interest in him and looked back to the girl.
How tragic.
Bloom ran past Sebas as he stood over the girl. You Ayat.
Bloom fumed. What a foolish old man.
He was going to gather everyone in this place to teach this old man a painful lesson.
How dare he strike someone like himself? He would not go easy on the old man. Bloom would make sure he had his fill of pain and fear.
The image of the butler's mistress, the angelic-seeming girl, appeared in Bloom's mind.
The mistress would have to take responsibility for her servant's mistakes. He would have her bear the burden of the pain that the old man had caused him. Bloom would teach that old man exactly who he had hit.
As those dark thoughts went through his mind, Bloom charged out the door as his beer belly jiggled violently.
Someone help me!" he shouted. Surely an employee would come to check on him if he called for help. However, his hopes were dashed the moment he stepped into the hallway. The passage was silent. It was as though nobody was around. Bloom looked around nervously, still naked. The bizarre silence of the hallway filled him with fear. At a glance, there were several doors on both sides of him. It was only natural that nobody would answer him.
This place catered to clients with exotic tastes, dangerous ones, in fact.
Thus the rooms were all soundproofed.
However,
there was no way the employees would not have heard. He had seen several of them when he had been brought to his room just now. Each of them was a burly man with bulging muscles.
How could an old man like Sebas compare? Why hobo die homing?
They are all dead, he replied to Bloom's cries in a soft voice.
When he turned around in a panic, he saw Sebas.
There are some inside, but most are dead. The impossible.
How mahi peeper do hiu hink ar heria hiwahi? There were 3 who looked like employees on top and 10 more down below.
There were 7 others like you. What nonsense are you babbling?
Bloom looked incredulously at Sebas.
Of course, some are alive. However, they will not come to help you. I have broken their limbs after all. Exclamation mark.
All right, I do not think there is a need to spare your life.
That being the case, please die here.
Sebas did not draw a sword or ready any sort of weapon.
He simply walked up to Bloom in silence, like it was the most natural thing in the world.
That nonchalance only served to frighten Bloom, because he knew Sebas truly wanted him dead. Wahe. A kenjai hayu. A kenjai hayu ha hot omana.
It was a lie. He did not have such things. He just wanted to buy himself time. However, Sebas paid him no mind. I have no interest.
Van fi fa you wooing fies.
There was no reason to do this. Why did he have to kill him?
Bloom's thoughts finally reached Sebas.
Do you not know, even after searching your heart? Question mark. Bloom tried to recall. What did he do wrong?
Seeing the emotions on Bloom's face, that nothing resembling guilt came up, Sebas sighed. Really now? As he said that, Sebas savagely kicked Bloom in the gut and sent him flying. So that is what they mean when they say that something is not worth keeping alive. Several of Bloom's organs broke, and Sebas spat out those words to him who had died from the pain.
Sebas then proceeded inside, towards where there were still people.
Chapter 74, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 14. Oh dear, shouldn't he stop and think for a bit? While some service is excellent bait for those hiding in the shadows, destroying the door is a bit too eye-catching, isn't it? Demiurges whispered were blown away by the wind and disappeared.
If one looked down, they would see the figure of the door Sebas broke.
The place where Demiurge was currently standing on the roof of the opposite building. Demiurge was standing on top of the building and his appearance could not be said to be good. He wore a cloak with a hood, and his face was covered by a mask borrowed from Ain's. It was a plain mask, but was a magic item that had dark vision activated passively. However, Demiurge had the ability himself, and thus it had no more meaning than hiding his face. Why was Demiurge alone in such a place?
This was not due to Demiurge's will.
This was as he was ordered to work together with Sebas by the smiling Ain's.
Because you are friends, you should work together.
Holding the staff of Ain's Ulgaun, Ain's spoke in a leader-like manner that he could not say before. I'm troubled, but it's Ain's Summer's intention for me to overcome it. Demiurge thought about his own abilities and wished for sufficient backup. This was as secret missions were not Demiurge's expertise. Just having the assassin solution join him would have been enough. However, Demiurge's internal state was never vocalized to his master. Demiurge's mouth crumbled into a smile.
Because of the support of a guardian like yourself, there will be no problems. This was as Demiurge's master felt that he was deeply reliable. Having that said to him made it difficult to request for backup. Ain's Summer is a terrifying person.
Causing Demiurge to prioritize his emotions over logic was.
Oh, I shouldn't.
Demiurge resisted making a slovenly face. Just recalling his master's words caused sparks to run down his spine to a level that would cause most people to feel pain from it.
However, while it was a waste to kill the greatest feelings he felt, he had things to do. More importantly, he could not do this again. Just this once he would put his emotions first.
Next time, no matter what, he would put the mission first. Demiurge decided so and thought about the next thing.
Oh dear.
I don't have enough options. Demiurge thought about using his ability for an instant to summon a demon. Succubi had mind control abilities and magic.
It could be said to be useful in such a situation.
However, he understood that humans had a strong aversion to demons thanks to his ranch.
In addition, they came here with the aim of saving people. Using demons would be a bit ill-fitting.
In most cases, those that summoned demons would have the label of evil attached to themselves. The dissatisfaction from not having enough options appeared in Demiurge's heart, directed at someone not present.
You went ahead too far, you fool. There were no people in the building with the destroyed door. Of course, Sebas' figure could not be seen.
Originally, it would have been proper to proceed together with Sebas.
However, their relationship was bad. They did not hate each other, but they felt that the other was a bother, and they did not mesh well.
That was why the job was split into two parts.
Sebas would enter the interior and save people.
Demiurge would teleport the saved humans into Nazarick. Of course, Demiurge's responsibilities were not only that. In order to prevent too much information from leaking, he was observing the surroundings.
However, due to that naivety, do you understand how much trouble you dragged in? Thinking of Sebas, Demiurge's face under the mask crumbled.
Using Ain's Summer's kindness for us subordinates for your own gains, how frustrating.
It was a rare sight to see Demiurge grumble.
If any of his fellow guardians saw this, they would be shocked. That was how bad Demiurge and Sebas worked together. It was to the point that he felt that he could work better with Pestonia, who had the complete opposite personality. He had confirmed that he could not work well with Sebas. Sebas chose to save them in a hurry, causing Demiurge to prioritize readying Nazarick to receive the slaves and to make preparations to retreat from the building. Demiurge had just managed to fly to the nearby roof when all he saw was a broken door.
It is not clear who is watching, and the higher-ups of the kingdom might move.
As an invader, stimulating their curiosity so much is nothing but a fool's errand. Sighing, Demiurge pondered over his next actions. It might have been natural to repair the door, but Demiurge had no repair magic.
nor illusion magic. If he had to do it, then he could force it back in.
Or he could hide the door and make people think that it was originally open.
Which way was better? While in thought, Demiurge was spoken to.
Demiurge had used plenty of caution while coming to this place.
It would be fine for some information about his master to leak.
He had such thoughts, but if Demiurge walked along the town with his true face, with his demonic appearance, it would be too eye-catching. That was why he had activated invisibility with a scroll and acted invisibly.
He could use up to the 10th tier, but the types that he could use were extremely limited. It was easy to just count the number. He could not use perfect unknowable, and thus activated it with the scroll he received. Next was the black clothes that covered his body.
Next was that he flew quite high to get there. Due to this caution, discovering Demiurge was almost impossible. Would anyone be using see-through invisibility and dark vision at the same time and be paying attention to the sky? The chance of that occurring was extremely low.
However, on that day, there was such a person.
So, can I ask what you are doing here? The voice from behind Demiurge was such a strange and muffled one that he did not understand from what species it came from.
How careless. Having this occur on top of Sebas' mistakes caused Demiurge's face to frown even further.
The Demiurge's ability stats was high.
This was as his level was 100.
Also, an anthropomorphic being gained more stats per level than humanoids and demi-humans. However, he was not skilled in thief or ranger skills that helped his detection. Ainz, Aura and Shiltir could use magic to do this, and Sebas and Cocytus could use their warrior senses as a replacement. However, Demiurge had none of this. Thus, he allowed this person to draw near. Trusting one's basic abilities too much will lead to pitfalls, eh? Demiurge sighed. Thinking about what a failure this was, he hung his head and immediately began to think of a method to rectify it.
What are you talking about? Turn here slowly. If you make any strange movements, you will lose your life. You might be an ally, but you don't want to lose your life over a mistake, right?
Her intention to attack was not fake, and feeling that strain, Demiurge slowly considered.
There was a small existence.
She was wearing the same black robes as Demiurge and her long black hair shook in the wind.
Her face was hidden by a mask.
Evil Eye. Demiurge did not know, but she was a member of the strongest adventuring party in the kingdom, Blue Rose. Demiurge began to speak to the mysterious person.
He wanted to gain the initiative in the conversation, no matter how little.
I came here to save people.
Why are you here? Why, you ask? Having the initiative taken from, Evil Eye's voice wavered.
Demiurge laughed and continued his words.
If you get in my way, I have to kill you. I see, we have the same goal.
Why do you have such a suspicious appearance?
I did not think that you would tell me that, but this is a secret mission.
They tried to sniff out each other's intentions, and the next one to speak was Evil Eye.
Is that so? I got it. Then we will handle the rest. You, leave.
Evil Eye's words caused the sense of righteousness to move over to her, causing Demiurge to be troubled.
He felt that she had the arrogance and strong will that showed she had the protection of the law. I cannot believe those words.
Could I see some proof? If I show you, will you follow?
Before that, could you remove your mask? If you live in this city, you know who I am, right?
Demiurge understood that he was in an extremely dangerous situation.
He had considered the possibility of running into a person connected with the upper brass, but
even if I know, I do not know if you are that person.
Could you please remove your mask?
There would be no famous person who would normally wear a mask. They were probably hiding their faces using a mask like Demiurge.
His words were a result of such thinking. However, that was a big miss. What?
Remove my mask.
If you do,
As if cutting him off, Evil Eye slowly readied a stance.
I'll tell you honestly. I have no idea which noble hired you, so I did not intend to let you escape. However, Not knowing the least about me has piqued my interest.
As a resident of this world, how do you not know about Evil Eye of Blue Rose?
The meaning in those words.
Demiurge sensed that she would not negotiate.
This was to buy time, right? That's one reason.
The two masked figures looked at each other.
As a wind blew across the rooftop where they stood, Evil Eye shivered. This was not due to the wind, but she felt it directly from the one in front of her.
The feeling of hate and impatience blew towards her, along with the sense of pressure. She felt the pressure that came with facing a monster stronger than A-class.
And this seemed to be much more powerful.
The experience of someone that exceeded her experiences in her long life was a first.
The reason why she could still try to move, while being rooted to the spot, was due to her unnatural body.
However, Evil Eye tried to move, but her slight hesitation was a large gap to a powerful existence like Demiurge. Inflict self-harm. Demiurge released his curses of commandment at Evil Eye.
What? What? The surprised voices numbered 2.
The former was Evil Eye's and the latter's was Demiurge. Evil Eye flew away. She had cast flight magic and thus could easily fly over the uneven surface of the rooftops. Demiurge did not attack the retreating Evil Eye but merely shook his head. Evil Eye and Demiurge glared at each other as they tried to read the other's moves. There was only one reason why the superior Demiurge did not immediately attack her.
Oh dear.
Demiurge understood that since his method of attacking, his curse, had no effect, he was in greater danger. If his curse of command worked, it was an overwhelming ability.
However, it was not all-powerful nor the strongest. It was a mind-related ability that worked on sound. If one knew about it, there were multiple methods to block it.
For example, if that person were over level 40,
or that they had perfect resistance to mind control or control-type skills, or that she was invulnerable to sound-based skills. There were countless other methods to block it, such as being too dumb or not knowing the language. The problem was, how did the enemy in front of him protect herself? If she had blocked it due to her high level, this would be troublesome. That bastard, doing a half-hearted job.
Demiurge was unhappy with Sebas.
Since Demiurge had not heard about any person who could block his curse of command, he blamed the person in charge of collecting information, Sebas. In actuality, it was different.
Sebas had collected information on the person known as Evil Eye.
Not delivering it to Demiurge was a failure on Ainz's part.
Ainz was originally a normal person, and had no experience at the top. Thus, while he understood the importance of information, he was not good at understanding what information to give to his subordinates and when.
It could not be helped that despite the failings of Shaltir, repeating it again could be said to be foolish. However, Ainz did have an excuse in this case.
Demiurge was backing up Sebas. Also, he did not expect to encounter Evil Eye, and he had no time to explain only the information that he deemed necessary amongst the large amount of information that Sebas brought back. Demiurge did not know any of that and was thus unhappy with Sebas. Thus, Demiurge was thrust into a situation without information, as if forced into the darkness without a light, restricting much of his actions. And Evil Eye. She was in the same position as Demiurge, where she could not move.
It was not clear how strong her opponent was. Well, she could feel that he was an overwhelmingly strong person.
However, what was her chance of victory, or the chance of escape?
Since he was too high level, she could not tell. How powerful was the enemy in front of her? What led her to this thought was the earlier attack.
She could not see the attack with her eyes, but she felt that the mysterious existence released something strange. Evil Eye had compiled a large amount of knowledge, but this was a strange move even to her.
Famed adventurers of history win battles before they are fought. Those were words that stressed the importance of information. Basically, it was that the analysis of information before the battle would decide the victor. She had done this in past battles.
Thus it was natural that she hated random encounters. Basically, Evil Eye was in a similar situation to Demiurge, where she was in the dark without a light. After some time, reading each other's movements, The first one who moved was the disadvantaged one, Demiurge. This was a result of them realizing that the longer this dragged out, the better it would be for Evil Eye. Stepping in with a thud, Demiurge charged in towards Evil Eye. Out of the countless attack methods he had, Demiurge chose his fist.
In the middle of his charge, he had changed his magic to flight magic, and thus received no penalties from the uneven ground beneath him.
Demiurge's physical ability was the weakest amongst the Guardians.
While he would not lose to Ainz, but he had no chance of victory with any others. He was about as strong as the Battlemaids, perhaps even stronger.
He chose a melee battle was out of caution.
It was to avoid showing his hand.
Evil Eye knew over 100 magic spells, and had countless she could release at close range. However, the experienced her realized something.
That she could not beat him with her magic here. The image of an attacking giant dragon. The feeling of something far more powerful than that stabbed into her. Translocation damage.
Since Demiurge was put on guard by an unknown magic, he killed some of his force and whacked her with the intention of seeing what would happen. The shield he was expecting failed to materialize, and his fist pierced into Evil Eye's small stomach. Oh? Demiurge felt his fist hit something soft, like a thick futon. As a counterattack, Evil Eye punched Demiurge with her fist, but she could not penetrate Demiurge's magical defenses. Demiurge's body had the property of reducing damage as long as it was not holy.
Shit.
While holding his fist, Demiurge chose not to attack Evil Eye as he had felt caution about the unknown magic.
The two made some distance. It was what Evil Eye hoped for. Regret the fact that you did not chase after me.
Evil Eye fed her magic power into the lightning dragon in her hand.
Eat this. Maximize magic dragon lightning.
The lightning attack was more powerful than normal, and the dragon rammed into Demiurge. His black robes were painted white by the lightning.
She had no confidence of defeating him, but she should be able to cause quite some damage. Evil Eye released her most powerful magic for that reason.
Demiurge slightly tilted his head at the approaching lightning.
He made no attempt to block. And the moment that the lightning swallowed him, it dispersed into the surroundings.
Silence and darkness returned to the surroundings, making it seem like the earlier white light was a lie. Unharmed.
There was not even a speck of ash on his suit.
Seeing that, Evil Eye's face under her mask crumbled.
What are you? She shouted. Various emotions were contained inside her voice. I have not met anyone who can be unharmed from my magic. Even high-ranked dragons. And the demon gods. What are you? That's a nice voice. His quiet voice rode on the wind. In that voice was an emotion that one did not show to an enemy. What? Just what expression do you have on your face? Just imagining it makes me excited. Evil Eye had chills run down her spine. She knew several strange people. However, all of them were weaker than her. She never felt panicked. Just that the existence in front of her was really bad.
There were monsters that lightning damage was not effective on, those with lightning resistance, but this was a different reaction.
The next thing she thought was an ability to invalidate all magic.
However, that was difficult without an overwhelming difference in power between the two sides. If it were magic invalidation, it meant that the one in front of her was far more powerful than she was.
However, it is a pity that I cannot play with you.
Demiurge's change caused shivers to run down Evil Eye's spine.
If he were to be serious. She stood at the pinnacle of this world. The seriousness of someone who could outclass her.
That meant, Evil Eye frantically searched for a method to survive.
All while quivering in fear that she had never felt in her 100 years.
However, before Evil Eye could do anything, Demiurge's magic activated. Eat untidy, Ito undadi. However, before Demiurge could release his magic, his target disappeared.
What?
Demiurge's face moved and he gazed at the rotting roof of a house 10 meters away.
There was Evil Eye. Along with another person. It was a woman bundled in black.
She was hugging Evil Eye from behind.
Sniff sniff, nice smell. TL note, if anyone has a better translation, please tell. This is not the time to play, you idiot.
Evil Eye screamed at Tina, who had no panic in her voice and was instead rubbing her face on her comrade.
Tina sharply felt the meaning in those words, and while she had no change in expression, the color in her eyes became stronger.
A strong enemy?
The scale is different.
My magic is useless on him, and his physical abilities outshine mine by a huge margin. He is at least more powerful than A+ adventurers, and is probably hero class.
That's bar.
In simple metrics, Evil Eye's physical abilities outclassed those of the warrior of Blue Rose, Gagran. It was true that in a battle, Gagran would be the victor due to her experience, skills and weapons. However, Evil Eye was a magic caster.
Thinking of that, her battle ability was on another level. And this was someone who caused her to say that he was out of her league.
Just how powerful was he?
Those words were enough to change Tina's focus.
Run. We can't win without everyone.
Understood.
Dickhead. One of Tina's bad habits, her jeering, leaked out. He did not specifically react to her jeering, but Demiurge's eyes rumbled and changed into a cracked gold. Demiurge had a class called Gazer. It was a class that only those with a special gaze ability could gain. While this class could learn multiple sight-based abilities, its innate ability was only one, petrification. Sight attacks can't cause various effects even without meeting their eyes.
The cons were that its range was short, but the pros were that they could target multiple people in view.
In the game of Yggdrasil, there would be terrible-looking effects occurring within the effect range, but nothing like that occurred in this world.
If they failed to resist, they would be turned to stone.
Such a powerful gaze was turned towards them.
However, before that,
Daibakufu no Jutsu, Great Waterfall Jutsu. With the sound of her voice, a wall of water rose up from beneath Tina and Evil Eye, covering them.
It occurred on a roof. It was not natural.
The water drew a dome and surrounded the two of them.
It blew upwards, like a waterfall.
The froth created hid the figures of the two inside, blurring them.
Now the effect of his gaze would weaken.
Ninjutsu? Then she is a shinobi? Shinobi was a class that required one to have many assassin-related thief skills, and that they had to be over level 60. There were Kashin Koji, TL, look up Narutopedia trivia section, who gained more ninjutsu in exchange for losing close combat abilities, and their counterparts the Hanzu who were proficient in hand-to-hand combat.
They were weaker than warriors of the same level.
But they were not people who Demiurge could fight with ease in close range.
She does not seem that strong though.
Her body was covered in weapons and defensive gear. Demiurge thought that they were magic items, but he felt no sense of danger from them.
However, underestimation was a problem. He should at least increase his physical abilities.
Demiurge's body protruded from beneath his clothes.
Demonic essence was a tool in a devil's belt. It greatly increased one's physical abilities. It was a method to temporarily increase one's muscle strength.
He intended to break through the Daibakufu no Jutsu, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Shiltia was a priest type, Aura was a beast tamer type based on a druid, and Cocytus was a warrior type. Demiurge also had a certain type of his.
It would be fine to call it the monster type. A gaze attack, a blaze, monster summoning, curses, an ability to give bad statuses like poison or illness. He was made of classes that could provide such abilities. The earlier gazer and demonic essence was a part of that.
Demiurge had strengthened his body and jumped.
However, as if waiting for that, the voice of a woman on the other side of the waterfall could be heard.
Fudu no Jutsu, Unmoving via Jutsu. The shine of the waterfall, the reflecting light from the dispersing water, changed.
It became the glisten of metal.
The flow of the waterfall stopped, and changed into a large lump of hard precious stones.
Exclamation mark.
Demiurge stopped his fist and looked at the two blur figures he could barely see inside the giant lump. The types of ninjutsu was limited, and in place of tiers, the effects changed depending on the amount of MP used. Another way to say this was a Tier 1 Fudu Kongu no Jutsu, a Tier 2 Fudu Kongu no Jutsu, a Tier 3 Fudu Kongu no Jutsu. And high-level ninjutsu that had consumed a lot of MP was quite powerful.
Their effects were more powerful than Tier 10 magic. The dangerous thing was what level of magic this rivaled. The outside was the same, so he could not tell.
Fudu Kongu no Jutsu, unmoving via jutsu, would create a shield that could defend well against physical attacks.
It was weak to magic attacks.
However, Demiurge did not have many magic spells and could not break it, and he could not give the opponents time. Should he fight flashily?
Demiurge pondered. For an example of Demiurge's strong attack options, he had a lot of O attacks.
Organ Incinerator, lit, an incinerator fed by internal organs, Dawn of the Morning Star, the Fire and Sulfur of Sodom, would be his main choices.
However, that was too flashy. If a pillar of light fell from the sky, it would be too eye-catching.
Yes.
Far more than a certain broken door.
Now, what to do? While thinking that, Demiurge lightly hit the shield of diamond.
He clicked his tongue. This was as he realized that he was tricked. He hit it lightly. At that moment, everything crumbled.
The countless fragments of crystals danced into the air, but they did not remain on the ground.
Inside the broken shield were two humans. No, two human-like things. They were clothes stuffed with something. And they were standing in a human fashion.
Shinjutsu, escape jutsu.
It was a ninjutsu that, for the price of losing their armor, allowed one to teleport to a substitute.
Since there were many people who would prefer dying over losing their armor, in Yggdrasil, it was a dead ninjutsu.
However, it was effective in this case. So they escaped.
He could summon a demon to chase after them.
He could apologize to his master and sent for reinforcements.
Several ideas appeared in Demiurge's head, but he threw away all of them.
It would not be a problem for them to escape.
It would be dangerous if Demiurge's true form were revealed, but it was only a problem in that a battle occurred on the rooftops. He did not recall leaking any sensitive information.
Then this was far from being a life-threatening problem.
And Demiurge opened the scroll he was given.
The magic written on it was message.
I have to apologize to Sebas.
We should retreat immediately. Even if there are others we should save.
Below Demiurge's mask was a small smile. Evil Eye, are you okay?
Ah. I showed you something unsightly.
Reacting to her leader's, Leikyu's, words, Evil Eye began to slowly stand up, wobbly. Since Tina brought her here, she had collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut.
The reason was mental fatigue.
It was impossible for Evil Eye to feel mental fatigue, but she had parts similar to humans.
That was why it was significant. No, I don't mind. Anyone would have crumbled in fear.
Rather, it would be bad to not go right.
The place where they were going should have one man. However, Evil Eye stopped them. We should stop. If we go we die. We can't win with everyone.
Evil Eye froze and looked at Tina.
Impossible. He is stronger than me. Stronger than you.
That's. Everyone in Blue Rose was at a loss for words. They had not heard of an existence that could defeat Evil Eye. Evil Eye alone could wipe out the current members of Blue Rose.
This was the natural reaction of hearing of someone that was more powerful than her. Even if all the members who fought me were here and I joined, it would be difficult to defeat him. Even with Bar-chan? Gagrana immediately stood up and scratched her head. She was not here currently, but she was the strongest person in Blue Rose, excluding Evil Eye. Even if she joined they may not win. Such a nuance was created. What do you think he is?
The guy's true form? He is far stronger than a high-ranked dragon in human form.
Anything else, I don't know.
Why is such an existence here? Would I know?
That's bad. If he died, climb. Still a virgin. He said he came to save people so he might be alive. His objective is unclear. But it does not fit his image.
All the members of Blue Rose shook their heads.
Why was this ridiculous existence inside a human city? The image did not match, and was extremely irregular.
Sorry.
I removed the possibility for dialogue. Well, that's a big miss.
Pierced by Tia's response, Evil Eye raised a groan. Evil Eye's actions were due to her arrogance as the strongest. She should have acted smartly and passed the baton to either Tina or Tia to find out who he was.
Well, it can't be helped. We don't know how the dialogue would go, so if you lower your head we will forgive you. If we had the money we could have gotten that girl out. The problem is, I have not heard of anyone stronger than Evil Eye.
People at the level of a legend might exist. If he is not a legend but was hiding in the world, I want to know the reason he moved. They could not believe that an existence stronger than Evil Eye really came to save humans.
They could understand if there was a deeper reason. Is he a demon god? If he's a demon god, we can still win.
The 13 heroes had fought the demon gods.
And they could win.
Lei Q's made a wry smile as she realized that mysterious existence was far more powerful than such a demon god. A person who was stronger than one that could destroy countries and caused suffering to many.
Such an existence was moving about in the dark. If he did not have any hostility, then it would be fine. But if he did? Isn't he a danger to the world? That's bad. Tina reached the same conclusion and whispered. Everyone else also reached it and sighed with disheartened faces.
Chapter 75, The Capital City of the Kingdom Part 15. Everyone's eyes focused on Sebas, who had suddenly appeared.
The caution in their eyes was strong, but there was also hints of mocking.
While they believed that he was not no one since he had reached this point, but they saw him as a simple old man and thus could not be on their guard. This was especially true for the two strong ones, Zero and Lubelina.
Oh Jason, did you come to the wrong place? I apologize for this. Everyone has gathered here and thus I had wondered what was going on. You can't find any woman to sleep with here, so could you return to your room?
Lubelina spoke in a teasing manner, but Zero interrupted her.
Lubelina, stop talking. He's an intruder.
Yes.
I think so too. How foolish. Your luck is bad, just like the kid. You chose a time when I'm here. Sebas made a wry smile. That smile made Zero unhappy.
It was a smile that made him seem that he was carefree. That was not a good smile to make in front of a man like Zero. That was why Zero chose to finish it in one blow. Die, Jigi.
Zero's 3 tattoos released a light.
The class that Zero had, the shamanic adept, allowed one to channel animals into their bodies. In Zero's case, he had the legs of the panther, the back of a falcon and the arms of a rhinoceros. The number of times he could use this per day was limited, and thus he usually chose to activate one at a time.
But he did not do this. He used them at once.
Zero used the abilities of all three animals at once to create a powerful single attack.
Climb had prior information of this, and tried to cry out in a panic. This was Zero's trump card. This was a simple punch, but the speed and special power of it gave it a destructive ability that was off the charts. It was a blow like if a several-ton rhinoceros running at 80 kilometers an hour tapping you lightly. If one took it they would die. Zero closed in on Sebas in an instant.
On the other hand, possibly due to the speed, Sebas did not move.
His defense was too slow. Zero's fist was thrust out. The fist connected with Sebas' vulnerable belly. It was a perfect, immaculate strike. Sebas was blown back. It was natural.
If he used Fortress he would not have been blown back, but there was no sign that he used it.
Basically this was a fatal blow. At least, that was how it should have been.
Yes.
That was what everyone expected, and he went against it.
Sebas did not move an inch. He blocked the punch which Zero had thrown with all his might head-on, using nothing but his belly, his own muscles.
Nobody who saw it dared to believe it. One could say the scene before them was unreal. The difference between their bodies was obvious at a glance. However, the outcome had been completely the opposite of what was expected. The person who could least believe it was naturally Zero himself. This was the most powerful blow he could make. He could not believe any living being could take it and remain unharmed. That was how it had always been until now.
That was what he had always thought until now, but then this scene had unfolded before his eyes. Thus, he did not react even as a black object flashed before his eyes. Sebas raised his leg to the air. The foot raced past the tip of Zero's nose, like the motion of a flying swallow.
His leg went higher and higher, until it fell. An axe kick. That was the typical name for a move like this.
However, its speed and power were anything but typical.
Who are you?
Zero muttered, and the corner of Sebas' mouth curled up slightly.
A gruesome sound of cracking filled the air.
Zero fell to the ground, his skull pulverized and his neck and spine shattered, as though he had been crushed by a several 100-kilogram weight.
The room was silent.
In a word, everyone in this room was transfixed. Sebas shifted away from where Zero's smashed skull was gushing fresh blood and patted at the place where Zero's fist had struck.
Phew, that was close. If not for your timely warning, I would probably be dead. Are you kidding me? What warning are you talking about? The three people present did not speak, but they shouted the same thing inside their hearts. You have saved me. My disciple. Wah.
Yes.
Climb was speechless. It was natural. What could he say? In front of such a nonsensical scene. What? What happened? Lubelina could not believe the scene in front of her, and switched her gaze between the kneeling Zero and the unharmed Sebas. Just what happened? She could not believe what she saw.
Lubelina knew Zero's strength the best, and this was a natural reaction.
It was nothing much. It seems I was just a little bit stronger than him. Not just a little bit. Everyone there was thinking more or less the same thing. Now, the two of you. Sebas looked at Lubelina and Succulent.
Succulent fell back in fear, but Lubelina stepped forward.
Their different reactions showed their differing confidence in their skills. Lubelina was the strongest excluding Zero, but Succulent knew that he was far from Zero's level. Her opponent was here to kill her. Then she had to attack first. Lubelina believed so.
She ignored the fact that something unbelievable had occurred in front of her eyes.
It was a fluke. A coincidence. She could only believe that. Gazif Stranov was the strongest warrior in the surrounding countries.
Compared to him, Lubelina and Zero would lose.
However, it would be a tough battle. Even if they could not win, they had the confidence to wound him. There was no way that she could lose to an unknown old man. Thinking about it, he could have used a trick.
Such as using a magic item that invalidated blunt attacks.
It was not that he did not avoid Zero's attack, rather that he could not avoid it. That was why Lubelina stepped in. She putting everything in her skill. Ha!
Heart penetrate in Lubelina's hand left a platinum afterglow and aimed for Sebas.
There was no trace of her relaxed attitude like she had with Climb. This was the fastest blow she could make. Her target was his throat.
To Climb and Succulent on the outside, it was an unstoppable flash of light.
And the sound of metal bending rang out. Not only that. There was one more. The sound of bones breaking. Now one left. A bent heart penetrate fell from Sebas' finger onto the floor. Then, Lubelina, whose neck was bent 270 degrees, also fell. What? Succulent whispered.
Climb turned his shocked face to Sebas.
In just a few minutes, no, not even that, the situation changed. No, one could say it changed too much.
Oi, no, you.
Succulent unconsciously backed away. He did not expect that man he met at the mansion be such a person. No, he could not make such an prediction that they had stepped into the world of fantasy.
With every step Sebas took forward, Succulent took one back.
Please wait. I surrender. I'll give you everything you want. I have quite the position in our organization. If it will make you happy, I will give it to you. Please wait. I have no interest. Succulent continued backwards until his back hit the wall with a thud. Realizing that he could not retreat further, Succulent became as pale as a sheet. Please wait.
At the distance where his fist could reach Succulent, Sebas' legs stopped, and his face turned to Climb. Returning his now empty potion bottle into his bag, Climb again spoke to Sebas.
Could you leave his punishment to us?
If he tells us everything, we can cut off everything from the roots.
We can make a system to prevent such a thing from occurring ever again.
Seeing Sebas' slight change in air, Succulent saw a path to survival and frantically begged. He did not try to attack the seemingly defenseless Sebas.
No, it was even scarier that he seemed defenseless. Why, yes. I will. I'll spill everything. I promise. I won't lie. Sebas moved his hand. No, the two did not have the kinetic vision to see Sebas' movements. Thus they did not understand what happened.
Succulent simply lost consciousness, and only by confirming his chest was still moving, Climb understood that Succulent had lost consciousness.
Understood. I'm weak to you saying that this will never happen again. Thank you very much. Climb bowed his head while his wounded body quivered from the pain. Pay it no mind. Since you can bring him back alive, I can spread better information. ? Just my musings. However, you have such terrible wounds. Sebas moved closer to Climb and stretched out his hand. It seemed like a normal hand, but the scary thing was the strength behind it.
He froze for a second, but then Climb realized that running would be extremely rude, and stopped himself. Sebas smiled, as if understanding Climb's thoughts.
I just healed your wounds. Sebas' hand touched his armor. That instant, he felt something warm flow into his body. It is healing using ki.
It cannot heal old wounds, but I believe that it can heal the wounds you received.
He felt his wounds warm, and instantly cool.
At that moment, all the pain in Climb's body beautifully fell away.
Thank you very much. Sebas shook his hand at the deeply bowing Climb.
More importantly,
What is it? Sebas placed his hand on his forehead, as if he had been talked to. Is that so? Understood, I shall retreat immediately. However, some are unconscious and I cannot confirm if they want to come.
Of course, our master is.
Understood. The conscious people number 8. Understood. Sebas sighed. I apologize.
I originally intended to take everyone someplace, but some are unconscious and I cannot confirm their desires and have to leave them here. What do you mean confirming their desires?
Just my musings. Please don't mind me.
By the way, did you come here to save someone specific?
No.
Not anyone specific, but I am here to saving those in pain.
How? Sebas raised a voice of admiration. So there are people like that. The people I have met are terrible people. Then I shall leave the remaining people with you. I shall take the rest.
Climb hesitated for just a moment, but considering Sebas' personality, that was the best option.
It was true that he was a mysterious person, but he was kind and would definitely not let people suffer. Having them follow Sebas was probably better than leaving them with him. Understood. Then I shall leave it to you.
I am very sorry that I am unable to save them now.
No. If I recalled what you said when we met, I understand that you have made quite the determination to come here. I will not do anything that would criticize you. Thank you very much.
Then will you be going together with the people you saved?
I intend to.
Did Sebas intend to leave together with the saved?
That was the gain from coming here. Climb understood. Can we meet again? I'm afraid not. Is that so? I would have liked to train together again. But that's too bad. Sebas smiled. Should we have the chance to meet again, I shall train you again. Now I shall return. You have many things you should do here, do you not? Good work, Climb.
Climb had reported to Rena and she smiled in return.
I am happy that you have returned safely. Thank you very much. Climb deeply bowed his head. He stifled a yawn that tried to make its way out. Returning to Rena, he had reported various things to the point that the sun was about to rise. Climb was trained as a soldier and could function a day without sleep. However, he had fought a battle where he faced death, and his mental fatigue was huge. He was so tired that if he lost focus, he would fall asleep. Rena had felt it. She smiled kindly at Climb. You should be tired. Go back and rest. Ha!
Climb's gaze moved from her to Marquis Revan.
Rena instantly understood what he thought. This was because it was Climb. I intend to talk for a bit more with the Marquis. Then shall I remain here?
The two thoughts of even though Rena was not sleeping, how could he sleep, and if he did not get enough sleep he could not help Rena fought inside Climb.
There was another reason for that. It was his master's intention to put an end to that fight. No. You cannot. Climb should get some sleep. Since it is later than usual, I shall allow you to use the guest room. Make sure you do not have any fatigue tomorrow. Understood. He had to obey his master.
Climb deeply bowed and left the room. Hearing the door close, Rena's face rose slightly as she smiled at Marquis Revan.
That is jealousy, isn't it? I believe so. Thank you for going along with it. Rena spoke in a lonely manner.
Climb worried that Rena spending the night with Marquis Revan would spread weird rumors and felt that he should remain.
It was an unnecessary worry, but she felt happy about Climb's feelings. She had learnt countless things this night. She had to grit her teeth and unifying their opinions. Especially since the appearance of an unknown figure was a large part of it. Now, what do you think? There is too little information, but
Sebas and the man on the roof, an unconfirmed existence.
The two of them definitely have a relationship. Their objective is the same. However, I cannot say that they have an amicable relationship.
The mysterious existence that Evil Eye met, an unconfirmed existence.
And the old man known as Sebas that Climb met.
Both seem to have come to save people, but the problem was to what point they should believe them.
It was true that the actions of Sebas did match his words.
However, the unconfirmed existence was merely paying lip service, and there was no proof that his words were true.
If they are hostile, the option observation disappears. From what I can tell from Evil Eye's conversation, he does not have such skills.
And even if we assume that he came to attack Sebas, we did not discover any traces of a large-scale battle.
There is a possibility that the meeting with Evil Eye Dono changed his plans.
Anyway, should they be in a hostile relationship, since Sebas and the unconfirmed existence did not battle, they should have the same level of strength. Isn't that a leap in logic? It is true that Evil Eye Dono and Climb Kun have vouched for their strength, but Evil Eye Dono and Climb Kun have different levels of strength, and so it is difficult to say they are equally strong.
The strongest adventuring group in the kingdom, Blue Rose.
The magic caster who was part of that and a simple soldier had vastly different qualifications. The reason why Sebas did not fight the unconfirmed existence is unknown.
Sebas brought out several people. If they are not at the same level, he could have attacked him there.
If they were not equals, the only other option why the unconfirmed existence did not attack was that Sebas was stronger.
But if so, why did he come? Only questions were left.
Personally, I believe the unconfirmed existence was working together to transport the people Sebas brought out.
If that is the case, then I do understand. Then do the two have an amicable relationship? Maybe not. Well, it is not unimaginable.
Then their relationship is?
They should be subordinates of someone.
Sebas, who Klein ran into, was working for a merchant, but that was probably a lie.
However, his figure and his attitude showed that he was an excellent butler.
There was no way that Klein would mistake this since he had worked for Renner for so long and had seen the world. What about the possibility that Sebas is working for the unconfirmed existence?
I cannot say there is none, but it is low. They are probably working for someone who did not come here.
The reaction of the unconfirmed person to Evil Eye.
The reaction of Sebas to Klein. It was completely different.
It was true that Evil Eye and Klein's first meeting was different.
However, it was too different.
If Sebas worked for the unconfirmed person, Klein might have been killed. Rather than that, it was more likely that they were working for the same master but had different orders.
And since the two did not work closely together, their master did not come. What do you think their master is like? He probably does not hold hostility for the kingdom. However, that is for now.
The master's thoughts are within the range of common sense, and so it can go either way. Saving people required one to properly recognize others and to have mercy and other emotions. For example, if it was a dragon that was far above humans, even if humans suffered, it would continue on with no interest.
It was the same thing as how one would not even see a bug at the end of the road. However, one would help it if were a dog or cat. This was as they stimulated the sense of pity.
Basically, Renner deduced that the person behind Sebas and the mysterious existence felt pity for humans. Since he or she had emotions like humans, he or she could become an ally or enemy.
However, Renner saw that there was a hole in these thoughts. That was if Sebas was lying.
However, having the confidence that one was not wrong, on top of having a person of a different level work for them, they themselves must be of another level. Marquis Reven changed his expression as if he had recalled something.
By the way, Your Highness.
Do you know about Ain's Ulgaun?
No, I do not. It was a lie. She had heard some rumors about that name.
However, Renner wanted to hear the pure thoughts of Marquis Reven and acted dumb.
Is that so?
There have been rumors that an extremely powerful magic caster has appeared near E. Rantel, and that is the name of his master. The powerful people in this matter, and the powerful man in E. Rantel.
I believe there is some relationship. The possibility is very high. An unknown powerful figure appeared in the kingdom once. Then it would not be strange for them to have a relationship. Were they friendly, or hostile to each other?
That was unknown.
If he can use Tier 6 magic, he has the same ability as the head magic caster of the Empire. -1. Ain's Ulgaun is more powerful than that. 2.
Ain's Ulgaun, Sebas, and the unconfirmed existence have no relation. Which is more likely? Renner spoke to interrupt Marquis Reven's words.
Marquis Reven tilted his head in puzzlement. Ignoring the second, the problem was the former, the first.
The head magic caster of the Empire, Fluda, was the strongest magic caster in the surrounding countries, and only the 13 heroes were superior.
There was no reason to place anyone above him.
However, Renner seemed confident enough to not be randomly saying this.
Then was it a lie that she did not know?
But, what was the reason for lying? Why do you view this person called Ain so highly?
It's simple. Sebas and the unconfirmed existence. I worked on the assumption that they have a relationship. Marquis Reven was confused.
He did not understand how one could connect the two simply by virtue of strength.
If one thought about it simply, it would seem that Renner was saying that Sebas and the unconfirmed existence was stronger than Fluda.
He could not understand how one could say that they were stronger than Fluda because they are stronger than Evil Eye. As if reading that Marquis Reven was confused, Renner continued.
Do you know
Evil Eye's true identity?
The strongest magic caster in the kingdom. She had an identity that was above that.
Was she one of the 13 heroes? However, Marquis Reven's expectations were dashed. She is. Landfall.
The bomb quietly exploded.
Marquis Reven opened his eyes in shock.
He then unconsciously stuck his fingers in his ears and twisted. This was as he distrusted his ears. However, he found nothing wrong.
Opening his mouth wide, he tried to form words but closed his mouth. When he finally decided to open his mouth, an unbelievable amount of time for someone like Marquis Reven to be dumbfounded passed.
What?
Landfall.
She was the evil vampire lord, who destroyed a country.
She was a monster destroyed by the 13 heroes and left her name in the continent's history as a monster amongst monsters. According to the original legend, she was someone who a country might barely equal if they pulled all the stops. It was said that she destroyed a country and filled a city with undead, and was a monster stronger than the demon gods.
It was impossible to hear her name outside of fairy tales and legends. But to hear that she still existed, and was in the kingdom. One should praise Marquis Reven for being able to remain seated. What? She is still alive?
Yes.
Marquis Reven became angry for an instant at the calm Renna. He believed that it was not such simple information. If Landfall was true to legends, she was someone who could destroy the kingdom.
However, Marquis Reven recalled a certain information that cooled down his head instantly.
Wait. Just a bit.
Marquis Reven audibly gulped.
Then he recalled something unbelievable. Landfall said there was
no chance of victory? About the person on the roof? Yes.
How can you stay so calm?
Evil Eye. The legendary monster said that even with all the members of Blue Rose, she could not defeat the existence on the roof. Basically, someone that can destroy a country, knows someone who can destroy the surrounding countries is right here.
So it seems. Well, it is unknown if they are hostile. How are you so calm? Are you an idiot? We have to do something. How? That quiet voice brought Marquis Reven back to his senses.
It was true, they could do nothing.
Doing random stuff was more dangerous.
Breathing several times, he calmed down his rough breathing.
Your Highness, please forgive my foolish words. I do not mind. That is the usual thing to do. Then, what should we do?
About the unconfirmed existence? Yes.
Shall we report to the king? We should not. It does not help after all. Renna quickly waved her hand. However, should the king move, he will attract the eyes of the nobles.
If he even tries, people will ask for an explanation.
It will not end well. That is. Marquis Reven could not disagree. Even if they only told the king, if he moved, there would definitely be people who would raise complaints about it. Then the king would be asked for an explanation. If the kingdom was not split into two, the king could use his absolute authority and there would be no problem. However, that was not the current situation.
One of the most powerful nobles would leak this information to the empire.
If the king did not complain, the court would fall apart due to distrust.
If he explained, it would be pandemonium. We cannot leak Evil Eye's identity leak out to anyone.
She is my friend of a friend. I do not want to destroy that relationship.
It would be foolish to betray our largest fighting strength, right? And excluding that, information about such a person would freely flow in the kingdom. How would the nobles act? The largest commotion in history would occur.
The kingdom would tear itself apart. So it does not help.
What about requesting help from other countries? Do you believe it? Marquis Reven.
I can't. Marquis Reven hung his head. I should not have come here today. It seems my sleepless nights will continue. There was nothing they could do. At most they could leak information to the adventurers and have them search. However, that might turn an existence that was not an enemy into one. In the end, there was too little information. Since they could not read the other party's stance, they could not step in. The main problem was that they had no analysis of their fighting strength. Basically they could do nothing but to hang their heads. In contrast to the frantic Marquis Reven, Renna was still calm. Marquis Reven felt anger in his head.
Of course, This was an outburst of anger. While he thought about using sarcasm on her, he recalled something.
By the way,
Returning to Ainz ul Gaun, does Evil Eye have a disciple known as Camila?
no, I don't know that much.
Rena asked why, allowing Marquis Revan to explain. A person known as Moman came to Rantel and called himself the disciple of Ainz ul Gaun, and he was chasing a vampire known as Camila, who was Landfall's disciple. Rena had heard most of the recent happenings at Rantel and nodded her head. I will not know if I don't ask, but isn't that a lie?
Why is that a lie?
Didn't they simply aim to infiltrate the kingdom?
It is known that he is opposing someone dangerous. Should his opponent appear, he will become more reliable. That vampire was probably working together with him. What a charade.
Then are Sebas and the unconfirmed existence part of a different group?
This is quite irregular.
If Sebas had matched his actions with theirs, then he should have some connection with them.
If not, then he had a different aim. Or did the occurrences in Rantel completely deviate from Rena's realm of possibility?
While unclear, I shall pray that Ainz ul Gaun, Sebas and the unconfirmed existence are not in a cooperative relationship.
If they are different groups, there is the chance of them fighting each other. If they were working together, then the kingdom could not do anything. Marquis Revan nodded in agreement.
Agreed. However, then the possibility of negotiating with this Gaun is. Anyway, I seriously desire information. Marquis Revan, can I ask for all the information you have? Rena narrowed her eyes.
She had saw someone who could put the happy life she had planned with Climb at risk. She only then noticed Marquis Revan's hard expression.
Allow me to say something bad first.
What is it? Today has been nothing but bad news. Such a feeling welled up in the two of them.
We already have someone on their way to the home of Ainz ul Gaun.
Can we do something about it?
With the information they gained, the other side was an existence they had to get into the good books of.
More importantly, he was a person who might have a relation to Sebas and the unconfirmed person. They should not have sent a simple messenger but should have directly sent one of the royal family to such a person. It is impossible with my abilities. I have taken all the possible late measures. Thus anything more is impossible. I had hoped for a friendly relation at least.
That might have been naive. Then how about having them attacked by bandits and killing everyone? Rena spoke those harsh cold words with her normal kind face. However, there was no child here to say that such methods were cruel. That is not a bad idea, but I do not have anyone that can do that.
I can ask, Blue Rose. Rena then shook her head. There was no way that they could accept such a dirty job.
What about using workers?
That will be difficult.
Attacking a carriage with the king's symbol, it will be treason.
Even if we trick them, should they see the emblem on it, they will retreat immediately.
What about searching for clueless people?
That will take time. Should I go myself?
That is not a bad idea, but it's impossible. Should the person known as Golden show her face, there will be many problems. Just by thinking about it I can come up with 4. Then we shall pray that our messenger does not do anything strange.
We can do nothing else. Marquis stared at the wall.
On the other side was the location of the person known as Ainz ul Gaun.
How will the situation progress? Depending on that, it might be a problem that affects the kingdom.
Marquis Revan felt unease run through his body.
TL note, I know this is a cliffhanger, but there are like 10 Gaiden chapters ahead of this. Some of them are longer than the average chapter. Have fun waiting.
Evil laughter, ha ha ha.
Choke.